am a werewolf with my own family and life. I love my cultural background and my dream of becoming a doctor for the werewolf pack. Chapter 1: Different Worlds. I closed the book with a soft thud, my heart fluttering at the final scene. The protagonist's passionate kiss lingered in my mind, and I found myself daydreaming about a similar moment. This was like me at all. I, Laxmi Kapoor, had never been one to lose myself in romantic fantasies, but ever since last week, I'd been devouring these unrealistic love stories, imagining myself as the heroine in each one. And in every scenario, the dashing hero took on the face of Kate Reynolds, the boy who had captured my heart 4 years ago. As I lay on my bed, surrounded by a small fortress of romance novels, my mother's voice echoed up the stairs. "Laxmi, do you want to come grocery shopping with me?" "No, Mom," I called back, not quite ready to leave my cocoon of romantic bliss. At 19, I was proud of my Indian heritage, which was evident in my name. But I was more than just my cultural background. I was also a werewolf, a fact that added an extra layer of complexity to my life. Our home in the Black Moon Pack territory was a haven of familiarity and comfort. I lived with my parents, Raj and Priya, who had been mated for nearly 3 decades. My older brother Dev and his mate Arya, both 24, were frequent visitors, adding to the warm family atmosphere. Growing up in the Black Moon Pack had been wonderful. The close-knit community felt like an extended family, with everyone knowing each other. It was here that I discovered my passion for healing, and I was now training to become a pack doctor. I smiled, remembering the teasing I endured when I first expressed my career aspirations. Some pack members had made assumptions based on stereotypes about my Indian heritage, suggesting that being a doctor was the perfect career for me. While it used to bother me, I had learned to embrace both my cultural background and my chosen path, recognizing that my determination and ambition were uniquely my own. My thoughts swirled like a tempest, centered on Kate Reynolds, our pack's beta. He and Darius Ward, our alpha, had been away for long years of intensive training, and today marked their return. The anticipation in the air was palpable, like electricity before a storm. I vividly recalled the eve of their departure. Cade, with those mesmerizing blue eyes that seemed to hold the depths of the ocean, approached me. His words, "Wait for me," still echoed in my ears, though I was merely 15 then. My heart knew with unwavering certainty that I would. Cade had captured my heart entirely. The memory of our first kiss lingered, a ghost of a touch that still sent shivers down my spine. Most wolves discover their mates at 18, and when that milestone passed without Cade's presence or my finding a mate, I became convinced that fate had bound us together. With a groan, I peeled myself from the comfort of my bed and gravitated towards my overflowing bookshelf. Reading had always been my escape, a way to quiet the cacophony of my thoughts. My fingers danced across the spines, finally settling on a tome detailing the history of humans, werewolves, and lycans. It was a romantic tale, but rather a collection of facts exactly what I needed to ground myself. Settling back into bed, I delved into the pages. The peaceful coexistence of humans, werewolves, and lycans stretched back millennia. The lycans, with their superior strength and power, ruled over all, including us werewolves. Our royal family, comprised entirely of lycans, exuded an aura of authority that never failed to intimidate me. As I skimmed through accounts of great battles and alliances, I found myself drawn to the chapter that always fascinated me, lycans' mates. These individuals held immeasurable value to lycans. Legend spoke of lycans driven to destructive rampages by the loss of their mates, necessitating a specialized army to contain such situations. Unlike werewolves, lycans were bound to a single mate for life, unable to mark or mate anew should tragedy strike. This stark difference between our kinds never ceased to intrigue me. We werewolves had the chance to find happiness again, to mark and mate anew if fate dealt us a cruel hand. But for lycans, their mate was their one and only, forever. That's why a lycan's mate was so precious. and it also made lichens extremely loyal. As I continued reading, I came across the aging part. Lichens stop aging at 20. Many still celebrate their birthdays, but they technically are still 20. They can live for hundreds of years. Before our current king, the previous king ruled for 500 years before handing the reins to his son. It is said that he went traveling with his mate, and no one has heard from them since. Us werewolves also live for a long time, but not as long as lichens, we just age slowly. It also said how if a lichen's mate is a human or a werewolf, their body adjusts to become a lichen. They become stronger and more powerful and are considered to be a lichen. The bit always freaked me out, but I knew it to be true. After all, my best friend was now a lichen. Even though I never admitted it to her, I always felt intimidated by her. She changed, and that scared me. Since the book was new, it failed to mention our new king, Apollo Dimitri Gray. Apparently everyone called him Dimitri, and only those close enough to him were allowed to call him Apollo. Our king was strange. He took over the throne with no mate by his side, which was unheard of. All the lichen kings before him had found their mates before becoming king. He also hated pictures. Apparently there were only 3 of him. One when he was born, another when his siblings were born, and the last one when he took over the throne. I was only a child when he took over the throne. It has been 10 years. No one really knows the king's real age, and I suspect that he probably doesn't tell anyone either. A familiar ringtone started playing, and I rolled over to grab my phone, which was on charge. Seeing the name flash up on the screen, I smiled and quickly answered. Eleanor Rich, Eleanor Ross. Long time no speak. I teased. Laxmi Kapoor. Stop teasing me. You know I have been busy. My best friend Eleanor Wind. Have you really been busy? Or has Reese been keeping you trapped away? I continued to tease. Eleanor laughed. You are horrible. You know I have been. After all, the doll, lichen ball is coming up. Aren't you excited? Oh yes, the lichen ball. The kingdom's way to ensure that all packs get to see the palace and meet the king. I hated it. This was our pack's second time being picked to go, but my first time actually going. I have always hated dances. School dances. Wedding receptions. I don't know why, because I love dressing up. I have a feeling that the reason I hated the lichen ball, even though I had never been, was because I was intimidated by the lichens. The first time we got picked, I was struck down by an awful case of the flu. My grandparents flew from Canada, where they live, to come look after me while the rest of my family went. That's how my best friend met her lichen mate, Reese. She's the one I mentioned before. Elena met Reese at the ball 4 years ago, and since then, she was changed a lot. Don't get me wrong. I was very happy when she rang and told me, even if I was puking my guts out. But a part of me knew I would lose my best friend. After all, she was a lichen now, and they had very important roles and responsibilities. Her mate, Reese Miles S., was head of the Warriors, so Eleanor remained busy all the time. Since she loved organizing so much, she was in charge of organizing important events, and the lichen ball was the most important one Elle would ever organize. Oh yes, I am so looking forward to it. I sarcastically replied, well, the good thing is you'll get to see me. Eleanor cried, cheering me up. That's true. We haven't seen each other in a year. Not since you came back home to see your little nephew. I sighed. I miss you too. I wish I could come back more often. Eleanor also sighed. You're busy. I get it. Thank God for technology, though. We can always talk even if we are together. I said. That's so true. Oh, Laxmi. I just can't wait to see you. You leave tomorrow, right? Eleanor asked. Yet, tomorrow. Bright and early. I sighed. Stop sighing. At least try and be a little excited. Eleanor complained. Okay. Sorry. I will try. I laughed. Well, I have to go now. Duty calls. But I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Eleanor replied. See you tomorrow, I said, hanging up. It was long before my mom came into my room with Arya, carrying a bag. I knew what was in there, my dress for the ball. Lakshmi, you need to pack. You know we leave early tomorrow, Mom said, shaking her head at me. Groaning, Arya laughed and said, "It'll help her pack." Mom nodded and left. Arya dragged me out of bed and helped me pack. It was a distraction from thinking about Cade. Once we were done, I asked Tarya, "So any news on when Cade and Darius will be back? Why?" "Impatient. Are we?" Arya chuckled. "No, I'm just curious. That's all." I rolled my eyes. Arya was the only one in my pack who knew that Cade kissed me and I loved him. Everyone else just thought I had a crush on him. I didn't want my parents to know, and especially not my brother. He wouldn't take the news very well, but I knew I could trust Arya. Well, they should be here very soon. "Are you nervous?" Arya asked. A little. I just can't wait to see him," I admitted. Arya and I sat on my bed and chatted for a while. I loved the fact that I could open up to Arya. She was basically my sister. Dev said that he loved seeing that his sister and mate had an amazing relationship. I was just lucky Arya was so cool. After Elena left, I felt lonely, but Arya was always there for me. Before long, my werewolf hearing picked up the sound of cars coming down the path. I jumped up, my heart beating fast as nerves started to get to me. It was finally time. I was going to see Cade after 4 years. Arya held my hand as we walked down together. Did I look okay? I ran my hands through my hair, and Arya shook her head. Deep breath. Lakshmi, you've got this. It's okay. Luckily, our house was near the pack house, where the Alpha and Beta lived with their families. Dev was waiting for us downstairs and held Arya's hand. "Let's go and see our Alpha and Beta." Arya never let go of my hand as we walked the short distance to where the cars were already parked. My heart was beating so fast. I just wanted to see Cade. We walked up to the cars, and my wolf was restless. Was that the sign I had been looking for? My mate was here. My dreams were coming true. Cade would step out of that car, and he would know we are mates. Hearing the car door open, my head snapped to the sound. First, our Alpha, Darius Ward, got out. He hadn't changed a bit. Well, except he got muscular. His green eyes twinkled with mischief and happiness. Yep, the same old Darius. He brushed some of his blonde hair out of his face before hugging his parents and younger brother. I watched as he said hello to everyone before stopping at me. I was lucky that the future Alpha wanted to be my friend. Throughout school, Darius was always there for me, and I couldn't thank him enough. I considered him to be one of my best friends, along with Elena. A contagious smile took over his face, and I found myself smiling also. The next thing I know, Darius has picked me up and spun me around, causing the adults to laugh. "Lakshmi, oh how I have missed you. You've changed quite a bit." "Puberty," Darius teased. I rolled my eyes and hugged him. "It's good to see you too. Darius, you haven't changed at all. Don't worry. Sometimes people are late bloomers." I joked, earning a laugh from Darius' parents. Darius smiled and hugged me again. "I really did miss you." Smiley. "I missed you too." Grinning at Darius the tray for me, which he hadn't forgotten. Hearing the car door open, I glanced over Darius' shoulders to see a familiar body get out of the car. His back was facing me, so he didn't know I was standing behind him. I wanted to see his blue eyes full of love and adoration for me. Darius moved out of the way and stood by my side, which I thought was surely he should have continued saying hello to everyone. Maybe he wanted to see the moment Cade and I acknowledged each other as mates. Yes, that must be it. My wolf continued to pace, fueling my thoughts that Cade was indeed my mate. I watched as his light brown hair blew in the wind. His back was still turned to me. I just wanted him to turn around. What was he waiting for? Just as I thought he was about to turn around, and that magical moment I had dreamed about would happen. Cade turned back to the car and held his hand out. My heart stopped as I saw a manicured hand reach for Cade's. The smile fell off my face and was replaced with a look of betrayal. Chapter 2. Darius held my hand, and now I realized why he stood by my side. He knew about Cade and I kissing. He knew about my crush on Cade, and he knew that I would be crushed when I saw him. My eyes didn't leave Cade's back as he helped a stunning girl out of the car. One look at them both and you knew they were mates. My heart felt like it just shattered into millions of pieces. My wolf pacing wasn't because of Cade being my mate, but because Cade had a mate. There was a big difference. Tears threatened to fall, but I refused to let them. Cade cowed and see how much this affected me. I turned to look at Darius, who had a guilty look on his face. I smiled sadly at him and shook my head. It wasn't his fault. It was Cade's, really. You can't pick your mate. Although this is the one time that I wish that you could. Seeing the person you pined for taking his mate around, introducing her was like a stab in the gut. A waste of my 4 years. Sitting and waiting like a complete and utter idiot for him. Cade was making his way down the line with his mate. The smile on his face was another blow for me. I wish he had that smile when he looked at me, but that smile was reserved for his mate. And that was me. I let go of Darius' hand and wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans. Cade was introducing his mate to Dev and Daria. It was me next. I couldn't let him see how upset I was. Instead, I would be happy for him. Like everyone else. Hopefully, I managed to get through this introduction without crying. I took a deep breath as Cade moved down to me. Suddenly, the memories of us 4 years ago flashed before my eyes. His gorgeous smile. That amazing kiss. His promises. Closing my eyes, I snapped out of my daydream. When I opened them, Cade was smiling at me. Not like he used to. Just a friendly smile. Like he had done with everyone else. Blacks me. I'd like you to meet my mate, Lana Reed. Cade gestured to his mate. It's very nice to meet you, Lana. Good luck taming this one. I joked. Lana laughed and said, I like you. You're funny. Hopefully we can hang out more. I need more female friends. My gut twisted at her words. She was so nice. That made it more difficult to hate her. Of course. I would love to hang out with you. I smiled. Damn me for being too polite. Why, Calden, I had just told her that I didn't want to hang out with her. Lana smiled back. And the couple moved down the line. Darius had left. And I was left standing there with only my thoughts. Arya gently touched my shoulder, causing me to jump. I looked at her to see the sadness in her eyes. I sighed and shook my head. I didn't want to talk, and I didn't want the sympathy. I just wanted to sit in my room and cry, but I couldn't leave just yet. Instead of my eyes following Cade and Lana, I focused on Darius, who was currently talking to the council members. Once he was finished talking to the council members, he turned to look at me, probably sensing my gaze, which was firmly locked on him. He came over to me and whispered, Go home, Laxmi. I give you permission. Don't stand here while you are breaking. You need to go home. I looked at him with tears in my eyes and whispered brokenly, Why didn't you tell me? Darius looked upset. He wiped the straight air that had escaped. Oh, Smiley. I didn't know how to. I didn't want to tell you over the phone or through a letter. I wanted to tell you in person, but I didn't get a chance to. I am so sorry. Sniffling, I sighed. It was your fault. I have to move on, but I also need some time to come to terms with this. Darius nodded his head, understanding what I was saying. He kissed my forehead and I turned around, heading back to my house. I heard Darius tell my family and everyone that he let me go home because I was tired. As soon as I got in my house, I rushed upstairs and got changed into comfy clothes. I used to wear Cade's tee, shirt every night to bed, but I got it out of my cupboard and chucked it straight in the bin. I shouldn't wear it anymore. I lost all right to Cade when he found his mate. His mate. My heart broke even more, if that was even possible. Collapsing on my bed, I let the tears fall. I let them soak my pillow and I let myself cry. All this heartbreak was too much for me. After all this time of wanting a mate, wanting what my parents had, I found myself not wanting a mate. I didn't want someone to love me. I was broken. I didn't want the pain of having a mate. Mates were meant to be this magical thing, and I used to believe in it wholeheartedly, but now I don't. Mate cause pain and sadness. Who wants that? The tears didn't stop as my family came home. I heard my mom stop outside my door, and I hoped she wouldn't come in. I held my breath to stop my sobs. If Mom heard me cry, she wouldn't even hesitate to come in my room. Priya, let her sleep. We have an early start tomorrow. My dad's voice said quietly. I heard the footsteps fade away and I glanced up at my ceiling. Dad was right. We had an early start tomorrow. I needed to get some sleep. Closing my eyes, I let myself get lost in my world of dreams. A loud buzzing made me groan as I rolled over and turned off my phone alarm. Today was the day of the Lycan ball. I was dreading it because I knew I would be tired. Hopefully I could fall asleep in the car, forcing myself out of bed. I got dressed and cringed when I saw the bags under my eyes. Clearly last night was not the night that I was going to get a good night's sleep. Sighing, I got ready and put some makeup on to look a little more alive. When I came downstairs, my parents were drinking their cups of tea and Dev and Daria were eating breakfast. Suddenly, four pairs of eyes turned to look at me and I saw the same thing in them. Sympathy. I didn't want their sympathy. All I really wanted was to lie in bed and cry all day. But I knew that was going to happen. I needed to prove to Kate and to myself that I was strong. My dad handed me a cup of coffee and I smiled. Mom and Arya talked about how amazing the ball were to me since this was my first time. I was grateful for the distraction. Once we had eaten, it was time to hit the road. I got into the car and immediately blasted my music out of my headphones and rested my head against the cool glass. Dad and Mom left me alone as I let the music take me into my own world. Before long, sleep took over, giving my body a much-needed break. Relax me. Wake up. My mom gently shook me. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and realized we were at a service station. Stretching my arms, I got out of the car. Arya and Dev got out of their car and waved to me. Go and get something to eat and make sure you go to the toilet. We still have 2 hours left, Mom told me, handing me some cash. Sighing, I walked into a shop to get some food. I think I had a permanent scowl etched on my face, because everyone looked at me but then quickly looked away. Smiley, or should I say scowl-eye? Why the long face? Darius ruffled my hair. Why the hair? I complained, pushing Darius away and fixing my hair, because I haven't been able to do that for years and your reaction is priceless. As always, Darius chuckled, rolling my eyes. I trailed round the shop but stopped in my tracks when I heard the sickeningly sweet laugh of Lana. Oh great, oh great. The last thing I needed was to see Lana and Cade. Come on, Smiley. Let's quickly grab some food, Darius said softly, taking me in the other direction of the shop. I picked up a wrap along with a chocolate bar and a bottle of water. As I was standing in the queue, here's that laugh again. They were behind me. Deep breath flax me. Deep breaths. All you need to do is pay and leave. Don't pay them any attention, I told myself. I put my items down on the counter and rolled my eyes as I heard Lana laugh yet again. What the hell was Cade saying to her? Actually, scrap that. I didn't want to know. After I paid, I rushed out of the shop desperately needing fresh air. I wanted to wait for Darius, but I also didn't want to risk running into Cade and Lana. Decisions. Obviously, I went with the best option, which was to go to the car and avoid seeing Cade and Lana. Luckily, Dad was already in the car. He smiled as I climbed into the back seat. I found myself looking outside the window and I saw Cade and Lana. Even just one glance at them, they looked like that lovey-dovey couple that everyone hates. The ones who are always showing PDA and annoying the heck out of everyone. Cade had his arm over Lana's shoulder and was kissing down her neck. In public. If I could see, then everyone else could as well. Lana seemed to be enjoying it though. I made a face and at the same time made eye contact with Darius, who was gagging behind them. That caused me to laugh. He smiled at me seeing me laugh and pretended to cut his throat. At least I knew I was the only one who hated seeing this. Once Mom was back in the car, Dad told us we had just under 2 hours left. It was already 11, so we would be there about 1 As it started driving, I spent the first hour eating my food and my book that I had packed. No more romance novels for me. This was a thrilling mystery book. Definitely more up my alley. The second hour, I fell asleep yet again. It was probably a good thing. I needed sleep before the lichen ball tonight. Mom woke me up when we arrived at the hotel. Darius came over to our car and grinned when he saw me rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Sleeping Beauty finally awakens, he says, handing me his hand. I took his hand and said, whatever. I need. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive tonight. I also needed sleep, but no, I had to do the damn drive here. He complained as we walked into the hotel reception. I laughed at Darius' face and said, well, as a witch. Get some sleep when we check in. So smiley. Tonight. Be my date to the lichen ball. I can't imagine going with anyone else. You're the oxygen I breathe. But Darius dramatically said. I playfully hit him. Okay, Mr. Dramatic. Tone it down. I guess I will go with you. Good. If you said no, I would have just forced you anyway. Darius winked at me and went to where his parents were checking in. I giggled at how silly he was. Darius was doing a good job at distracting me though, and I knew that was why he was acting more sillier than usual. As I walked over to my parents, my ears owned unintentionally on Cade and Lana's conversation. I can't wait till we get our room. I just want to tear these clothes off of you. Cade said. You can't say that. Everyone can hear you. Lana exclaimed. Let them hear. Let them hear. I don't care. I just want to show you off tonight at the ball. Cade replied, shaking my head. I focused on anything else. I felt like I intruded on their private conversation. But it still stung. Cade clearly didn't remember what happened 4 years ago. Or he doesn't care. He's happy and he's moved on. My plan was to go with Cade tonight because in my dream world, I thought we would be mates. I would be in the position Lana was in, but I wasn't. The sooner I realized this, the better it would be for me. Sighing, I made my way over to my parents, who handed me my room key. Thank God I had my own room because right now I was trying so hard not to let the tears fall. Dad and Mom were on a different floor to me, so I headed off. Mom warned me to start getting ready at 4 because the cars would be here at 7 to pick us up. Arya and Dev were on the same floor as my parents, so I was alone on this floor. Luck was finally on my side as Cade and Lana were not on my floor. Arya messaged me just as I got into my room and said they were on her floor. Darius messaged me asking me what floor I was on, and of course he was on my floor. I quickly unpacked and plugged my phone into charge. The images of Cade and Lana haunted me. It was 2 p.m. I had to do something before my thoughts consumed me. I walked into the bathroom and stripped, turning the shower on. When I got into the hot shower, the tears started falling. They wouldn't stop and I decided to just let them fall. I needed to get this out of my system. I let it drown my tears and sorrow. Chapter 3. When I finally decided to get out of the shower, my phone was ringing, but I made the decision to ignore it. Instead, I got ready in my comfy clothes and brushed my freshly washed hair. A knock at my door made me jump. Who was there? Sighing, I walked over and looked through the peephole. It was only Arya. I opened the door and was crushed in hug. I relaxed in Arya's embrace and hugged her back. I didn't realize how badly I needed this hug. I'm so sorry, Laxmi. I wanted to talk to you yesterday, but I didn't want to hurt you even more. I just want you to know that you are so strong, and I am so proud of you for not making a scene but just accepting it. It must be hard for you, Arya said, still hugging me. Thanks for being there for me, Arya, and giving me the time and space I needed. So what brings you here? My brother annoying you? I teased. Arya laughed and replied, No, not today. He is under strict instructions not to piss me off today. I don't want to be turning up to the lichen ball with a mate when I am pissed at him. Actually, there is another reason I am here. I rose my eyebrows in question and Arya sat down on my bed and patted the space next to her. I sat down and looked at her in confusion. It isn't anything bad. Mom just wanted me to remind you about something important. I knew you probably forget after everything. Remember, tonight we aren't the only pack at the ball. There's another important pack coming. Your cousin's pack. I gasped. How could I have forgotten? My dad had a younger sister who found her mate in another pack, so she moved there. They have twin daughters, my cousins. I am very close to them both and they are only a year younger than me. Last time I saw them was Christmas last year. I couldn't wait for the ball. All thoughts of Cade flew out of my head. Now I was super excited to see my cousins again. Luna and Stella Rivers. Identical twins who were my best friends during my childhood. Oh, how I have missed them. Seeing the smile on my face. Arya said, I love that smile. I knew you would be happy when I told you this. Now you get some rest before getting ready. After saying goodbye to Arya, I lay on my bed and decided to finish my book I was reading in the car. I had about 40 minutes before I needed to start getting ready, and that was enough time for me to finish my book. So I was sucked into the world of my mystery book. When I finally finished reading, I stretched and reached over to my phone, which was on charge still. I had a few messages from Elena saying she was excited to see me, and from Luna and Stella also saying they couldn't wait to see me. After responding to the messages, I scrolled through Instagram as I had time. Before long, I had to leave the warm, comfy bed and begin the tedious process of getting ready. My hair was the first thing I tackled as it was still wet, so after drying it, I decided to curl it. But before that, I put on my dress. It was a maroon-colored dress that came just above my knees. It was one of those dresses that was shorter at the front and longer at the back. My dress was also off the shoulder. I loved it because it was simple but also suited me. Then I got started on my hair, which was relatively long and was easy to curl. Once it was curled, I decided to do a half-up, half-down hairstyle. Looking in the mirror, I was pleased with the way my hair turned out. Now it was time for the longest part. Makeup. Sitting down on the hotel desk, I pulled out all my makeup I had bought and my trusty mirror, which I always use. 30 minutes later, my makeup was finished, and I was pleased with it. I decided to keep it simple because all out, although I had put on false lashes, which I rarely do. Next stage was jewelry. I wore simple earrings and all my piercings. Yes, I do have a few piercings. My necklace was simple gold chain with a heart-shaped pendant. My grandparents got it for me when I turned 16. I wore my charm bracelet that I got when I was 18 from my parents, and I was good to go. Obviously, before I left, I had to take some pictures, but then I realized I was running late. Quickly putting on my heels and packing a little bag with all the necessary things in, I left my room. Mom had texted and told me to come to her room, so that's where I headed. As soon as Mom opened the door, she gasped, "Oh, my baby looks so gorgeous." I laughed and thanked her as I walked into my parents' room. Dad smiled and told me I looked like a princess, and Arya corrected him, saying I looked like a queen. I rolled my eyes at that comment. Dev announced that he would have to keep an eye on me because apparently the whole male population would try and hit on me. Arya hit him and said to loosen up. After Dev got told off by Arya for being too overprotective, we all took some pictures and headed downstairs. Darius was standing in the lobby and smirked when he saw me. "Wow, Smiley. Who knew you could clean up nicely? Wow, who knew you were such a Oh, that's right. Everyone," I teased. Darius rolled his eyes, causing me to laugh. On the insistence of all the parents, we have photos taken. Darius made me take silly photos, saying that it would look perfect on his Instagram. I said his 3 followers would really appreciate it. Darius was the best at getting me back to my normal self. Us joking and insulting each other was part of our friendship. The best thing was, I was so busy having fun that I didn't even notice Cade and Lana standing there. It was only when we had to leave and the cars turned up did I realize they were standing there the whole time. I glanced at Kate, who was actually looking at me. Before, I would have melted seeing him look at me, but today, I just smiled and turned back round. Darius held my hand as we got into the car. Since Darius was the alpha, the car we were riding in was just for him and his beta. Luckily, I sat in the front with Darius while Kate and Lana were in the back. The palace was only 15 minutes away. I could handle a car journey with Cade. As soon as the car started moving, Cade and Lana started eating each other's faces off. The noises they made were awful. I looked at Darius, who had an angry look on his face. Cade, I don't appreciate you and your mate making all those noises. I am trying to have a conversation here, so shut it, Darius said sternly. The kissing stopped immediately. I had never heard Darius be so serious, but I was actually glad he was. Those noises were going to make me be sick. Anyway, Smiley, you better not leave my side tonight. I know that unmated males would love to get with you. Darius said, well, Deb said something like that. I am not going to go with any unmated male anyway. I want to spend time with Eleanor and my cousins. Priorities, I replied. That's my Smiley. Always wants to be with friends and family, Darius said proudly. Hey, what if you find your mate? I mean, there are going to be loads of people there. Your mate might be among them, I asked, looking at how Darius' eyes lit up when I mentioned the word mate. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't that be something? Darius replied. I would have to warn her though how crazy you are and how you have no friends. I joked. Whatever you say, Smiley. I know you love me. Darius winked. We didn't get to talk for much longer as we arrived at the palace. Darius helped me get out and we waited for our families to arrive as well. When everyone arrived, we had to go through strict security. After that was over, I gasped as we entered the palace. It was gorgeous. The high ceilings with the intricate designs. The decorations all suited the color scheme of the place. Eleanor had done an amazing job. Laxmi, Eleanor's voice traveled through the crowds. I laughed as she rushed over to me and engulfed me in a massive hug. Hey Eleanor, you think you can let go now? You're crushing me, I asked. Eleanor let go immediately and apologized. I teased her, saying, someone clearly doesn't know her own strength. That was when Reese made his presence known. That's because she trains with me every day. She is an amazing fighter, he boasted. I rolled my eyes as Reese gave me a friendly hug. Of course, you'd say she's an amazing fighter. She is your mate. I laughed. Reese laughed and shook Darius' hand. After introducing himself, Eleanor noticed Cade and Lana walk past us and her eyes suddenly snapped to mine. I shook my head and her eyes turned cold. Whatever. My best friend looks absolutely stunning. She is definitely the prettiest here, Eleanor gushed. I knew she said it louder than needed. One, because I know my best friend, and two, because Cade turned around and Eleanor had a satisfied smile on her face. I shook my head at her. She would never change. Like Eleanor, not. Well, not as beautiful as you. Someone is having a very hard time keeping his eyes off of you, I teased. Eleanor didn't get a chance to react as Darius handed us both drinks and we engaged in small talk. It must have been about 10 minutes later when two very familiar voices shouted my name, and Darius whipped his head around so fast, saying the word I loathed. Mate. Chapter for series. Luna and Stella were both standing there with looks of shock on their faces. Luna turned to hurt Win with a smirk. I looked at Darius and then at Stella and smiled. I silently thanked whoever is responsible for the pairing of mates. My best friend deserved an amazing mate, and he got one. And my cousin got lucky with Darius. When I glanced at them both, they were still just staring at each other. Sighing, I pushed Darius towards Stella. He clearly needed a push. Darius glared at me, and I laughed and pointed toward my cousin. Luna also gave Stella a little push before coming over to me. The new mates needed a little privacy, wife seemed. Luna hugged me, and I told her she looked beautiful. Our moment was interrupted by Eleanor and Reese. Well, that is a nice surprise, Sophie said. I nodded and smiled. I was very happy that Darius and Stella were mates. When I turned around, they were chatting and smiling. Darius held Stella's hand, and they made such a cute couple. Maybe I am biased. Well, ladies, I have to leave you. I need to talk to some of the others, Reese said, kissing Elena on the forehead. We waved goodbye to Reese, and Elena dragged Luna and me to a booth. We got comfortable, and Luna started chatting about pack life. Daily latest due date. She told us how since she and Stella turned 18, the unmated males of her posse would follow them around everywhere. They wanted to be mates with one of the twins because their dad was beta of the IR pack. Luna told us how annoying it was and there was one pack member that wouldn't take no for an answer. I told Luna they want to come near you today because you are with the lichens. I glanced at idea.Elena to see her reaction, but I saw the tension in her face. Looking around, I saw many lichens look tense. They looked like they were trying to be happy, but it was NT working. I could see they were tensed, and I wondered why. Turning back to Elena, I was about to ask her, but the tension I saw before was no longer there. I glared at her happily chatting to Luna. Daily latest due date. After being friends for years, I knew she was hiding the fact that something was wrong. Elena avoided eye contact with me, and then I decided to say something. Okay. What's the matter? Don't say nothing. Elena, because I know you too well, I said, folding my arms. I don't know whether that's a blessing or a curse. Elena muttered. I raised my eyebrows, knowing she was attempting to change the subject. Fine. I'll tell you. Ellen relented. Daily latest due date. Well, there has been a big issue regarding the king. The councils of Alphas voiced their displeasure about our king ruling without a mate. Daily latest due date. This was only 2 days ago, but it was clear they had wanted to say this for a long time. They complained that the king isn't stable because he doesn't have a mate and mates keep each other grounded. No one is there for the king in the way he needs. It is getting so bad that when he king gets angry, he has to be detained. There is a special room where he is chained to stop his lichen from coming out. Otherwise his lichen would wreck everything. The council said this was a hazard and it wasn't safe for the kingdom. So they proposed a deal. There is a female lichen whose mate is a werewolf, but he is dying, since they never marked each other. The council thinks that it is possible for the king and this female to mate. I don't think they know what they are talking about. After all, they are werewolves. Our king would be in a relationship that is forced. His lichen will never accept anyone, but their mate forcing them to mate could be more dangerous than the council thinks. Elena paused to take a breath. I sat there in shock. The poor king. He is being forced to mate to someone else. Sirili he could have just refused. But couldn't he have just said no? He is the king after all, Luna said, voicing mighty hufts. No, he can't. If he did, then he would be ignoring the majority of the Alphas. And I isn't how a king should be. Allen aside, I just don't understand how Alphas can affect him. Luna shook her head. What annoys me is that the king has mate is out there, and she was born to be QN. This female isn't. All of us lichens are having a hard time coming to terms with the council's decision. You know, we are very loyal, so we can't grasp the fact that our king will have to mate with other than his actual mate. It is crazy. Elena shook her head. I feel so bad for the king. He is doing all of this just to appease the Alphas. I sighed. For some reason my heart hurt. Elena nodded in agreement. She then briefly mentioned that the king hasn't been out of his room since the arrangement was discussed. Elena said he has the whole floor to himself, but didn't he come out of his room ONC? She suspected he is feeling guilty about the arranged mating because he probably feels as if he is betraying his mate. Luna said that she wishes he finds his mate soon. Elena said that as one of the reasons these balls are held, so he can find his mate. So far, he has had no luck, which means either his mate is too young, she is a human, or she isn't alive. I hoped fate wasn't too cruel to our poor king that his mate is dead before they even met. We changed the subject pretty quickly and began to talk about other things. Luna mentioned how she wants to find her mate as quickly as possible to stop her pack members lusting after her. Since Stella found her mate, she would now move out and come to my pack. This means Luna will be left with the males of her pack. I knew the girls wanted to ask about Cade, so I told them that I didn't want to talk about it. Hunter had found his mate, and I was moving on with my life. Elena asked if I wanted her to scare Cade, and I laughed but refused. Suddenly the atmosphere changed, the tension was evident. My wolf began to stir, so I looked around. All the lichens were focused on some Ani walking up the stairs. My wolf began to get angry, and I had no idea why. I grabbed onto the table to street-hop myself from shifting. Never in my life have I felt this angry before, and never have I shifted because my wolf can't control herself and I can't control her. That's her. That's the lichen female. Savanah. Elena whispered. Daily latest due date. I stared as Savanah calmly walked up the stairs as if she were oblivious to all the dirty looks and cold stares she was receiving. She was gorgeous though. Her long blonde hair was flowing down her back in with ease, and she wore an amazing black dress that complemented her very well. I felt my wolf stir again, and I took deep breaths to calm my wolf. Lichen stared at Savanah in disgust, but she held her head high as she disappeared. She has probably gone to see the king, Eleanor said. Sign. As soon as she said that, my wolf growled. I felt her anger take over me. I knew I needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Quickly, I stood up and, without saying anything, rushed out of the palace into the I ended up sitting on a bench near the gardens. Daily latest due date. Closing my eyes, I tried my best to calm my wolf down. This was not the time nor place to shift. I needed to get my wolf under control. After sitting there for a while, I managed to calm my wolf down. She was not happy with me. I knew that much. But what I didn't know is why she was acting like this. I had a very good relationship with my wolf. I felt like we understood each other and had a good connection. This was out of character for her. Maybe she was feeling upset and angry because of the King's situation. She might have picked up on the upset of Ellen's lichen. They were close before she was a lichen as well. So maybe that's why she reacted so strongly. I decided it was best if I stayed outside in the cool air. I didn't want to risk my wolf getting angry again. I was sure if I would be able to control my shift if she got angry again. Something just didn't feel right though. My wolf reacting that strongly didn't sit alright with me. What was wrong with me? Chapter 5 series lacks me. What happened? The panicked voice of my best friend called out. I turned to see Elena rushing over to me with a terrified look on her face. She sat down next to me, and I watched as her eyes trailed over me, as if she was checking that I was okay. I have no idea what is wrong with my wolf. She was so angry that I nearly shifted. I had to get out of there. I sighed. What? Your wolf has never been like that, Elena exclaimed. I know. That's why I am so confused. She seems to be calm now though, I replied. Elena looked at me warily. Are you sure you want to go back inside? If your WLF is acting weird, maybe you should go back. I shook my head. No, I can't do that. I came here with Darius, and it looks bad on the pack if I leave. I feel fine now. Standing up, I smiled to prove my point. Elena was still weary as we walked toward the palace. In all honesty, so was I, but I didn't want to worry anyone. Daily latest due date. As soon as we entered the palace, Darius rushed over to me and looked at me to see if I was hurt. Are you okay? You ray not hurt. Darius looked worried. I smiled and shook my head. I am fine. Darius, honestly, I just needed some fresh air. I feel a lot better now. Darius looked at me unconvinced, but nodded his head nevertheless. Elena cleared her throat. I need to go, Darius. The king will be arriving soon. Darius, look after Laxmi. She walked away, and I turned to Darius, who was holding hands with Stella. Mir Ked. Wow, mates with my cousin. Hey, she's my mate. You're Luna now, Darius said smugly. Before she's my Luna. She is my cousin. Dumbass, I replied. Are that as true? I am, Stella responded, smiling at me. Daily lay student. Hey, you were meant to be on my side. Darius protested. Sisters before misters. I stuck my tongue out. You two are arguing like children. Luna laughed. It's your sister. She started it. Darius rolled his eyes. And that is something that a child would say. Take responsibility for your actions. I raised my eyebrows. Whatever. Darius mumbled, causing us three to laugh. I stuck by Darius and my cousins. We didn't spend long talking as the crowds keyed down. I glanced up and saw Lycan standing there, waiting for silence. Daily lay student. Above us was a balcony with 2 thrones. This would be where the king and Savanah would be sitting. For some reason that didn't sit well with me or my wolf. I didn't want to risk my WLF going crazy. So I quickly thought about something else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming here today. On behalf of the Kingji, I welcome you to the Lycan Ball. I hope this will be an enjoyable evening for you all. Very shortly, the king will be joining us, and he will be accompanied this evening by Savanah Willows. I watched as the man tried not to cringe after saying Savanah's name. My eyes found Elena and Reese, who also looked super uncomfortable. My wolf SUD'd and I stirred again, the anger building up. Oh no, not again. The king was coming. I couldn't afford to lose control. To distract myself, I found Cade and Lana, who were holding hands, and I watched as Cade kissed Lana on the cheek. Even though I hated seeing that, it was the only thing that distracted my wolf, so she calmed down. I can't wait to see the king. Stella gushed one. The king has a certain aura about him that makes everyone want a glance of him, Darius said. A certain aura. Maybe my wolf desperately wanted to see the king then. No, that didn't add up. I was certain I was going to go crazy before this night was over. Daily latest due date. There was no time to dwell on that fact as everyone suddenly went quiet yet a guy in. Guards came and stood on the sides. The king was coming. I clutched Luna's hand just as the announcer shouted, introducing His Royal Highness, King Apollo Dimitri Gray, accompanied by Savanah Willows. I watched in awe as the king confidently walked past the announcer everyone bowed, and I followed suit, my eyes glancing up to see his dark brown hair that was styled to perfection. He nodded to the crowd and sat down on his throne, his cape pulling around him. My gaze snapped to Savanah, who was behind the king. She was about to sit down on the Essikon throne but was stopped by the king. I watched as Savanah's face dropped slightly as the king motioned for a guard. The guard escorted her to stand next to the king instead. Daily latest due date. My eyes found their way to the king's hair again, and I found myself thinking WH8, it would be like to run my hands through it. My eyes widened, and I tore my gaze away. Geez, relax me. Stop thinking dangerous thoughts. It won't end well. Instead, I looked at my shoes. That was a safe bet. Cal didn't do anything to embarrass Miss Aleph by looking at my shoes. OMG, look what the king is doing, Luna whispered to me. No, Laxmi. Don't look. I told myself. Don't do it. ULL regret it. Damn it. I couldn't help myself. I glanced up to see the king sniffing the air. Well, that was not what I expected to see. What in the world was he doing? Savanah was looking at him weirdly, but the king clearly didn't care. In a split second, his hazel eyes connected with mine, and I gasped. Daily latest due date. Holy shit. I had never seen eyes that beautiful before. I was lost in them, but king quickly stood up, causing me to jump out of my trance. Oh no, please tell me this wasn't happening. My wolf was jumping up and down, and I knew exactly what that meant. But that didn't mean I wanted it. As the king stood up, the crowd began to push past me as they went toward him. Clearly they thought he was going to greet them. His hazel eyes never lost mine. His gaze was firmly locked onto me. The air felt heavy as we stared at each other. It felt like there was no one else but us in this moment. Temporarily, I forgot about all my troubles. My heartbreak as I found myself lost high in the captivating hazel eyes. The connection was broken as more and more people moved in, causing Darius and Stella. I was by myself at the back. Only a few wolves remained here. Everyone wanted to see the king. Everyone but me. I was breathing heavy and racked my brain. Should I run? This is the perfect time to do so. I want to get another opportunity. My wolf protested, but I didn't listen. I ran outside. This time I ran past the bench and into the gardens. Shivers went down my spine as I heard a powerful roar. Shit. That was definitely King Aroo. Groaning, I rushed toward a row of bushes and sat down, catching my breath. Those movies where the female characters run in heels is false. You can't run in heels without tearing your feet off. It just wasn't possible. As I caught my breath, I heard the palace door fly open. My eyes widened, and I swallowed the lump in my throat. I was in trouble, and I knew it. My wolf was simply smug, like she knew this was going to happen. She'd probably like to see my struggle. How annoying. You can run. Little mate, but I'll always find you, a deep voice said, sending my wolf into a frenzy. He said it, that word that I was dreading. Mate. My mate was the king. Chapter 6. I mean, of all people, I had to be mated to the king. The same king that had been looking for a mate for 10 years. Why? I didn't want a mate, I'd need a mate. I am happy by myself. But for some reason a little voice inside my head told me that I would never have been completely happy. Holding my breath, I prayed that he wouldn't find me. I wasn't really religious. I found myself praying. All I wanted was for him not to find me, and then I can leave this ball. There was I was going to risk going back in there. I would go back to the hotel and tell my parents I was feeling so sick and had to leave. Yes, that was a solid plan. My thought process was broken when I was suddenly lifted from my position behind the bushes, swallowing the lump in my throat. I found myself standing face to face with the king, his hazel eyes piercing into my own. My heart started racing as he bent down and whispered in my ear, "Because now that I've found you, I have no plans on letting you go. Ever." Well, there was no denying this mate bond was strong. Stronger than I thought. The moment was broken as the king brushed a piece of hair out of my face. "Never in my life have I seen a girl as beautiful as you," the king whispered in my ear. Sparks shot down my body, and I gasped. Why were his words having such a big effect on me? This was normal. But then again, nothing about this situation was a NY way. The king was holding my hands behind my back as if he were afraid that I would run. "Scan with cam scanner, could you release my hands, please?" I managed to say. The king raised his eyebrows and replied, "How can I be sure that you want to run? As much as I love the chase, I don't really want to catch you again." I shivered at the desire in his eyes. As much as I tried to convince myself that the king wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, my body was saying otherwise. I found myself wanting to be caught by the king again. My mind was messed up. That was the only conclusion I could see too. "May I know the name of the beautiful lady who will be my queen?" The king asked. "Do these compliments of yours work on all the ladies?" I replied, my sass getting the better of me. "I wouldn't know. You the first lady I have tried it on." The king responded, "Mirror king at me." I forced myself to look away from his eyes, they were dangerous. The king, with his free hand, moved my face so I was again looking at his hazel eyes. He looked at me as if to say, "Tell me your name." And I sighed. Laxmi. Laxmi Kapoor. I relented and told him my name. Laxmi, the king said slowly. Geez, did he have to say my name like that? My body responded immediately to Tihat, and I felt sparks shoot down my spine. He sounded so when he said my Nami. No, Laxmi, you are not meant to be thinking like that. Snap out of it. I scolded myself. Beautiful name. You already know my name. Don't you? Love, he asked. I didn't trust my voice, so I just nodded. The pet name caught me by surprise. This was all happening fast. Too fast. I didn't know what to do, but something told me there was nothing I could do anyway. After all, I didn't have a normal werewolf for a mate or even a normal Lycan. I had the Lycan King. He was the strongest of them all. Whatever I would do. My logical brain told me the dreaded truth. There was no escaping the Lycan King now. I was here for good. The sound of footsteps caused me to spin my head around and the king let go of my hands. My family and friends all came out. I was relieved to see the familiar face of my loved ones. Reese and Elena both looked so relieved, and I knew why. I took a few steps toward them but jumped back in shock as they all bowed to me. What? I didn't want my loved ones to bow down to me. I was anti-royalty. Darius winked at me, causing me to roll my eyes. Obviously he finds this funny. I didn't have time to dwell on anything though. The king grabbed my hand, causing sparks to fly, and I gasped at the sudden contact. He didn't even stop for me to say anything to my family. Instead, he took me straight past them and inside. I looked behind TOC, they were all trailing behind. The king took me straight to the thrones. My heart started racing. What was he doing? I was going to be crowned. Was I? I hardly knew the king. My slow brain realized that Savanah was no longer at the top, and when we reached it, I saw her in the crowd below. She didn't look happy at all. My loyal subjects, today is a monumental occasion. Today I found my mate, your queen, and I couldn't be happier. The king announced, pulling me to his side. The announcement was followed by loud applause. My gaze found my parents, who were shedding happy tears. Karar was whooping, and Stella was telling him off. That caused me to smile. I glanced at all the Lycans, who all were tensed before. They were all much happier and seemed like there was a weight lifted off their shoulders. This all felt so wrong but also so right. Why was I so conflicted? I looked around, but I couldn't see Luna anywhere. Where was she? Worry took over as I kept glancing through the crowds. She really wasn't there. What is wrong? The king whispered in my ear. I looked up at him, and he must have seen the worry on my face. He looked back at the crowd and smiled before taking me away. I realized that I didn't actually know what to call him. He smiled at me and replied, Only you can call me Apollo. Only you have that right. I gulped as the air again became suffocating. I found myself wanting to run my hot NDS through his hair and taste those luscious lips of his. Come, let me introduce you to some very important people in my life. Apollo sighed, taking my hand. We headed downstairs and everyone was chatting among themselves. Well, what do we have here? My thoughts. An unfamiliar voice interrupted. I didn't even realize that Apollo had brought us to a group of people. Taman Luke at us both with massive smiles on their faces. One of them stepped forward and smiled. He had dark brown hair. It looked black. His dark brown eyes shone with happiness. I am Miles Grant. I can't tell you how happy I am that this idiot has finally met you. Miles shook my hand. I politely smiled, and Apollo shook his head. These are my best friends. Miles already introduced himself. And that one over there is Beckett Davis. Nice to meet you. Beckett shook my hand. His blonde hair was long for a boy it realized suited him. A female came in front too. She had shoulder-length red hair, and her blue eyes stood out. She was gorgeous. I am Olivia Robinson, Beckett's mate. I have to say you look so gorgeous. Olivia smiled. Thank you. I love your outfit, I replied. Do you know that us three have been friends for such a long time? Sometimes I wonder how I have dealt with these two. Miles sighed dramatically. Apollo rolled his eyes, and Beckett glared at Miles. It is the other way around. Idiot. I don't know how Beckett and I have put up with you. The amount of times we've gotten into trouble because of you. Apollo shook his head. I glanced at Apollo, who had a massive smile on his face, even though we had just met. For some reason, seeing him smile like that made me so happy. This mate bond was doing crazy things to my feelings. I swear. Even I struggle to believe that these two have put up with you for so long. Becca and I have only been mates for 7 years, but that is enough to know what a handful you are. Olivia shook her head. Miles gasped dramatically. What is this? Gang up on Miles' time. You ray embarrassing me in front of the Queen. The mention of Queen made me stiffen. I didn't want to be Queen. That was to UCH responsibility. And how could I commit to one person after the heartbreak I experienced? Enough. You are the one who is embarrassing yourself. Go and make sure every Oni is happy. I am going to meet my mate Tess' family, Apollo said. His serious face as back on. Miles and Beckett nodded and left to fulfill the king's orders. Apollo gently took my hand. Those damn sparks made me gasp. Was this what it was always going to be like? I don't know how he knew. But Apollo made his way over to my parents. As soon as Mom saw me, she engulfed me in a massive hug. A mother's hug makes everything better. Why are you crying? I asked, wiping the tears from my mom's face. Because I am so happy. My baby girl has found her mate. Someone who will take such good care of her. What else could a mother want? My mom sniffled. She turned to Apollo and smiled. All I want is for you to take care of my daughter. Treat her like a queen. Apollo nodded and replied, Don't worry. Your daughter will always remain happy. Wow, my princess is no longer a princess but a queen. I can't believe it. My dad winked. Dad. I rolled my eyes. He laughed and hugged me before saying, Relax me. I want you to know that your mother and I are so proud of the woman you have become. You are now entering the next stage of your life. Enjoy it. Dad's words made me want to cry as I realized it was his goodbye. I didn't want to leave my parents and stay here. I wanted to go back home to my comfy room. I'll miss you. My baby sister. Dev was the next one to hug me. Will you? Or will you just miss teasing me? I raised my eyebrows. Dev laughed. You caught me. I am going to miss teasing you and getting you all arcade up. Arya pulled me in for a hug. I told you she looked like a queen. Relax me. You are an amazing woman. Never forget that. This isn't fair. I've only just come back and now you're leaving me. Smiley. Carter's voice came from behind. You now have a mate to take care of you. I smiled. Darius sighed and pulled me in for a hug. I tried my hardest not to cry. This was how I planned my night to go. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would find my mate at the ball and have to say goodbye to all my loved ones. You know I'll take care of him. Stella smiled. Kira, I know. He better take good care of you too. I glared at Darius. He held his hands up in mock surrender. Yes, your majesty. I shook my head. I didn't say anything wrong. You are going to be a queen and an amazing one at hat. Darius kissed my forehead. It all felt so strange. Everyone from my pack was gathering around me and congratulating me. Suddenly, my eyes landed on Cades. He wasn't smiling at all, and his mate was talking to someone else. All night. It seemed like he'd been pretending that I didn't even exist. But the while he was staring at me now made my heartbeat quicken and my breath catch in my throat. Now that everyone knew I had a mate the freaking king. No less, he had an unmistakable glint in his eye. A look of pure jealousy. Oh goddess. That's when I knew I was in a whole lot of trouble. I thought I had found my own happiness. But fate always likes to play tricks on me. My wolf instincts tell me that my mate is predestined. But there is always someone by my side who makes my heart race and yet fills me with fear. Cade. Chapter 7 lacks me. I quickly averted my gaze from Cade's intense stare, a shiver running down my spine. His eyes held a familiar warmth that unsettled me, stirring up memories I'd rather forget. As a newly mated wolf, I knew I shouldn't entertain such thoughts, especially about someone who also had a mate. But Cade's lingering gaze made me wonder if he still harbored feelings for me. Anxiety gnawed at me as I considered Apollo's potential reaction. My mate's possessive nature was no secret, and I feared his response if he witnessed this exchange. Desperate to escape the tension, I turned to where Apollo had been standing moments ago, only to find empty space. Confusion washed over me as I scanned the crowded room, searching for my mate's imposing figure. Apollo's absence was disconcerting, and I could still feel Cade's eyes on me as I began my search. As I navigated through the throng of pack members, their congratulatory words echoed around me. "I'm so glad our king found his mate," they said, their genuine unhappiness a stark contrast to my growing unease. My jaw ached from the strain of maintaining a polite smile. Though these people meant well, my only desire was to locate Apollo. I finally reached the far end of the expansive room, where a glass door led to the palace grounds. The night beyond was pitch black, but I could make out Apollo's hulking silhouette on the balcony. Curiosity piqued. I pushed the door open, ready to call out to him. But before I could, a female voice pierced the darkness. "How could you do this to me?" she said, her tone laced with hurt and betrayal. I turned to see Savanah, tears streaming down her face as she confronted Apollo. "You embarrassed me in front of everyone, Dimitri," Savanah continued, wiping away her tears. I was surprised by my lack of empathy for her plight. Perhaps it was the residual effect of my bond with Apollo, but I felt only a twinge of anger at her intrusion. I noted with a hint of pride that Savanah addressed Apollo as Dimitri, aware of his particular preferences regarding his name. It was a small detail, but one that made me feel oddly special. Shaking off the confusing emotions, I turned to leave, deciding Apollo could handle this situation on his own. However, before I could retreat, Apollo's strong arms encircled me, holding me captive against his chest. The sensation of his embrace sent waves of warmth through my body, unlike anything I'd experienced before. "Lakshmi, don't you even think about going anywhere," Apollo whispered in my ear, his breath hot against my skin. His possessive nature was evident in the way he held me close. He then turned his attention to Savanah, his voice firm as he addressed her. "Please, just leave." I rolled my eyes, my sarcasm kicking in. Apollo, I have better things to do than listen to your lover spat," I retorted as I tried to escape his hold, even though a part of me didn't want to. Savanah's eyes widened in shock. "Apollo, why are you calling him that?" She looked appalled, her confrontational nature bubbling to the surface. Apollo's authoritative tone returned as he addressed Savanah. "She can. Savanah, if you don't leave, then I will get guards to escort you out." Savanah's gaze darted between us before she finally left, her persistence seemingly wavering. I seized the opportunity, asking, "Can you now let me go?" Apollo's demeanor softened, his voice barely above a whisper. "I never thought I would find you. I almost gave up." I looked into his eyes, seeing the sincerity there, and felt my reluctance to open up wavering. This would have been the perfect time to say something romantic, but being my sarcastic self, I blurted out, Well, I never wanted a mate after getting my heart broken." Apollo's demeanor changed instantly. His grip tightened, and his stance shifted. He was definitely angry, his jealousy flaring. "Who the hell had your heart before me?" he growled. I realized this was going to be easy to get out of. "You can't be telling me that no one has ever broken your heart before," I asked, shocked. "This isn't about me, this is about you. You're the one who said it." Apollo tightened his grip further. Damn it, this was going to be harder than I thought. Again, I tried to wriggle out of his grip, but failed. "Can't we talk about this later?" I tried to negotiate, my instinct to avoid confrontation kicking in. Apollo looked at me like I was crazy. "I want to know now. Who was it that had your heart before me?" I didn't want to answer that. The scary look in Apollo's eyes told me that Cade would be in deep trouble if he ever found out, even though Cade was the one who had broken my heart. It's not like I wanted something bad to happen to him. "Who what?" Apollo growled, his protective nature in full force. Suddenly, the door opened, and my mother poked her head through. "There you are. Every onus been looking for you two. It's time for the royal dance." I let out a sigh of relief, grateful for my mother's timely intervention. There was no way I could keep secrets from a man like Apollo for long. Apollo's eyes softened, and he loosened his grip on me. I breathed another sigh of relief, thinking I had managed to escape this situation. But Apollo looked at me with raised eyebrows, his determination evident. "Don't think I will forget about this. Once I sort this issue out, I will find out who broke your heart." The sincerity in his voice caused to shoot down my spine and made me shiver. Apollo took my hand, and we made our way back downstairs, where everyone was waiting for us. My past with Cade looming over me like a shadow. Damn, it felt weird to be stared at. I flushed, uncomfortable with all the attention. I had to get used to this queen thing. Then suddenly, I was pulled back into Apollo's body. We stood in the center of the room, and he gently grabbed my hand and held it out to the side. His other hand rested on my hip, which caused sparks to shoot down in my body. I felt myself lean toward his touch. What was happening to me? Why were his touches so addictive? I found myself wanting to be touched by him. Didn't he want this moment to end? Daily latest date, then suddenly, we began to dance. I am not exactly the best dancer, but he took the lead perfectly, and all I had to do was follow his steps. It was like we were gliding. He smiled, his piercing eyes giving me a look of powerful affection. I could stare into those eyes for an eternity, but then suddenly, I noticed he was the only one giving me a stare like that. Oh goddess, Cade was glaring at me again, his eyes following my every move. I feel myself getting uneasy, and my feet got out of step with Apollo's. He instantly noticed, and a worried expression fell across his face. "Daily latest date. What is it?" he whispered. I shook my head, trying to act like nothing was wrong, but Apollo quickly followed my gaze. His eyes landed on Cade, whose face said everything. I didn't even have a chance to move before Apollo turned and pounced on Cade in a flash. And at that moment, the lover of my past and the lover of my present went crashing down to the floor, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 8 Series. Apollo was holding Cade by the collar, causing him to nearly suffocate with the tightness grip. His other hand was placed over his chest, like he might trip out. Cade's heart would his their hands without a second thought. Just a few moments before, I was dancing with Apollo, holding him close, surprised at my own attraction to him. But now, I saw him for what he really was. A monster I couldn't believe that saw me one like this was really my mate. And I was going to let him do anything to Cade. Adonai called out. I ran over and tried to pull him off of Cade, but he was sturdy as a boulder. I couldn't make him budge. Apollo, please don't hurt him. He didn't do anything. I am the king, Apollo said through gritted teeth. I do what I want. His eyes were still glowing with rage. I was certain that he would shift any second now, and then Cade would really be done for. I kept expecting Cade to say something, but he was silent. He knew better than to talk back to the king, but apparently I didn't. Let go of him, I said sternly. Now Apollo's eyes turned to find mine. For an instant, I thought he might attack me, but to my surprise, I saw his grip loosen on Cade's collar. Get your mate and get the hell out of here, Apollo snarled to Cade. Then he let go of the poor man, grabbed my hand, and led us away without glancing back. I followed him, grateful to have avoided a real disaster. We walked outside onto the patio, and before we even had a moment alone, Gabe, Miles, and Olivia appeared at our side. I told everyone else to go home. Too, Beckett said. It seemed like the night was over anyway. Apollo nodded and then said, I have to go and check on something. Stay here. That last sentence was directed at me. I watched as Apollo left. Eleanor and Reese entered and looked worried. Beckett whispered something to the two of them, and they both looked at me, eyes wide with shock. Instinctively, I looked down at my dress to see if there was a stain or something in it, but there was NT. I am sorry you had to witness that, Beckett said, but it is programmed in the like and E to protect his mate at any cost. Laxmi, that was amazing. Not railed off. What about that was amazing? I asked. Apollo didn't fully lose control. Normally he needs to be physically restrained once his lichen takes over. It has even been a full day since he found you. Yet your presence is helping him stay in control. Anna smiled. Could my presence really be the reason that Apollo is managing to stay in control? It seemed unlikely, but the faces of the lichens made me think otherwise. Was like a nest mate that important that they could help their mates stay in control? I didn't have much time to think about it because Apollo walked in. He had changed, and I couldn't help but admit how hot he looked. My mom came up to me and gave me a big hug. It is time we got going now. My heart sank. There was no way I was going back home with them. Not possible. I am coming back with you, I stated, and Apollo's head whipped around. No, baby. You need to stay here. I'll pack your things and send them here for you. My mom stroked my cheek. I scoffed and replied, No way. I am coming back. No offense, Mom, but my whole life is back home, and I should be one to pack everything up. Apollo growled, clearly not happy with what I said, but I just rolled my eyes. He can't control me. My mom looked between us both. She never liked conflict anyway. Darius walked over and winked at me, smiley as it wicked smiley. I know you ray going to miss my gorgeous body, but don't you worry. I'll send you pics. I laughed and shoved Darius away. Please. I don't want to see pictures of your BR belly. Darius gasped, but I didn't let him say anything. I am coming back home because only I have the right to pack away everything that belongs to me. No one said anything else to me. They were all waiting to see what Apollo would say. Not that it mattered to me. I was going home no matter what. Finally, Apollo sighed. Fine. You can go back home, but you only have 2 days. In 2 days' time. I will be there to pick you up. His tone left no room for argument. Damn, 2 days isn't a lot of time. But I could still escape. There was no way I was coming back here. I didn't want a mate. And I didn't want to be queen. Especially after what I had just witnessed. I had to escape before it was too late. My thoughts were interrupted by Apollo's harsh tone. I'll be sending to people I trust to guard you. Don't think you can try and escape me. His gaze pierced my own. And I froze. How could he have known what I was thinking? Hope disintegrated as I realized I wouldn't be able to escape. Apollo looked at everyone and nodded before motioning to the other lichens to follow him. When they left, my mom looked at me and sighed. Laxmi, what is wrong with you? I shrugged, not wanting to answer, but that wasn't good enough for my mom. You are the mate of a lichen. Forget about the fact he is king, but you know how important a mate is to a lichen. And you Ray still acting like this. Why would if he doesn't let me become a pack doctor because I have to be queen? I do want to be tied down and not be able to pursue my dreams. Sighing, I turned away from my mom. She turned me back around and I have raised a strong woman, not a coward. We are all aware that if you want something, you will fight for it. So, don't give me that crap. I know it is hard to grow up and leave your family, but you are needed here. Think of your mate. There was nothing I could say to that. Obviously, my mom was right. She always was. What she didn't know is my reluctance to have a mate was because of my broken heart. Darius caught my gaze and gave me a sympathetic smile. He knew the reason. Reese and Elena walked in and smiled. "We will be your guards. That way I can spend more time with my family." Eleanor smiled. Hope reignited in me. Maybe it was possible for me to escape. Reese looked at me with a serious expression on his face. "Don't he try anything? Laxmi, I want to let you escape. You'll kill my king in the process." Just as quickly as hope came, it vanished. Not trusting my voice, I just nodded. There was no way I could try anything with Reese around, and I had no doubt that Elena wouldn't let me escape either. Wow, I can't believe my Smiley is going to be queen. Don't forget about us commoners. When you ray sitting on that massive throne of yours, Darius said, putting his arm around my shoulders. Unlimited. Rolling my eyes, I elbowed him, and Darius just laughed before grabbing Stella's hand and walking out. Right. It is time to get back to the hotel. We have to leave early. Just as I was turning to leave, I felt a hand on my arm. I turned around and Apollo was standing there. He leaned in close, his lips hovering just inches above mine. As much as I tried to resist it, a wave of attraction flooded my body. "Today's Laxmi," he whispered, "and then you ray all mine." Chapter 9 series. The next morning was complete chaos. Everyone woke up late and of course that angered my dad considerably. However, we still managed to hit the road at 10 a.m., which I think was an achievement, considering the night we had last night. Stella decided to come back with us. It was a big deal for her because she still had a family in her May test pack. Luna was heading back home with her parents. She seemed better this morning. I knew she had a long way till she was back to her normal bubbly self. Darius was driving, and he had Stella, Ted, and Lana with him. I was still with my parents. Hitch was fine by me. Reese and Elena were in their own car behind us. Mom was chatting to Dad while I had my headphones plugged in and was blasting my music and reading. Last night was the worst night test sleep I have ever gotten. My wolf was restless all night and still is. It made me a very moody person, but I tried to hide it because I knew what my mom would say. She'd tell me that it's because I lost with my mate, and I hated to admit she was probably right. My phone pinged, bringing me out of my thoughts. I glanced down to see a text as a ying. "Today's and that I am coming to take what is mine." How did he get my number? And who does he think he is referring to me like I am just his property? My anger got the better of me as I replied. 1. How did you get my number? And E2. Don't refer to me as your property. I am my own person. The nerve of him. I cowed and believed that he would say something like that to me. It didn't take long for a reply to come through. "Elena gave me your number, and I am not referring to you as my property but as my mate." I scoffed and typed my response. That is not how it sounded. Now I am as going to sleep by. Laxmi, it is taking every ounce of my self-control not to drive down there right now and take you back. You ray making it harder with your sass. Apollo's response made me shiver. I could imagine his dangerous tone. Why did that kind of excite me? Stupid, traitorous body making me feel things I shouldn't be feeling. Okay. Sorry, but I really am tired. I responded, careful not to piss him off more. Sweet dreams. Laxmi, thank you for coming into my life and please message me when you safely reach your house. Apollo's response was meant to get my body all worked up. But it did. My wolf was going crazy and was angry that I left Apollo. I felt like my own body was against me. Although, the warm feeling that flooded my body after I read Apollo's message was the best feeling ever. My eyes closed as I let sleep take over me. Laxmi, we ray home. My mom gently shook me awake. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and looked at my mom. Home. Already. I slept the whole way. My dad chuckled. You were knocked out. Didn't even wake up when we reached the service station. Your mate rang too. But you were still sleeping, so Mom told him you were knocked out. Oh, and Darius may or may not have taken a few pictures of you. Well, but I can't believe I was that tired that I was completely dead to the world. And on a second. Did Dad say Darius took pictures of me? That bastard. He'd use them to blackmail me. Groaning, I got out of the car and went to find Darius. He was talking to Reese and Elena but stopped when he saw me coming over. He had a massive smile on his face, which meant the pictures he took of me must have been awful. Darius, delete those damn pictures now. I glared at him. Nope. They raise such good blackmail material. Smiley. They could come in use. Darius ruffled my hair. Scowling, I turned to Stella and whispered, You Ray on my side. Please delete those damn pictures. Stella smiled at me and whispered back, Don't you worry. I got your back. Smiling triumphantly, I walked back to my car to help bring everything in. Reese W. is trailing behind me and I sighed. You know you don't have to follow me everywhere. Right. Don't have to. But I will, Reese replied. Great. My last 2 days at home my LL have no privacy. After bringing everything inside, I collapsed on my bed and pulled out my phone. I don't know why, but I called Apollo and put the phone to my ear. He answered on the first ring. You Ray home? His deep voice sent shivers down my spine. Yes, just got home. Dad told me you rang. Sorry, I was asleep. I replied, trying hard to not stutter. Oh yes. They said you must have been really tired. Why is that? Did you not sleep well last night? Apollo asked. Of course I slept well. I retorted. Really? Apollo Westone made me think he didn't believe me. Yes, why are you asking me? I said. Because, my little mate, I know you didn't sleep well last night. I know you are lying to me, Apollo said. I could sense the smirk on the other end. How did you know? I sighed. I also had the worst night test sleep last night. I only got a good hour and after messaging you. Apollo replied. But why? I don't understand. I was at a loss for words. How can we both be having a bad night test sleep? We haven't even known we were mates for an entire day yet. You really don't know. The reason I was hesitant to send you home was because my lichen and your wolf crave each other, and separating them only brings the two of us pain. Not to mention that you would have already started transitioning into a lichen. Apollo explained. Shit. Now I felt like an idiot. I immediately jumped to conclusions, thinking Apollo was some territorial mate and didn't want me out of his sight. Well done. Lacks me, always jumping to conclusions. I had no idea. Why so soon? Don't werewolves shift after the mating process? I asked. Normal werewolves mated to normal lichens, yes. You are not a normal werewolf, and you most certainly are anti-mated to a normal lichen. Apollo chuckled. That chuckle sent sparks all over my body. I had never heard such a beautiful sound. Right. I lamely replied. I had given up on all hope of ever finding you. I had accepted my fate to be mated to another lichen to please the council. Seeing you that day reignited my sleeping heart. Apollo softly said. I gasped and replied. Apollo, no don't say anything. I just want to fall asleep to your breathing makes me feel like you lay right next to me. Apollo slowly drifted off to sleep. I waited for some time before gently saying, Good night, Apollo, and then I hung up. My phone fell out of my hands, and I sighed. Apollo was doing crazy things to me, making me feel things I had never felt before, and I was sure what to do. Instead of wanting to escape Apollo, I found myself wanting to stay, and that thought terrified. Chapter 10 series. The next 2 days came around much quicker than expected. I found myself neck deep in all the packing I had to do. Without fail, Apollo rang me every day, and I actually looked forward to my calls. He asked me how packing went, and I replied with boring, to which he said that I should have just stayed home with him. But I told him the same thing, that I wanted to say a proper goodbye to the place I grew up in, and he understood. Darius stepped right into his role of being alpha, and Stella was right by his side. Seeing them both together either made me feel sick or made me feel happy. I think Darius purposely tries to make me feel sick by making out with my cousin in front of me. True to his word, Reese followed me around everywhere. I could tell he was super cautious. For me, I had come to terms with the fact I couldn't escape this time. I hadn't given up. Daily latest due date. Elena was around a lot too. She helped me pack and talked to me about the changes I would be facing. Sounded pretty daunting, to be honest, but I just nodded and smiled. There was one person who began to give me the creeps, Cade. For some reason, every time I glanced at him, he was already looking back at me. I no longer felt the pain that I used to feel, but instead felt very uncomfortable. It felt like he was staking a claim on me, and that wouldn't end well for him. I can't imagine Apollo willingly giving me over to Cade ever. Daily latest due date. Apollo rang me at 9 a.m. this morning to tell me he was on his way to my pack. Those words made me jump out of bed and quickly get ready. Knowing that this would be my last time in my room made me sad. After all, my room had been my sanctuary forever, and I didn't want to leave it behind. Daily latest due date. Mom popped her head through the door and said, "All packed." I didn't trust my voice, so I just nodded. And Mom sighed. "Baby, I know you're finding this difficulty, but this is a brand new chapter for you. You should be excited. This will always be your home no matter what. You know that." "Oh, but how can I leave everything behind? This is all I have ever known." I call APS Ed into my mom's warm embrace. She ran her hands through my hair before replying. "Lax me." I raised a strong girl. Change is always hard, but I know that you will get through it. Daily latest due date. I sighed before nodding. "I'll try. That's my girl." Mom smiled at me. I spent the next 2 hours packing and bringing everything downstairs. Darius and Stella came to help, although Darius just spent most of the time annoying me. Smiley, "Don't leave." Darius gave me a sad smile. "Don't you start, because I think I might cry." I shook my head. I've been putting this to the back of my head, thinking I have plenty of time left with you, God. I'll miss you. Smiley. Darius pulled me in for a big hug. I let myself sink into his embrace and then responded, "How am I going to survive without your constant teasing? You rate high and mighty for that now." Darius teased me. Daily latest due date. Saying goodbye to my pack proved to be too much for me, as a few tears escaped. I was wiping some away before a car pulled up. Apollo stepped out, and immediately people bowed to him. His gaze found mine, and I was entranced as he walked toward me. Little mate, I have missed you," Apollo whispered, sending shivers down my spine. I gave him a small smile and watched as his gaze hardened on the tears that had fallen. "Tears? Who made my queen cry?" Apollo growled. People looked down at the floor in worry, and I looked at my mate's face. He was looking at everyone, trying to figure out why I was crying. Daily latest due date. No one made me cry. I am just upset that I am leaving, I softly said. Apollo looked at me and sighed. "I should have known. Sorry, everyone. I overreacted." "No, you were just concerned for your mate," Darius replied. Apollo nodded and looked at me. "Are you all set to go?" I nodded, and Apollo motioned for the guards standing behind him to take my stuff away. Tears threatened to fall again when I saw my belongings being packed away and my family standing there with sad smiles on their faces. Before we sat in the car, a voice called my name. Laxmi. To see Cade rushing forward with something in his hand. See if I still had the same feelings as I did before. Then my heart would be racing fast. But now I just felt calm for our table. "Don't go without me giving you your gift." Cade gave me a necklace. It was a simple necklace, but as I held it in my hand, I couldn't help but think he was stacking some sort of claim on me. "Let me." Cade took the chain out of my hand. Daily latest due date. No, Apollo and I both said at the same time. I looked at Apollo, who looked like he was going to tear Kate apart. Shit. I happy he had figured out that Kate was the one that broke my heart. Thanks for the gift, Kate, but I will put it on later. We need to get going now, I explained. Kate nodded, but I cowled and he helped but noticed the defeated look on his face. My gaze found Darius, who was currently glaring at Cade. Daily latest due date. That confirmed my suspicions that Cade was indeed acting weirdly. There was no sign of Lana anywhere, which was odd. Apollo was still glaring at Cade, but I decided to take charge. Come on, Apollo, we need to get going, I said, pulling Apollo out of his anger if you led trance against Cade. He nodded at me, and I turned to my family and smiled sadly. I love you all, and I will miss you so much, I said. We love you too, Laxmi, my dad replied. Daily latest due date once Apollo and I were both in the car. I waved sadly as we left my pack house, the only place I knew as home for all these years. The first hour of the journey was silent. I listened to music while Apollo drove. We stopped at services in the second DR for a toilet break, and I met Elena while getting some food. When we hit the road again, I noticed that Apollo hadn't gotten any food while I picked up a sandwich. Then entailed the inner debate of whether or not I should offer him my sandwich. My wolf, of course, was saying offer him all my food, which was pushing it just a little. After all, a girl still needed to eat. In the end, I decided to share my sandwich, but when I offered it to Apollo, he told me he cowled and eat and drive. What rubbish. I always ate and drive. Nevertheless, I felt some sort of need to want Apollo to eat. Therefore, I did the only logical thing possible. I fed him. I think he was shocked when my hand suddenly went in front of his face, holding a sandwich. He looked at me in confusion, and I glanced back at the sandwich and said, eat. Daily latest due date. He nodded slowly, and while focusing on the road, took a bite out of the sandwich. That action made me shiver. Honestly, was my body going to react like this every time Apollo did something? I wasn't sure I could handle it. Apollo continued to eat the sandwich I fed him, and once he finished, I knew he was satisfied. Then I ate the other half. It was only silent for a while before I broke it to say, I don't know if you know that I was training to be a pack doctor. Apollo looked at me and then back at the road. Yes, I knew that. Of course he did. Why wasn't I shocked? Obviously he did some sort of background check on me. Scan with cam scanner background check on me. Daily latest due date. Well, I do like to continue my training and work as a professional. I glanced to see his reaction. Of course, there isn't a problem with that. Apollo's response shocked me. You okay with it? I asked. Yes, why wouldn't I be? Apollo looked at me. I thought I was going to be engaged in queen duties all day. Or I wasn't allowed because I was going to be a queen. I admitted. There is no reason why you cannot be a doctor and a queen. You obviously have a talent and are passionate about being a pack doctor. Those two things are precious, and I would never take them away from you. Apollo smirked when he saw my reaction. Have some faith in me, little one. I am not as bad as you think. Apollo teased. I didn't trust my voice, so I just nodded instead. Who knew Apollo would agree, silly? I planned out in my head the other steps I would take because I was sure he'd disagree. But he had proved me wrong. It was at that moment that I yawned, and Apollo chuckled. That sent sparks down my spine. His laugh made me feel all fuzzy inside. I guess you're not an early riser. Apollo smiled. Daily latest due date. I shook my head and Apollo said, Sleep, little one. Didn't me telling twice. My eyes began to close once I relaxed, and the last words I heard before falling into a deep slumber were, Soon we will be home. Chapter 11. When I woke up, I realized I was empty in the car anymore. I rubbed my eyes and glanced at around the unfamiliar surroundings. It was clear I was in a room, most probably Apollo-esque by his strong scent being everywhere. I sat up and looked around, but he was empty here. My belongings were though they were scattered all over the room. I took the time to admire his room. The bed was massive, probably a super king. He had a massive TV on the wall and two sofas near the massive windows. He also had a balcony. Daily latest update, the color scheme was all gray and black. As much as I loved the room, I felt like it told me how busy Apollo was. The TV remotes all had dust on them, like he hadn't picked them up in ages. Apollo must have worked really hard if he was hardly in his room, and that made me admire him a lot more. For some reason I felt like it was my duty to make sure Apollo got his rest, because he clearly needed it. Elena's words came back to me. Apollo had been dealing with a lot because he hadn't found his mate. Now that I was here, would it make his life easier? I hoped so. I got out of the comfy bed and opened the bedroom door. There was no one on this floor, or no one I could see. Maybe I should find Apollo. My wolf certainly agreed. Daily latest update. No, I think that would be a bad idea. I should just stay in the room and unpack. There isn't a reason for me to find him. Once I closed the door, I looked at all my stuff and then around the room. There was plenty of space here, but the issue I had was where do I put it? How are his things to make space for mine felt wrong. Damn it. Maybe I did need to find him. Sighing, I walked toward the door yet again when a knock sounded. I knew it was Apollo because my wolf would be going crazy. It must be some guard who Apollo sent. I opened the door and there stood Savanah. Great, just great. She was the last person I wanted to see, and it was clear from her facial expression that I was the last person she wanted to see too. Can I help you? I asked. Where is Dimitri? She replied, why? I questioned, not liking the fact she wanted to see Apollo. Look, you need to learn to mind your own business. First you embarrass me in front of all those people, and now you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Savanah spat. Oh, I am so sorry. Like I meant to find my mate who just happened to be your daddy. Get over yourself. And if you want to speak to Apollo, then find him yourself. CL early whatever you want to talk to him about isn't any of my business anyway. I shrugged my shoulders. Wow, you raise so pathetic and childish. Savanah sighed off. I don't want to see you here. I glared at her and was about to shut the door when the atmosphere suddenly changed. It became more electric and there was only one person who could do that, Adonis. My gaze found his as he walked up the stairs toward me. I swallowed a lump in my throat. Apollo was really hot. Damn it. No, lax me. You shouldn't be having these dangerous thoughts. What is going on here? Apollo asked. I watched as Savanah fixed her hair and adjusted her boobs. This girl had no shame. I glared at Apollo. You and your girlfriend sort out your shit. I don't have time for this. Without waiting for a response, I slammed the door shut and leaned against it. I hadn't even been here a full day and already I found some drama. What I should have done was go sit on the bed and wait for Apollo to come in. But instead I found myself listening. Apollo let out a large sigh, and I heard Savanah Ryan talk, but Apollo shut her down. This floor is meant for me and my mate only. You know you shouldn't be here at all. All you've done is cause me more problems. Guilt began to eat away at my heart. Was I too harsh on him? Clearly, he was impressed with Savanah and wanted to get out of this situation. Now, if I was in my right senses, I would have left them to deal with whatever it was. However, I was in my right senses all because I didn't do that at all. Instead, I opened the door, catching them both by surprise, while Apollo looked relieved to see me. This bitch needed to learn her place. As a matter of fact, I take back what I said. I need Apollo, and since he is my mate, I get top priority. You should make an appointment. although I can guarantee he will see you. He is a very busy man. By now, I am sure you remember the way down. I smiled sweetly at Savanah before grabbing Apollo's hand and bringing him back inside the room. I heard her mutter bitch before leaving. Maybe now she got the hint. Apollo had a massive grin on his face as he looked at me. Don't flatter yourself. She was pissing me off. And I really did need you for something. I told him. His stupid grin didn't go away. It became bigger. It made his whole face light up and his eyes sparkle with joy. Wow, he looked so hot like that. No, I shook my head to clear those thoughts. Damn Apollo and his sexy grin. What the hell was he doing to me? My wolf was going crazy seeing Apollo smile like that. He looked at me and said, "You just claimed me as yours, little one. Me and my like and are very happy." His words caused me to gasp. Did I really? Holy shit. I did. I claimed Apollo as my Maddie. I didn't even realize I accepted him. I turned to Apollo and asked, "What about you?" He smirked at me and grabbed my hand to pull me closer to him. That action caused sparks to shoot down my spine, which I couldn't help but love. I already claimed you the first time I met you. Remember? He whispered in my ear. I didn't trust my voice, so I just nodded. Apollo lifted my chin up so I was staring into his eyes. "If you want me to, little one, I would claim you in front of the entire world. Then everyone would know you are mine," Apollo said. I gasped at the lust and sincerity present in his eyes. I knew he was telling the truth. It was hard to tell. My walls I had built up were crumbling slowly, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Apollo had me in a trance that I never wanted to get out of. Chapter 12. "Well, you called me here for a reason, so let me help you unpack," Apollo said. SMI are king at me. What? My mind was all over the place. Unpack? Unless you've decided that you didn't need my help after all. Then ILLG street go. Apollo shrugged his shoulders. Wait, I do need your help to put the heavy stuff away. I rambled. Since when do I ramble? Oh right. Since I found out Apollo was my mate. Apollo just stood there and smirked. First you claim me as your mate, and now why you call me strong? Best day ever. I didn't call you strong. My cheeks felt warm. Maybe not directly, but you implied it. He smiled. I rolled my eyes and pointed toward the boxes. Right. Let us unpack then, Apollo said. It took us about half an hour to unpack all my things. Obviously Apollo was allowed to unpack my clothes or undergarments, much to his dismay. Men, they have a one-track mind. Once we unpacked, Apollo took me downstairs where Beckett and Olivia were. Wow, I didn't think we'd see the two of you today. Beckett winked, as if you and Olivia were bad when you first met. In fact, if I recall correctly, the you didn't come out of your room for 3 days. Apollo replied. Olivia blushed and Beckett pushed Apollo. Okay, enough. What should we do now? Olivia asked. How about a tour? I don't really know where anything is in this massive place, I suggested. Olivia's eyes lit up. That's such a good idea. Of course you wouldn't know where everything is. Let us go. Guys. Okay. Laxmi. This is the time you can look for potential exit points. Take notes. BS information is useful. I didn't really pay much attention to Olivia's explanation as she took me on the TOUR. The men were trailing behind. What I noticed on this tour was that every exit was guarded. Apollo was clearly very strict about who enters and who leaves. For some reason, the thought of not being able to leave didn't make me sad. The very fact I was thinking about leaving was now causing me sadness. A few hours in Apollo's presence and I was feeling like this. The mate bond was thing very powerful indeed. Olivia showed me where the kitchen was, and as we entered, many people left. These people stopped and higher steps and bowed to me. What the hell? I didn't want to be bowed to. It made me feel weird. Olivia sensed my discomfort and pulled me ahead of the boys to whisper, "I know why you ray not used to people. Bowing to you, but it's their way of showing their respect to you. Lax me. These people have prayed for you to arrive and help their king." Her words stuck with me. Apollo was alone for so long his people must have given up hope as well. I guess Apollo finding me was the best thing for him and his people. Wow was turning into a softie, but I was mad about that. Once the tour was done, Apollo and I said our goodbyes. Apollo told me he'd meet me upstairs after he'd ordered food for us. I hugged Olivia before heading back to the room. Apollo's heavenly scent lingered in the air, and I breathed it all in. His scent warmed me. It was an amazing feeling. Kate's necklace caught my eye, and I walked over to it. If only he had given it to me sooner, I thought as I ran my hands over it. If he had returned my feelings sooner, then I wouldn't be in this mess. However, something deep inside me told me that Kate was never the one for me, that he was never going to keep me eternally happy. Sighing, I picked up the necklace to chuck in the bin. As much as I didn't want to. It was for the best. I didn't need any reminders of my past lying around here. Before I could chuck it in the bin, Apollo walked in, his gaze immediately narrowed on the necklace. "Why are you holding that thing?" he asked, closing the door. "Well, the web." I didn't get a chance to reply as Apollo stepped even closer to me, his chest rising up and down. "Why are you sad over this necklace?" His deep voice caused sparks to shoot down my spine. "I am not sad over this necklace. In fact, I was going to again." My sentence Rima and Eden finished, this time because I looked into Apollo's eyes. His stunning hazel eyes were switching to black. I knew what that meant. His lichen was in control. My heart was racing faster and faster, but not from nerves, from excitement. I blame my wolf for that. "Tell me the truth. I saw the way that boy looked at you." Apollo spat. "Oh shit. Don't tell me he figured out that Kate is the one who broke my heart." My mouth opened, ready to tell a lie, but one look into Apollo's eyes shut it real quick. I felt compelled to tell him the truth. Yes, Kate is the one who broke my heart. But now all he does is make me feel uncomfortable, Allie. I hate being in the same room with him anymore. This necklace was only in my hands because I was going to chuck it in the bin. I explained. The necklace fell from my hand and dropped into the bin. Without wasting a second, Apollo picked me up and placed me on top of the trees SER. He buried his face in my neck, causing me to gasp. That small action of his made the desire for me to run my hands through his hair. Scanned with cam scanner, my hands found Apollo's soft hair on their own accord. Apollo let out a groan. Gosh, why was that so X? That sound caused my core to tighten, and I clenched my thighs. Apollo would smell my desire, although he was making it hard to disguise it. Lips trailed from my jaw to my neck, and I closed my eyes, relishing in the contact. I gasped as I felt him nip at my neck. "If you think about running away, I will find you. And what I do, I'll show you why people have nightmares about me." Add-on is whispered in my ear. He walked out of the room, leaving me flustered and incredibly turned on. Chapter 13. My brain was still processing what just occurred moments ago when the door opened. My eyes wide as I saw Apollo stalking toward me. What was he going to do now? On second thought, "I am not going to give you a chance to leave me," he stated. Before I could reply, Apollo kissed me. His warm lips pressed against my own and sent sparks down my body. Holy wide as he has some amazing lips. My thoughts were consumed by this kiss and Apollo's amazing lips. Please, don't let this moment end. I want to keep kissing his lips till my last breath. A knock at the door made us both break apart. I wanted to scream, curse whoever decided to play with me. The flustered maid entered and placed the tray of food down before quickly retreating. Poor thing. It didn't take a genius to know something was going on before she entered. Daily latest update, how embarrassing. She probably thinks we can't keep our hands off each other. You and like me. Apollo had a smirk on his face. I wanted to punch that smirk off his face. Or did I want to kiss it? One kiss and I am acting like this. This is just great. Enjoy that? He asked. Yes, I mean no. I shook my head. You know it isn't fair for you to distract me with your sinfully good lips. I can't play in it really. I think I should be telling you that. Seeing your lips swollen from my CK on them makes you look even more sexy, Apollo said, putting a piece of my air behind my ear. I shivered from his touch. It has been a long day today. You need to eat and get some rest. Tomorrow scan with cam scanner. Tamin and ate on and told me we start training. Apollo told me. Train. Me. I was confused. I want my queen to be able to defend herself. And I know that you are more than capable, Apollo explained. My mouth dropped open in shock. I cowled and to believe what I was hearing. Apollo had a slight smile on his face as he closed my mouth. Your lack of faith wounds me. Little. One, keep an open mind and you might not be so shocked next time. Apollo chuck lead. Apollo told me. He'll be back later. And I was left alone to my own thoughts, which was another and Jairus thing. Well, now I felt like an idiot. I should have known Apollo was different when he had no issue with me continuing my training to be a pack doctor. Daily latest update. In my head, I made him out to be a tyrant who doesn't let his mate do anything. But he was proving me wrong in every aspect. Those stupid romance books. This is why I should read them. A part of me was looking forward to training. It would be much different from my pack training as everyone was a lichen. I jumped off the dresser and made my way to the tray of food. Everything smelled divine. I need to be best friends with the chef because this food was so good. After my delicious dinner, I got ready for bed. And when I saw the mark from Apollo's attack on my neck. I actually didn't mind it at all. It was like his little mark to show people I was taken. The bed was calling my name after today. Obviously, I didn't sleep straight away because that would be weird. I spent an hour on my phone, catching up on social media and letting my family know I was alibi. No one was worried though. Mom assumed I would be spending time with Apollo and was shocked to see my text. Typical. They probably thought I would be having sex or something. I would have said no sex for a while, but after getting a taste of Apollo's lips, I wasn't sure how long I would last. I'd cross that bridge when I come to it. Right now I needed to sleep. Putting my phone on charge, I let my eyes close and sleep take over. Normally my wake-up calls are my mom yelling my name up the stairs, or my street-up alarm, which is always so loud. However, this morning none of that happened. My wake-up call was because I felt someone playing with my hair. Dejectedly, I opened my eyes and saw Apollo lying there and casually playing with my hair. He looked so relaxed as he twirled my hair around his fingers. Definitely the best wake-up call ever. Finally awake. Apollo smiled. Daily latest update. I probably would have slept longer if you didn't start playing with my hair. I admitted. If I could, then I would stay like this forever. But we need to get up for training. Apollo sighed, while I stretched and grabbed my phone to check my messages. Apollo got out of bed and went to get ready. Thankfully for me and my sanity, Apollo was wearing clothes. He didn't sleep shirtless, although his top looked like it would rip when he stretched. I messaged Darius, who told me he wouldn't be replying for the next few days with a winky face. Gross. I didn't want to know that. By the time I had checked through my phone, Adonis was ready. Gosh, he looked hot, but I shouldn't stare. That top stuck to his muscles, and the short showed his impressive bulge. No, lax me. Stop looking. Daily latest update. I jumped out of bed and rushed to get ready. My mind was going crazy. I got ready in record time in some shorts and a tank top. I had a sports bra underneath, but I didn't think I should go out in that. For my sake and Apollo's sake. Apollo was sitting on the bed, but his eyes locked onto mine as I walked out. He didn't say anything but instead took my hand. And we left. For some reason I felt different. I looked at Apollo and noticed he had freckles on his cheeks, but I never noticed that before. Granted, they were subtle, but still. I felt taller too. Was I going crazy? Apollo led us both past the kitchen and straight outside to the training grounds. Surprisingly, there were lots of people already here. Clearly they must love training. Why do I feel different? My eyesight is sharper, and I feel taller. I whispered to Apollo. "You'll figure it out," he replied and walked off with a smug look on his face. What was that? Why Calden he just give me a straight answer? My gaze found Reese and Elena. Elena will know. Reese went over to Apollo, and I beckoned Elena over. "Hey, first training session with the lichens." She smiled. "Yeah, but I called you over because I woke up today and there's been some more changes. For some reason I feel taller, and my eyesight has definitely gotten sharper. Do you think I am going crazy?" What I expected from Elena was her to look at me like I was going insane. However, I didn't expect a massive hug and her to have a big grin on her face. It made me wonder what the hell I didn't know, but Elena and Apollo did. "You ray so funny. Lax me. You ray changing to a lichen. It's amazing to see your body change. Enjoy it." Elena laughed. "Oh shit. Somehow I forgot about that part, or didn't he realize how soon it actually happened? A small part of me was looking forward to changing. Being a lichen seemed so cool, and having heightened senses would definitely come in handy. My gaze found Apollo, who was talking to Reese. Now I realize why he had a smug look on his face. Obviously he wouldn't tell me because for him it's more fun for me to find out myself. My gaze lowered to Apollo's lips. I wanted to kiss them so badly. One taste of them, and I was hooked. My thoughts were interrupted by Apollo's announcement that training would commence. I had no idea where to go or what to do. But this time Apollo called me over. I listened to him and Reese explaining how today's training would progress. First, here was a technique that Apollo and Reese would demonstrate, and then we'd have to practice that move. Then we'd separate into groups, so the ones who had trained before me could actually learn from the beginning. It didn't sound too bad until I heard it would be a 4-hour training day with BREAs in between. Suddenly I wanted to be back in my bed so badly. But I was stuck here. Elena stood next to me as Apollo and Reese went to teach this technique. I found myself in a trance. My eyes focused on Apollo and only him. He made this look so sexy that I just cowed and tear my gaze away. I only realized long I must have been staring when Apollo closed my mouth and told me, "You were drooling." His lips curved into a sexy smirk as he moved away from me. He did that on purpose, trying right in front of me to get my reaction. Well then, to can play at that game. Apollo, you better watch out. Chapter 14. Thoughts were running through my head on how I could get back at Apollo. Admittedly, it was a lot harder than I thought because his gaze was always on me. Thankfully Elena was here, her help would prove valuable. I waved her over, and she came with a massive smile on her face. "Hey bestie, still can't believe you right here. And I can see you whenever I want to." She smiled. "You ray crazy, but I still love you. Anyway, I called you here because I need your help." Apollo purposely, I started to say, purposely trained in a way that made you feel hot all over and have this desire for him. Elena asked. My mouth dropped open for a second time today, and Elena laughed before closing it. Daily latest update, don't forget I also have a mate and all men are the same. They want to get a Ray Chyan out of you. She rolled her eyes. How did you get back at Reese? I asked, desperate for any ideas. Simple. No sec for 2 days. Of course. After that, Reese has never pulled anything like that again. Deprive a lichen of sex with their mate, and they will do absolutely anything to change that. Sex with their mate is something that lichens cannot live without. Elena explained, That's good to know, I guess. But I haven't had sex with Apollo yet, so that doesn't help me at all. I sighed. What? Elena yelled. Daily latest update. I looked at her in shock. and she lowered her voice before replying. You haven't had sex with the king yet. How is that even possible? Because we both aren't ready. I looked at her in confusion. Oh please. Lax me. We both know he's more than ready. You raised the problem here. Eleanor raised her eyebrows. Why did I feel personally attacked? Was Eleanor trying to tell me? No mo thing something. How did we even get to this topic? I am not ready to take our relationship to the next step, but I still don't have a way to get back at him. I pouted. Cheer up. Maybe you can tease him with the idea of sex. Eleanor suggested. That seemed like a good idea until I looked at Apollo and my eyes traveled down to his sexy lips. Yeah, I have a feeling that it would be more tortuous for me to tease him. You'll think of something. Eleanor smiled. Apollo made us all practice the move he demonstrated so many times. I was parody with Eleanor, which was fine by me. The problem was I felt Apollo's gaze on me the whole time. I so badly wanted to turn around and look at his captivating eyes. But I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Daily latest update. Once Apollo was happy with the practice session, he announced, Good. Now I want all the advanced lycans to go and pick up those javelins and spears over there. The other lycans. You'll need to take a seat. Great. Our king teaches us the old way. Why can't we just use guns like other pack KS? A lycan complained. Apollo let out a low growl, which made everyone freeze in their tracks. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I watched Apollo make his way over to the lycan. Both Reese and Eleanor looked at me in worry. They were afraid that Apollo would lose his temper. What if your guns run out of bullets? Don't you want to learn another fighting opine just in case? You forget that your king is old. So learning old techniques is a given. I train my people to have strong lycans as well being strong in their human form. A gun is useless when it is without bullets. Don't underestimate my training. Your punishment is to run around this field 30 times. No stopping. Apollo set the male lycans dry GHT. Daily latest update. Reese and Eleanor let out a sigh of relief as Apollo drew his gaze away from the lycan and walked away. The male lycan sighed and began his laps around the field. Next time he would be Kate Weiss about saying something that stupid. Apollo glanced at me, and I saw his shoulders relax. Wow, I didn't know I was that much of a help to him. It made me feel warm inside. After that fiasco, Apollo said, Beginners, please sit down and watch the others. I don't want you harming yourself or anyone else. I swear he looked at me when he said that. Does he think I am that stupid? Whatever. At least I can sit down and watch Apollo chuck a spear. His arm muscles would be on display. What am I saying? Snap out of it. Lax me. Sighing. I was just about to walk over to some seats when I felt a breeze under my top. What in the world? I looked down and saw my top was up. When I glanced to my CD, I almost laughed. Some idiot was holding his spear the wrong way and the sharp point had managed to get under my top. Seriously, this guy was asking for a death wish. If Apollo found out. That is. Also, I don't want to die today because I still need to think of a way to get back at Apollo. I was about to tap the idiot on the shoulder when he started to walk away. Daily latest update. Oh shit. My top began to rip. And I watched in horror. There was now a big rip on the side of my top. Mother. This idiot needed to be kicked in the balls or kicked anywhere to knock some sense into him. Didn't anyone tell him how to hold a spear? I am no expert, but I am pretty sure why don't he hold the pointy bit away from you. My gaze immediately went to Apollo, who was talking to Reese. Thank he didn't see that. Suddenly an idea popped into my head, and I smirked. Revenge is sweet. Apollo. Without him seeing me, I sat in a seat and turned so the only visible side was the good side, where the top had ripped. I started a conversation with the people around me so it looked like I was sitting like that to talk to people. Thankfully everyone was super lovely and treated me like a normal person rather than a queen. Scan with cam scanner. They were all respectful though. never asking questions about my relationship with Apollo, but rather about my life before. Apollo and the others got on with their spear throwing as I chatted and kept looking to see if Apollo was looking at me. Unfortunately, that meant I cowled and he stared at Apollo's impressive arm muscles. Hitch was a letdown, but never mind. I would get another opportunity, okay? Now it's your turn. Pair up with one of the advanced lichens. I will be supervising. Apollo snatched me out of my talk. Elena waved me over, and I rushed over. Her mouth dropped open when she saw my top. Who did that? She asked. I replied, we need to get another top on you before Demetrius and flips. Elena said, her eyes wide. Well, the thing is, I am not going to do that. I have a sports bra underneath anyway. It's not a big deal. I shrugged my shoulders, judging by Elena's reaction. It clearly was. I am not stupid. I knew Apollo would 100% react, and that was what I wanted. Without caring, I tore the rest of the shirt off and chucked it to the side. Elena's eyes widened even more, and she looked around frantically. Calm down and help me. I rolled my eyes. She looked at me and sighed. You're going to make him go crazy. What can I say? It's in my family. I smirked. Elena helped me hold the spear, and by a few goes I had mastered it. After I 3W my spear, the chill went down my spine and a growl was heard. What are you wearing? Apollo's deep voice made me shiver. Elena looked at me worried and stepped away. Shit, was Apollo that scary? I turned around to see him glaring at me, his eyes switching. He was struggling to stay in control. My top ripped. I pointed to my ripped shirt. So you decide to train like that? He asked, breathing heavier. Yes, isn't like I am without clothes. Okay. I have a sports bra on. I rolled my eyes. You might as well be without clothes. He muttered under his breath. Okay. You're overreacting. Please leave and let me get back to training. I smiled sweetly. Apollo growled again, and I saw everyone take steps back. His heated gaze on my body made me feel something so strong. Desire. I think Apollo smelled it because he took off his shirt and placed it over my body. Holy, having a body like his should be illegal. This time I am pretty sure my EYs were so wide. Without wasting a second, Apollo picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. Training is cancelled. Apollo shouted as he walked away with me. What do you think you are doing? Put me down right now. I am not some doll. I shouted. Instead of a reply, I got a smack on my ass. I growled. Keep talking. Little witch, little one. And I'll keep hitting your ass until it is bright red with my handprint on it. Apollo growled. Well, that made me shut up. There was no way he was smacking my ass anymore. Although the idea didn't repulse me as much as I thought it would. I was changing. My gaze traveled down to Apollo's ass. Wow, he has a fine ass. Shit. Stop thinking about Apollo's ass. This wasn't good at all. Apollo strode past everyone as he made his way back up the stairs. What was he going to do? I recognized his floor and his room. Apollo didn't put me down gently but threw me on the bed. My mouth opened to shout at him but closed when I saw his eyes. They were swirling with desire. I nearly lost control out there, and not from anger. You nearly made me lose control after one smell of your... Apollo ran his hands through his hair. Jeez, that was hot. My whole body felt tingly after hearing him admit that. His EYs dark and even further, and his look of frustration was replaced by a look of determination. Now that I have smelled your desire, I want more. This time I want to taste it. He smirked. I swallowed a lump in my throat. I had a feeling one taste wouldn't be enough for him. I had just become a lichen, filled with new power, but I fainted because I hadn't eaten. Chapter 15. Tea taste. I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. Apollo's smirk widened. his confidence radiating through the room. Yes, taste. Your whole body is calling for me. Little one. He purred, his voice low and seductive. I swallowed hard, feeling a lump form in my throat as Apollo approached. My shy nature took over, and I instinctively retreated up the bed, putting distance between us. His eyes narrowed for a moment before transforming into something primal. Suddenly, I felt like prey, and Apollo the predator. His gaze was intense, filled with a hunger that both thrilled and terrified me. Before I could react, Apollo's strong hands grasped my ankles, pulling me down the bed with a swift motion. A surprised squeal escaped my lips, my heart racing. There's nowhere you can hide from me, he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. I've smelled your desire, and now I am desperate to taste it. My mind reeled. This man would surely be the death of me. I could almost picture my tombstone, death by desire, caused by Apollo. My thoughts scattered as Apollo's lips found my skin, leaving a trail of feather, light kisses from my jaw to my neck. Each touch sent shivers down my spine, igniting a fire within me I didn't know existed. As his kisses continued, my eyes fluttered closed. I found myself yearning for his lips on mine. But Apollo, ever the tease, kissed everywhere but there. He either didn't realize the effect he was having on me or was thoroughly enjoying my growing frustration. Suddenly, a surge of boldness overcame my usual hesitation. If he wasn't going to make the first move, why didn't I? Groaning in frustration, I opened my eyes and grabbed Apollo's head, pulling him towards me and crashing my lips against his. He growled, a sound that reverberated through my entire body, and pressed his lips harder against mine. Apollo positioned himself over me, his body a solid warmth above mine. His lips were incredible, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I pulled him closer, deepening the kiss, losing myself in the sensation. If this was to be my last moment, I'd die happy, having kissed a man who made me never want to stop. Apollo broke the kiss, resting his forehead against mine as we both caught our breath. The air between us was charged with electricity. Well, I didn't expect that, Apollo finally said, his voice husky. Why? Because girls can't make the first move, I retorted, surprising myself with my boldness. No, he replied, his eyes searching mine. Because I thought you were repulsed by me. Why would you think that? I asked, genuinely confused. I'm definitely not repulsed by you. More like... I trailed off, suddenly shy again. Apollo's gaze pierced my own, intense and questioning. More like what? He breathed out. More like fascinated. I gasped as Apollo's lips found my neck once more. You taste so good. Little one. Apollo groaned against my skin, the vibration of his voice sending shivers through me. Demeter tried to stifle her moans, but Apollo's passionate caresses made it nearly impossible. His lips traced a fiery path down her body, igniting sparks of pleasure as they reached her chest. When his hazel eyes locked with hers, Dimitri felt her breath catch in her throat. Never in her life had she seen eyes so full of desire and affection directed at her. Apollo paused, his gaze intense as he trailed back up her body. He leaned in close, his warm breath tickling her ear as he whispered, "Breathe, little one." At his words, Dimitri released a deep breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "What are you doing to me, Apollo?" Dimitri asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "Nothing compared to what you're doing to me," Apollo replied, his lips brushing against her ear. The tenderness in his touch contrasted with the dominant energy radiating from him, making Dimitri's heart race even faster. Apollo sat up, effortlessly lifting Dimitri so she was straddling him. She marveled at his strength, her self-consciousness momentarily forgotten as she admired his sculpted physique. "I just want you to know that you're making this incredibly sexy," Apollo told her, his voice husky with desire. "You liked it?" Dimitri asked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice. I loved it. Little wet, little one. Apollo assured her, his eyes softening. You prove to yourself and to me that you're more confident than you think. There's nothing sexier than seeing a woman embrace her own power. Dmitri felt a surge of warmth at his words, her confidence growing under his praise. You always know exactly what to say to drive me wild, she replied, her cheeks flushing. Before Apollo could respond, Dmitri wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him close for a tender embrace. Apollo chuckled, his strong arms encircling her waist. It held her against his chest. Don't think you're getting out of anything. Little one, Apollo whispered, his voice low and filled with promise. I want my taste. Didn't you already have a taste? Dmitri asked, her body tingling with anticipation. Not enough to quench my hunger for you, Apollo murmured, his lips finding her neck. I want to savor the most intimate part of your body. Just as Dmitri was losing herself in the moment, a voice called out, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Dmitri, ignore it, Apollo said, breaking their embrace to trail his finger down her face. Dmitri shivered in pleasure, torn between desire and the nagging feeling that she should respond. Dmitri, I know you're in there. Please, the voice persisted, growing more insistent. The fog of desire clouding Dmitri's mind began to clear as her brain finally registered who was at the door. With a frustrated growl, she reluctantly disentangled herself from Apollo's lap and made her way to the door. She opened it to reveal none other than Savanah, whose presence immediately set Dmitri on edge. Savanah opened her mouth to speak, but her words died on her lips as her eyes raked over Dmitri's disheveled appearance. Dmitri knew she must look a sight, with her swollen lips, two-souled hair, and Apollo's shirt barely covering her body. Yes, can I help you? Dmitri asked, her voice with irritation at the intrusion. Savanah's eyes narrowed, a hint of jealousy flashing across her face as she spat out. Why are you wearing his shirt? I rolled my eyes. Why are you still here? I think Apollo already told you that you are not welcome here. What do you want? Apollo asked, standing over me. Well, I wanted to ask you if Savanah railed off, her eyes lowering. My eyes narrowed on her, and I spun around to see Apollo standing there shirtless. This bitch was checking out my mate. Growling, I pushed Apollo away and slammed the door so now it was just me and Savanah. You have no shame checking out my mate, do you? I glared at her. He was meant to be my mate, Savanah said. Yes, he was meant to be, but he found me, and you are no longer in the picture. This is the last warning you'll get from me. You better leave me and Apollo alone. Don't come on this floor again because you are not welcome. I spat out, not even giving her a chance to answer. I left her outside and went back inside. Adonis was standing there with a confused look on his face. You can throw me over your shoulder when I am wearing a sports bra, but I can't get angry when your ex is blatantly checking you out. I rolled my eyes. Daily latest update, you look hot when you're angry. Jealousy suits you. Apollo smirked. Next time put a shirt on, I replied, going straight to my wardrobe to find another shirt. Once I was dressed, I decided to leave this room. Staying in the same room with Adonis wouldn't be a good idea. Where are you going? Apollo asked. I don't know. Somewhere, I replied. Well, I guess the moment is ruined now. I'll have to get my teeth. Apollo winked at me. Or never at all, I retorted. We both know that I will get that taste soon. What I want, I get. Apollo, daring me to defy him. We'll see about that. I raised my eyebrows and left the room before Apollo could hold me back. Fate was on my side because as soon as I came down the stairs, Olivia was walking in. Hey, Olivia, Olivia, I called out to her. She spun around and gave me a massive smile. Laxmi, good to see you. Come and help me in the kitchen. She spotted Apollo behind me and added, if you aren't too busy. I glanced at Apollo and then back at Olivia. No, I am not busy. I'll help you. Apollo watched with a scowl on his face as I walked away with Olivia. Seeing the desire in Apollo's eyes made me wonder if playing with Apollo was going too well for me. Chapter 16. So, what is going on between you two? Olivia asked as soon as we were in the kitchen. I have no idea what you're talking about, I answered. Sure you don't. That's why Dimitri had a scowl on his face when you came with me. Did you two argue? Olivia questioned. I sighed. No, we were actually having a good time, but Savanah knocked on the door and ruined it. For you or for him? Olivia raised her eyebrows. Me, obviously. That girl always turns up at the wrong time. I complained. Because of her. You're taking your anger out on Dimitri now. Olivia looked at me with a smile. Well, she's only knocking on our door because of him. Then he decides to open the door with no shirt on. So of course she starts checking him out. I vented. So the whole thing is because you are jealous. Olivia laughed. What's so funny? I bet if the same thing happened to you, then you would be jealous too. I rolled my eyes. You're right. But it's nice to see someone act like this over Dimitri. He needed someone like you in his life. Olivia smiled. You think so? I asked. 100%. You both complement each other so well. It's unbelievable the effect you've had on Han in such a short space of time. Olivia said I guess we do. I thought about Olivia's comment. We can all see the change in Dimitri. And I know that you got thrust into this whole thing quite suddenly. But I can see a change in you too. Olivia commented. Ni hao. I was curious. You have a glow. Like you're in your bubble of happiness that no one can burst. It doesn't take a genius to figure out who is making you so happy. Olivia nudged me. Did you change to a lichen? I asked. No, but I'm guessing you are worried about the change. Olivia guessed correctly. I nodded. And she sighed. Most werewolves don't struggle as the changes aren't too drastic that they can't cope. However, there are a few who suffer because they can't handle the changes. They find it too much. You being mated to the king means you'll have enhanced senses like him, which might be difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, it's all new for everyone, so we don't know. But with Dimitri by your side, I am sure that you'll be fine. Plus, you're not a weak werewolf. Wow, that was a lot of information to take in but useful. A part of me was terrified for the change, but the other part was excited. Being a lichen would mean I would have all these enhanced senses, which was so cool. It also meant I would be on par with Apollo. Thanks, Olivia. I smiled and hugged her. Anytime. Now you can either help me bake some cookies, or you can go to your mate. Olivia winked. No, help you bake cookies. We could use some time apart. I replied. Olivia laughed. He has spent enough time away from you. But this way you can bring him some cookies. I'm sure he deal of that. Rolling my eyes, I put all my worries to the back of my mind and helped Olivia bake. Honestly, it felt nice to have some girl time, but I found myself missing Apollo. Was this how it would always be? This feeling like I was empty without him. I wanted to ask Olivia but decided against it just in case she thought I was being silly. Maybe I was being silly. Maybe I was being extra needy because of the changes my body was going through. Once the cookies were baked, Olivia put some on a plate and handed it to me. Go to your mate now. She chuckled. This time I didn't say anything but just smiled. I walked out of the kitchen and looked around the massive place. Where would he be? His addictive scent filled my nostrils, and I smiled. My feet moved on their own, following his scent. I was outside a door, which I presumed was his office. Being polite, I decided to knock, but I didn't even have to. The door flung open, and Apollo was standing there with a tense look on his face. I made cookies, I said, looking up at him. His tense expression faded, and he smiled. Come in. Little one. Apollo moved out of the way so I could enter. Smiling, I went into his office. Obviously, it was massive, but it was also very organized. Apollo had massive filing cabinets, and everything was labeled. There weren't papers lying everywhere, and it was very clean. This man never fails to surprise me. Apollo took a seat on his chair and raised his eyebrows. Are you going to stand the whole time? 10 what? No, I was just looking at your office. I mumbled, sitting down and placing the plate of cookies in front of him. Did you have fun with Olivia? Apollo asked while picking up a cookie from the plate. Yeah, it was nice to chat with her, I replied. Apollo nodded and took a bite of the cookie. He moaned and said, These are amazing. My brain couldn't even form a response. I was struggling to control my desire after hearing him moan. Apollo was totally oblivious to my peril as he devoured all the cookies. He even made eating cookies look hot. How was I going to survive? My stupid mind took me to fantasy land, where I imagined Apollo lying me down on his desk and his lips traveling lower and lower until they reached my core. Lax me. Apollo's voice made me jump. Yes, I asked, clearing my throat. Are you all right? You look flustered. Apollo looked at me, concerned me. I'm fine, I replied. Apollo didn't look convinced, but he nodded anyway. Shit. This wasn't good at all. My whole body felt like it was on fire all of a sudden. I shifted uncomfortably on my seat as Apollo continued to look at me weirdly. What was going on with me? It'll be back. I stood up and rushed out of his office. My legs felt weak, but I pushed myself to run toward the room. I ignored the concerned looks I got from the guards, as my focus was getting to my room. As soon as I reached it, I went straight into the bathroom and locked it. I was breathing heavily as I splashed cold water on my face. It didn't help. I felt weak, and I had no idea why. My knees collapsed, and I fell to the ground, groaning. I tried to stand up, but I kept falling down. Holy shit. This wasn't good at all. Suddenly I felt the urge to throw up, and with my legs deciding they didn't want to work, I had to quickly make my way to the toilet. It took all my strength to crawl toward the toilet and empty out my stomach's contents. I thought I'd feel better after throwing up because it could have been something I ate that was making me feel sick. However, that was the case. Lax me. Apollo's worried voice made its way to my ears. This time I couldn't even say anything. My breathing was getting heavier. Lax me. Answer me. Are you in here? Apollo was now banging on the door. As I still couldn't formulate a single word, my eyes locked on the bottles of shampoo and conditioner that were on the edge of the bathtub. Using all my energy, I moved toward the bathtub and knocked the bottles, causing them to fall into the bathtub and make a loud noise. That's it. I'm coming in. Apollo's voice sounded frantic. The door came straight off its hinges, and in the doorframe stood Apollo. He looked terrified, and I found myself wanting to comfort him. He placed the door outside and rushed toward me, carefully picking me up. Lax me. Holy shit. What is happening? I need you to focus on my voice and stay awake. Don't you dare close your eyes. You hear me? Apollo was rushing. The warmth radiated by Apollo made me want to close my eyes, but I didn't let them. Apollo was running so fast, his fear evident. Again, I just wanted to hug him and tell him everything would be okay, but I couldn't. My heart broke for the pain Apollo must be going through right now. I had no idea what was going on in me, and it was clear he didn't either. Get thee out of my way, Apollo growled to some guards, who quickly cleared the way when their eyes found me. Honestly, I probably looked a mess. Where's the Apollo shouted. He carefully laid me down on the bed, causing me to shiver. I missed his warmth. A doctor came running in and looked horrified when she saw me on the bed. Did I look that bad? What's wrong with my mate? Apollo growled. He was losing control and the poor doctor looked shit scared. This man, he needed to learn to control his temper. I lifted up my arms, catching the doctor's attention, and she looked at Apollo before saying, I think the Queen wants you to hold her. Apollo's gaze snapped to mine and softened. He didn't even wait before picking me up again and embracing me in his warmth. He'll find out what's wrong. Don't worry. The doctor sounded determined. As she started her examination of me, my eyes started to close. I tried my hardest to fight it, but it was a battle that I was in. No. Little one, stay with me. Apollo patted my cheeks in an attempt to keep me awake. Nothing was working, my eyes were closing. The last thing I saw was Apollo's hazel eyes full of worry and him telling me, "Please don't leave me." Chapter 17. Do you ever feel like you're in an amazing dream that you never want to wake up from? Yes. Then you must also know the pain when you are rudely awoken by some stupid person who has no idea how fully invested you were in your dream. I mean, who wants to be woken up and faced with the harsh reality of life, where nothing happens the way it does in your dream. That's what happened to me. The stupid beeping from some machine, along with someone deciding to poke me with a needle, was how I awoke. Not very nice. Imagine. My dream, which was amazing, might I add, was broken because of this. Groaning, I blinked a few times, giving my eyes time to adjust to the light. Obviously, I expected to see Apollo, but that was not who I saw when I opened my eyes. I saw some nurse, who poked my hand with a needle, but no sign of Apollo. The bright light caused me to shut my eyes again, but I opened them soon after, looking around the room. Apollo was clearly not here. Where was he? And why was I finding this stupid light so bright till it? Oh, you're awake. The nurse stood over me and flashed a light into my eyes. I hissed and swatted it away. Please don't do that. So sorry. Let me go and alert the doctor that you're awake. The nurse rushed out. It wasn't long before the doctor rushed in and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw me looking at her. I noticed she dimmed the lights before coming toward me. What was that about? Oh, my lad. Your Majesty. It is such a relief to see you awake and well. The doctor. Thank you. But can you please call me Laxmi? I asked. The doctor looked horrified and replied, How can I? You are my queen. You are I. Right now, it's right now. I am your patient. Please, call me Laxmi. I pleaded. Okay, just this one time. The doctor relented. Good. What's your name? I should thank the person who saved me. I smiled, Jane. Jane smiled back. So Jane, care to tell me what the hell happened to me? I asked. Well, Ellen, it seems like your body wanted to speed up the process of you becoming a lichen. However, you not eating much meant your body didn't have enough energy to keep up with the changes. Hence, you had no energy to even stand. And you fainted. Jane explained. So I am a lichen now. I questioned. Ma and Novias. You are now officially a lichen. You will notice some changes, one of which being your height and sight. Jane told me. That's why you dimmed the lights. It was beginning to make sense to me now, that's right. Your body may be weak for the rest of today, but eat properly and you will be fine. Laxmi, Jane said. Thank you. Now my next question. Where is my mate? I looked at Jane, whose face turned pale. The king. Well, Jane railed off. Immediately my heart started racing. Had something happened to Apollo? I sat up straight and looked at Jane. Has something happened? I pressed Jane. Jane looked conflicted, like she didn't know if she should tell me or not. Before she could say anything, Olivia walked in and jumped in shock. She didn't know I was awake. Laxmi, you're awake. Olivia rushed over, yes. Now can you tell me where Apollo is? I didn't want to waste any more time. Olivia sighed. I should have known that would be the first thing you would want to know. If you know that, then please tell me. I beg. Dimitri. He wasn't in a good place when you collapsed. He went mad with rage. We got there just in time to hold him back. I thought he was going to attack this poor doctor. He wouldn't even listen to reason. No one could tell him anything and his like a no. Laxmi, his lichen was letting go of you. We tried to explain that you could be dying, but his lichen didn't want to let go of your body. Becca and Miles had to drag him away so you could be treated. Olivia finally told me. It took a while for those words to sink in. Apollo was like that just because I collapsed. He wouldn't even let go of my body. I didn't want to think about the possibility of me not even making it. If this was what he was like if I just collapsed. Where is he? I turned to Olivia. He is in his cell. The one he had to be locked up in before he found you. Olivia trailed off when she saw me getting up. Laxmi, the IVS. Please be careful. Dane warned me. I paid no attention to her as I took them off and put on my shoes, which were lying by the foot of my bed. Thankfully, I was still dressed in my clothes. I want to apologize for my mate nearly killing you. I turned to Jane. No, don't. I can't imagine the pain he was going through seeing you like that. Jane shook her head. Neither can I. Jane, I thought to myself. After everything Apollo had been through, the last thing he needed was this happening. Where are you going? Olivia called after me. I'm going to find my mate. I said walking out of the hospital room. It shouldn't be that hard, especially with my heightened sense of smell. The thought of Apollo being locked up made me want to cry. How could I let him stay there while I lay comfortably in a hospital bed? My head started spinning as I thought of the awful conditions Apollo might be in. I had to get to him. Now, like I thought. My sense of smell made it easy for me to find the place where Apollo was. Miles and Beckett were standing to the side, talking among themselves. Normally I wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying, but now that I was a lichen, it was much easier. I hope she wakes up soon. Seeing Dimitri like this again is awful. Beckett shook his head. I agree, but we will keep him locked up till Laxmi is better. Dimitri would kill us if he knew we made Laxmi go and calm him down when she lost 100%. Miles sighed. Apollo was so lucky to have friends like Beckett and Miles. It was obvious to see their concern for their friend. Beckett's gaze found mine, and he rushed over with Miles hot on his heels. Laxmi, you're okay, Beckett said, relief evident on his face. Yes, Olivia told me what happened. I need to see Apollo. I told them. Of course. We would never stop you. After all, you are our queen. Miles teased. Beckett rolled his eyes, while I laughed. You always know what to say. I smiled. It's a talent that no one else has. Beckett playfully hit Miles on the shoulder, rim flattered. But on a serious note, we are both so glad that you're okay. To get to Dimitri, you'll to go down this staircase. And there is a door to the right. He is in there. Miles told me. Thank you. I smiled. Neither of them looked worried. Rather, they looked relieved. After hearing their conversation, I was surprised. They wanted Dimitri out of that room, which only fueled my suspicions that it was an awful room. I followed Miles' instructions and stopped before the door. My heart was racing fast, not because I was worried that Apollo would hurt me, but rather because I was worried about the conditions he was in. Before I could even open the door, a loud growl that could only be Apollo made me jump. Holy shit, that was much louder than I expected. My ears picked up the sound of chains. Right, this was it. Laxmi, you need to get Apollo out of this room, no backing out now. Without wasting another second, I opened the door and gasped. Black eyes pierced my own. This was not Apollo chapter 18. The black soulless eyes glared at me as I took a deep breath and closed the door. In front of me, Apollo stood, wrapped in chains and breathing heavily, except this wasp Apollo as lichen was very much in control. Having an angry mate is one thing, but having an angry mate who is a lichen is a completely different ballpark. Apollo would never hurt me. I knew that, but his lichen has never been introduced to me, and that scared me. Apollo struggled against the chains. The sound of them made me cringe. I couldn't believe how many there were. But looking at Apollo, it was a shocker as to why. I knew I had to remain calm and take it slow. This was the Apollo I knew. Apollo, I said. His eyes narrowed as I took a step closer. Immediately he started sniffing the air. And again those black eyes connected with mine. Mate, Apollo's lichen said, his deep voice making my heart beat even faster. Should I say something else? My brain was still making up its mind. But that was too slow for his liking. I jumped back in shock when Apollo moved forward, but the chains pulled him back, causing him to let out another growl. Mate. Must get to mate. Apollo was struggling against the chains. My eyes found the places where the chains were digging into his skin, causing him to bleed as he was pulling on the chains so hard. Stop, I said. I had to do something. I cowed and see Apollo cause himself pain. Thankfully, he stopped. He looked at me in question, and I sighed. Please, don't pull on the chains. I need to see Apollo. He growled again, clearly not happy with what I said, but I tried again. Please, I begged. His resolve broke as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This time my eyes connected with Apollo's hazel eyes. The same eyes I realized that I had missed, even though it hadn't been that long. I missed his eyes. Apollo. I smiled. This time I closed my eyes as I heard his familiar voice reply. Laxmi. Hearing his voice made me breathe a sigh of relief. I opened my eyes again and the smile got bigger. You're okay? He breathed out. Yes, perfectly fine. You would know that if you hadn't gone all psycho on that poor doctor. I wanted to see your face when I opened my eyes, but I saw a nurse's face instead. I rolled my eyes. Apollo looked down at the floor. I'm sorry. Little one. When you collapsed in my arms, my leg can cowled and handle it. We only just got you, we cowled and lose you. And you won't. But you and your like and need some serious anger management classes. I told him. I'd do anything for you. But right now I just want to feel you in my arms again. However, that is a bit hard for me right now. Apollo rattled the chains. Oh right. How do I get these off? I looked around for a key. In the corner. Middle shelf. The keys are there. Apollo replied. Let me tell you something. Removing all these chains was hard work. Especially because the chains were all tangled together. And Apollo was being impatient. I swear. I wanted to lock him back up in the chains. Every time I got one chain off, he wanted to touch me. I had to keep swatting his hands away ends. Once I got all the chains off him, he wasted no time in picking me up in his arms. I squealed and wrapped my legs around his waist. Apollo buried his face in my neck and breathed in. Your scent always manages to calm me down. I was really paying attention as I was enjoying being in his warm embrace. Wait, your ear hurt. I saw the chains digging into you. Apollo put me down. I struggled in his arms. Apollo's reply was to hold me tighter. I do not care. I want you in my arms. Just this once. Please don't argue. How could I argue with that? His words sent that warm feeling down my spine, and I snuggled into his embrace. Did you know I am a lichen now? I mumbled. Yes, I can sense it. Little one. Apollo chuckled. My response was to bury my face in Apollo's neck as he carried me up the stairs. Him holding me felt so normal, and I loved it. Dimitri. Your Beckett trailed off. Busy, Apollo said, walking away. Yeah, very busy with your mate. She didn't even save you from killing that doctor. But of course you wouldn't care. Miles muttered under his breath. I can hear you. I told him. What how? Miles spluttered idiot. Shesalican now. Beckett hit him on the head. Oh shit. Better be careful with what I say. Miles said, causing Olivia to laugh and Apollo to sigh. I couldn't help but smile. Miles was such a character. Miles. She helped me become a better person. And that's more than you have done. Apollo replied, smirking at Miles' face. Miles being Miles. He didn't let that get to him as he yelled, we will make sure no one disturbs you to love birds. In going to kill him, Apollo mumbled, as if. He is your best friend, I said laughing. Apollo didn't say anything else as he made his way to our room. Guards bowed as Apollo walked past them. I still was used to that. He opened the door, and I reluctantly detached myself from him. You don't know how worried I was, Apollo said. Well, if you being locked up wasn't a big enough sign that you missed me, then you not being by my side when I woke up was the next sign. I replied, sitting down next to him. I'm so sorry. My lichen. You just took over when you collapsed in my arms. It happened so suddenly. Apollo sighed. Well. I was serious when I said that you both need some anger management classes. I attempted to lighten the mood. Apollo's mouth curved up in a smile. You always know what to say. It's a talent of mine. I winked. You're feeling okay, right? Please tell me you were discharged before you came to get me. Apollo jumped up, and his eyes ran over my body as if he suddenly remembered I was in the hospital. I am fine. And who needs to get discharged anyway? I felt fine. So I left. And I came to get you. Honestly, no one could have stopped me. Plus, what about you? Those chains digging into your skin. I shuddered. Apollo ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Just walked out. That's so careless. And I am fine. I will heal. It's you that I am worried about now. Jane, the doctor, was there when I left. If it was serious, she would have tried to stop me. Well, you're worried about me, and I am worried about you. I rolled my eyes, but still, you should be resting. Don't worry about me. Little one. I heal very fast. Apollo looked concerned. Apollo, I am fine. There is nothing wrong with me. I stood up and turned around as if to say see and made a mental note that lichens heal fast. Apollo sighed and replied, Fine. It's clear I am not going to win this battle. Yes, and I'm a lichen now and heal super fast. I said, using his own words against him. You're a lichen now. Apollo repeated. Yes, I just said that. I looked at him, confused. Apollo suddenly had a massive smirk on his face. Do you know what this means? No, but clearly you do. I replied. You being a lichen means amazing lichen. Apollo didn't get to finish his sentence because someone knocked on the door. Of course, he growled, but I elbowed him in the side. He so needed to learn to control his anger. Look. I know I promised to not let anyone disturb you to love birds, but I think this is an exception. Miles' voice flowed through. Apollo looked unimpressed. So I told him, stop thinking with your dick for once. Miles, this better be important. Apollo called out. I opened the door and gasped. Luna. Chapter 19. Laxmi. Luna smiled and pulled me in for a hug. You're really here? Oh, I missed you. I squeezed her tighter. Yeah, you should thank me for bringing her here and having to suffer through what I heard. Miles dramatically sighed. Luna broke the hug and looked at me in confusion before she said lost. You don't want to know what I heard before the door opened. Miles shuddered. My eyes wide and in shock when I realized what Miles was talking about, and I mumbled under my breath. Stupid, like in hearing. Apollo then decided to make his presence known. Well, your innocent tears could have been spared. If you texted like a normal person. But we aren't normal people. And who said my ears were innocent? Miles winked. Are you sure you want to get into this in front of a certain someone? I have a lot to say. Apollo motioned to Luna. Miles cursed under his breath and quickly changed the subject. Well, anyway, I thought Luna would want to surprise Laxmi. Miles replied, a blush creeping up his cheeks. So that's all for your mate then. Your blush says it all. Apollo smirked. Thankfully, he didn't bring up anything. Luna looked down at the floor, while Miles looked at Apollo like he wanted to murder him EAS. I nudged Luna, who looked at me and Apollo before a smile made its way onto her face. Well, Ivy heard you had been quite busy yourself. Cousin, first, changing into a lichen in the most dramatic way possible, causing your mate to have to be locked up. You know me. I love to be dramatic, I said. Luna laughed and replied, of course. That's why you ran off when you first saw your mate. I rolled my eyes. Oh, come on. That's in the past now. Lou laughed even more. You're too easy to tease. My smile got bigger as Luna laughed. I noticed that Luna had some of her spark back, but I knew she was also trying extra hard to show me she was okay. I wish Apollo made that prick suffer more, but his anger got the better of him. Yet another reason he needed to get his anger under control. So you're moving in here? Apollo asked Luna. Yes. I may have gotten really sick back home, and they told me I needed to come here. Luna looked at me sheepishly. You were sick. Luna, why didn't you call? I gasped. Because I knew you would rush over, and I didn't want that. Plus, when I talked to my therapist, she said that I would heal faster if I surrounded myself with you guys. Luna replied, By that, you really mean Miles. After all, he's your mate, I stated. Miles puffed his chest out like he was proud, and even though it was small, Luna smiled. I also need your love and support. Luna changed the subject, and I'll always be here to give it. I smiled. Really? You won't be too busy with your mate, Queen duties, and doctor training? Luna teased. It'll make time for you. Plus, if I don't have time, your mate will be more than happy to drop what HE's doing. I winked at Miles. Luna just rolled her eyes and turned to Apollo. I just want to say thank you for what you did. Apollo smiled and replied, You don't have to say thanks. I did what any decent person would do. Plus, bastards like that don't belong in my palace, Luna. I want you to know that you'll always be safe in my palace. Thank you. Luna looked unsure of what to call him. You can call me Dimitri, Apollo told Luna. She simply nodded and turned to me. Miles told me you both had been through a lot today, so I'll leave you both alone. I need to unpack anyway. Just as I was about to reply to Luna, Apollo butted in. Thank you. Luna, your cousin will meet you tomorrow. Have fun unpacking. Luna smiled and nodded. She waved goodbye before walking off with Miles close behind her. This guy was amazing. He respected Luna so much that he was walking behind her to give her space. Apollo dragged me inside and shut the door. I don't need dressed, you know. I rolled my eyes. Apollo didn't reply. He just picked me up and placed me on the bed. You talk too much, he mumbled. Getting comfy? I asked. Again. Instead of a response, he just pulled me closer to him. I tried to wriggle away, but Apollo kept a firm grasp on me. I've had a long day being locked up in chains, and I can't sleep properly without you. So we're both taking a nap, Apollo told me. Wow, well done. Lax me. Didn't even think about Apollo and him being locked up. His words ran through my mind. He really can't sleep without me. That made me smile. Why the big smile? Apollo yawned. No reason. I just want to smile. I quickly replied. You're a bad liar, but I have no energy to get the real reason. Apollo's eyes closed. Just sleep. You don't need to worry. Even my eyes started to close. You're the best thing that has ever happened to me. Little witch, little one. Apollo mumbled before his breathing evened out. My smile got even bigger as I fell asleep to the sound of Apollo's heart beating. Nap time is over now. Lovebirds, a loud voice shouted, causing me to bury my face into Apollo's shoulder. What idiot would wake a sleeping female? I could only think of one person. Miles. Miles. I am going to kill you. Apollo's sleepy voice confirmed my thoughts and sent sparks through my body. Who knew his sleepy voice sounded so hot? Oh, come on. You need to get up now. Miles complained. Someone tell him to shut up. His voice is too loud. I swear to God. Miles, I told you to leave them alone, but you never listen. Beckett's familiar voice said. Next time he doesn't listen. Lock him up in that room you locked Apollo in. I yawned. Apollo's deep laughter made his chest vibrate and sent shivers down my spine. Beckett started to laugh as well. Hey, that's not very nice. You're meant to be on my team. Miles replied. This time I sat up and rubbed my eyes. Piece of advice. Miles. Don't ever wake a sleeping female. Beckett nodded like he knew that was true, and Apollo just laid there looking at me with a smirk on his face. I swear, if he doesn't stop smirking, I'll punch him, or maybe I'll kiss him instead. It's been a while since I've kissed his amazing lips. Apollo's smirk got bigger, and I realized I was staring. Shit. Good going. Lax me. My eyes found Beckett and Miles. Beckett looked pleased, while Miles looked disgusted seriously. First, I had to hear your awful conversation, and now I have to watch you to make love with your eyes. Miles shuddered. Make love with our eyes. Is that what it really looked like? My eyes widened in shock, and as I opened my mouth to reply, someone beat me too. And well, whose fault is that? Yours. Whose room are you in right now? Mine. And I can do what I want in my own room. You're welcome to leave. Apollo sounded smug. Of course he did. He thinks I was making love to him with my eyes. Miles. Leave them alone. They'll come for dinner. Dimitri, remember you've got a lot of paperwork to do. Beckett reminded Apollo. Why don't you call him Apollo? I blurted out. Beckett smiled and replied, I can if I wanted to, but I think Apollo is reserved just for you. Tonight. Beckett, I want to get it done tonight. Apollo looked at Beckett. Beckett nodded, while Miles groaned. An all-nighter. I haven't done one of those in ages. Do you ever stop complaining? I asked, causing the men to laugh. Whatever. Miles just rolled his eyes and walked out of our room. Beckett smiled apologetically and closed the door behind him. I wanted to fall back asleep but decided against it because I knew I wouldn't sleep at night. So you were staring at my lips for a long time. Apollo had that smug look on his face. No, I was not. You were imagining things. I scoffed. Oh, right. You were making love to me with your eyes. Apollo now had this massive grin on his face. It made him look sexy. Wait, what? I didn't think that. No, I denied. You keep telling yourself that. Apollo still had that grin on his face. I wanted to punch you because you keep smirking. I rolled my eyes. Punch me? Really? You didn't want to kiss me? Apollo whispered in my ear. Don't tell me he heard me. Wait, how could he? I never said that out loud. And your lack of communication and the fact that your eyes are as wide as saucers gives me all the clarification I need. Apollo looked like he won a battle. Tricking people gets you nowhere. I scoffed, obviously not impressed with the fact that he managed to figure me out that quickly. Well, which well? I don't blame you. You know, I also want to kiss your lips. Apollo shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. Look, if you're going to continue teasing me, I turned to face him. But I didn't get to finish what I was saying. Apollo grabbed me and placed his warm lips on mine. The sudden contact made me groan. Well, and his lips were just so good. Apollo wasted no time, picking me up and placing me on his lap. My hands found his hair and his hands wrapped around my waist. His kisses made my whole body feel like jelly. That's how good he was. Our heated make-out session was paused while we both caught our breath, our foreheads pressed together and eyes closed. I savored this moment where no words were needed. 11. It felt weird to even think about leaving. My whole body protested to the fact. Now that I was a lichen, I needed Apollo just as much as he needed me. Even thinking about leaving made my heart constrict. How quickly things can change over a period of a few days. You know, I would much rather continue this, but I think we should go and have dinner. Apollo broke the moment. I looked at him, confused. My slow brain still fogged with desire. Apollo groaned. Seeing that desire in your eyes is making it very hard for me to control myself. Little one, I'm hungry, and I don't think you'd appreciate it if I feast on you. My eyes widened as I felt my cheeks heat up. I didn't expect that. Seeing my reaction, Apollo chuckled, just like I thought. Come, let's eat proper food. I couldn't believe Apollo just said he wanted to feast on me. It took a genius to figure out what he meant. although embarrassed. I was repulsed by the idea. I mean, with Apollo. Who would be? But remembering his words about him seeing my desire and his control wearing thin, it was best not to think any more about it. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be leaving here anytime soon. Neon. We both stood up and made our way downstairs. Oh, look who decided to turn up, Miles announced as we made our way into the kitchen. Just you wait a few weeks. Then I'll start teasing you. I poked Miles in the ribs. He rubbed the sore spot and shook his head. So mature. Your Majesty. I just laughed, while Apollo rolled his eyes. Stop acting like a child. Miles. Miles pouted. But that pout soon disappeared as soon as Luna and Olivia walked into the kitchen. He straightened up and looked more serious but at the same time nervous. Both Apollo and I looked at each other at the same time and grinned. Seeing Miles change was funny. Oh, hey guys. Hungry? Olivia asked, coming over to us. Yes, what's for dinner? Apollo asked. I believe pasta bake has been made. Olivia made her way to the oven where the pasta bake was. Oh, it's good to have a chef, Miles said. Why are you too lazy to cook? Luna asked, causing Miles's eyes to widen. No, what I mean is well that it is nice to have one when you can't be bothered to cook. Wait. No, that's not what I mean. I had to bite the inside of my cheeks to try not to laugh. Poor Miles seemed so flustered, while Luna just looked at him with her eyebrows raised. She looked unimpressed, but I could see the hint of amusement in her eyes. She was teasing him, and Miles was taking the bait. Let's eat, Apollo said, a slight smile on his face. Beckett joined us as we all sat down to eat. Miles seemed desperate to impress Luna, always asking her if she needed anything. She was a little apprehensive still, but I could see she was slowly opening up to Miles. The mate bond must be helping. Apollo, on the other hand, was too concerned about the pasta bake. When he said he was hungry, he really did mean it. I couldn't believe how many servings he had taken. When I said I couldn't finish my portion, he took mine too. Losing control drains a lot of energy, and he needs to get that back up, Beckett explained. Seeing my shocked face, I nodded slowly, taking in the information. No wonder he was so tired. After dinner was over, Apollo told Beckett and Miles that they'd start work in 1 hour. Miles looked like he was about to complain, but saw Luna and just nodded. Everyone made their way back to their own rooms. When we entered our room, I looked at Apollo. Are you really going to be working all night? Yes, I have to. Little one, too much time was lost today, and I have important issues to deal with. Apollo sighed. Maybe he sensed my change of mood because he said, I am going to go and start now. Hopefully it'll be back before you wake up in the morning. He kissed me on the forehead and left. Suddenly I felt lonely. My heart longed for Apollo, even though I just saw him. The mate bond was so strong. I never imagined it would be like this. Sighing, I got ready in my PJs and climbed into bed. My mood had dropped because I missed Apollo. I know I sounded pathetic, but I couldn't help it. To distract myself, I watched a comedy movie and then action movie. Today's events had drained me, even with the nap I had. My eyes were closing, and it was only 10 p.m. I switched off the TV and decided to let my body rest. As darkness took over me, I hoped that Apollo would be by my side in the morning. Chapter 20. Waking up was always 50-50 with me. Sometimes I would have so much energy, and other times I wouldn't even want to get out of bed. Today I didn't even have the energy to open my eyes, but something was nagging me to check the other side of the bed. So my hand patted the cold side next to me, confirming my thoughts that Apollo never came back. Even though I managed to sleep, it didn't feel refreshing. My head hurt, and I felt super drowsy. This novel will be daily updated and I missed Apollo so much. My feelings had changed so much, but I was mad. Something about spending time with Apollo just made me feel so much better, and him not being here really messed with me. Since I had an awful night of sleep, My body needed more sleep. But before I gave in, my nose caught a whiff of something that smelled like red water. Immediately my heart started racing. Was it Apollo that was hurt? No, I would know if he was hurt. Just as I opened my eyes, a drop of something fell on my face. I touched it and brought it up to my eyes. Holy shit. It was red water. Where the hell did red water even come from? The strong scent made my eyes travel upward, and I gasped. Right above me was a little girl's dead body, hanging from the light. Her lifeless eyes stared right at me, permanently engraving them in my mind. Without wasting a second, I ripped the covers off me and stumbled out of bed. This novel will be daily updated, and it was then I realized the horror of this act. All the bed sheets we soaked in red water. How the hell did I not notice this? All of a sudden, it felt like my senses opened up, as the strong smell of red water made me gag. My whole body was still shaking as I made my way to the door, desperate to get out before the smell made me sick. I didn't even look at the dead body because I knew if I did, I would pass out. My body felt weak. I was pretty sure it had something to do with the gruesome scene in my bedroom. Just as I opened the door, my knees collapsed, causing me to fall. My body was weaker than I thought, since my plan of getting help with my legs failed. I used the next best thing I had, my voice. Adonis. I shouted. Adonis, please. I shouted again, crawling away from the door. I had to get far away from my room. Guards began to rush up, but my mate pushed past them all. His eyes narrowed and his body tense. Seeing his face calmed me down, and I got up and threw myself at him, using the last bit of energy I had. I needed his comforting embrace right now. His arms wrapped tightly around me as I breathed in his delicious scent, trying my best to not smell the red water. I knew that I didn't need to tell him anything. The smell of red water was strong in the air. My thoughts were confirmed by Apollo's loud growl, which caused the windows to shake. Instinctively, I clutched onto him tighter. He made his way to the room, and I forced myself to keep my eyes open because I knew if I closed them, those lifeless eyes would appear. Thankfully, my back was facing the horrific scene, and I was facing the bedroom door instead. Beckett and Miles rushed into the room, gasping in shock and horror. This novel will be daily updated. This was something no one wanted to see, especially since it was a child who was killed, who got into my room while my mate was sleeping. Apollo was furious. Who thinks it's okay to kill a little girl in this vile way? I want to know who. Apollo seethed. His anger caused some guards to take a few steps back. They probably thought he'd lose control. Beckett and Miles didn't look worried. Just concerned, the guards looked at Beckett and Miles, waiting in case they had to restrain Apollo. There was no way that he was getting put in that awful cell again. About on my watch. I breathed in his scent to calm me down, and it seemed that he calmed down as well, tightening his grip around me but releasing a long breath. The guards relaxed and came closer again, waiting to hear orders. Find out what sadistic prick did this and bring him to me. I don't need to tell you to use all measures to make sure this bastard is found. Apollo turned to Beckett and Miles. You know we will. Right now you need to look after your mate. Beckett said. Yeah, she's first priority. We will find the dickhead who pulled this despicable act. Miles sounded serious, his playful demeanor long gone. We'll be in one of the other rooms on this floor. Apollo told his friends before stopping and grabbing a few things and leaving. I didn't even realize when Apollo entered the other room, when he placed me on the toilet seat as he ran the bath. I didn't even get the chance to be embarrassed as he took off my PJs, leaving me in my bra and underwear. My mind was too busy thinking about the events that just took place. Only when Apollo placed me in the warm bath did my terror-stricken face look up at him. I thought lycans are meant to have heightened senses. Why didn't I hear anyone come in? How could I have slept through someone killing and placing that little girl's body above me? How could I not have smelled the red water as it fell onto the sheets? I questioned. Tears fell as I remembered that little girl's body hanging from the light. Apollo wiped the tears away and kissed my forehead. Don't blame yourself. Little one, I should never have left you alone. None of this is your fault. Understand? Someone is playing a sick game with us, but they won't get away with it. Flashbacks of the red water, soaked sheets invaded my mind, and I shuddered. This novel will be daily updated. I looked down at my skin and shook my head. I reached for the flannel and put some soap on it before scrubbing my arms hard. In my mind, I saw the red water of that innocent girl, and I had to get rid of it. Only when Apollo held my hand to stop I and E from scrubbing did I realize my skin had turned red. Being brown meant that I would have had to scrub so hard for my skin to become red. Lax me. Why did you do that to yourself? Didn't hear what I said? Apollo placed my red arms in the warm water to soothe them. Her red water was on my skin. I had to get it off. I slept in her red water for God knows how long. How stupid am I? I shook my head in disbelief. Not stupid. Don't call yourself that, Apollo said. He spent the next 10 minutes caring for me, washing my hair and body and making sure I was okay. Once he was done, he lifted me out of the water and wrapped a warm and fluffy towel around me. Your Majesty. The familiar voice of Jane called out. Yes, come in, Apollo replied. Jane opened the door cautiously, and I saw the nerves when she saw Apollo. Poor girl. She was probably terrified about what happened with Apollo before. I was called to check cause of death and look for anything suspicious in your room. I thought I should report my findings to you. Jane started. Apollo just nodded. Well, which? Well, I can't get exact time of death just yet, but I am certain she was killed by multiple stab wounds. That, and being hung up in the way she was, would explain why there was so much red water. I shuddered and buried my face in Apollo's neck. That poor girl who would kill an innocent child so violently. My heart broke for her family. They probably had no idea that their daughter was killed. But I also found out something else. This novel will be daily updated at the reason as to why Axme never awoke during the whole attack. Jane sighed. Devilich, Jane sighed. My head shot up. And Apollo asked, You mean someone drugged Laxmi? Jane nodded. Her water was laced with a drug. I am not sure the exact one, but I know the various drugs that smell similar, and all have the same effect. It would have caused her to fall into a deep sleep, one which she wouldn't wake up from, even though there was so much going on around. Her tell me, Your Majesty, did you experience a headache when you woke up? Yes, I thought it was my sleep. We'd have a good night's sleep. I replied. Jane shook her head. It is the side effect of the drug. Whoever did this to you knew that you were Elvic and otherwise they'd have no other reason to drug you. They also knew when to drug you. This was a carefully plotted plan. Apollo's eyes began to switch. His lichen was demanding control. Jane's face paled, and she took a few steps to be closer to the door. This was the time for Apollo to lose control. I need him and not his lichen. I took his head in my hands. Stay with me, Apollo. I need you, not your lichen. My eyes stayed on his changing ones, refusing to let his lichen take control. Apollo closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. When his hazel eyes connected with mine, I let out a sigh of relief. It's hard to hear all this. Little one, my lichen wants the red water of whoever did this. Apollo ran his hands through his hair. I know, but your lichen isn't going to help anyone find this prick sooner. You are, so you need to stay in control. I replied. I need to get back. If anything else comes up, then I will let you know. Jane left. Apollo picked me up and placed me on the toilet seat before disappearing into the room. This novel will be daily updated, and it didn't take long for him to return with some clothes. I quickly got ready, and Apollo gripped my hand tight. You're not leaving my side, he said, leaving no room for any argument. I just nodded, secretly glad that he said that because I didn't want to leave his side anyway. We left the bedroom and made our way to the crowd of guards. Dimitri. Olivia's familiar voice called both Apollo, and I spun around to see Olivia running toward us. VVEE1AVVEOU, you better come down, Olivia said while catching her breath. Apollo's eyes narrowed as he smelled something in the air. To me, it meant nothing, but to Apollo, it was clearly something. His body tensed up yet again as he stormed downstairs. I looked at Olivia in worry before running after him. Apollo stopped in front of a middle-aged man who stood there with a smug look on his face. "Who is that?" I whispered to Olivia. "He's the one that first proposed the idea of Apollo and Savanah's mating," Olivia replied back, causing my eyes to widen in shock. As if his day couldn't get any worse for us. I just hoped Apollo could control his lichen, but looking at this guy made me seriously doubt that. Well, this should be fun. I just came out from an intense conversation, my heart filled with anger and disappointment. I finally uncovered the truth. The very person we all once loved and admired is now our greatest threat. Chapter 21. Apollo's eyes flashed with fury as he growled at the intruder, his protective instincts flaring. "How the hell did you get in?" His powerful frame tensed, ready to strike at any moment. To my astonishment, the man before us seemed unfazed by Apollo's barely contained rage. Instead, a terrifying smirk played across his lips, sending chills down my spine. It was clear he was relishing in Apollo's anger. "I just came to see your mate." "Calm down," the man said, his voice dripping with arrogance. His lack of respect for Apollo's authority was palpable. I felt Olivia's hand grip my arm tightly, her cautious nature evident as she sensed the rising tension. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Luna standing off to the side, her face a mask of confusion. Poor thing, I thought. She already had enough personal issues to deal with without being caught in the middle of this drama. Determined to defuse the situation, I stepped closer to Apollo, my loyalty to him overriding any fear I felt. The last thing we needed was for Apollo to lose control in front of this provocative fool. "The king, and I decide what's come can enter my home. And you are not welcome. So take your annoying niece and leave," Apollo snarled, his teeth clenched in barely contained fury. "Niece." A sinking feeling settled in my stomach as I realized the connection. This must be Savanah's uncle. "You call my niece annoying. Savanah doesn't deserve those harsh words," the man retorted, feigning offense. As I studied him, I could see the family resemblance. Both he and Savanah shared that same troublesome glint in their eyes, a look that spelled nothing but trouble. "I don't need to explain my choice of words to you, Mark," Apollo growled, his fists clenching at his sides. Mark's next words cut through the air like a knife. "Well, I heard about the attack on your mate. How someone managed to sneak and hang the body of a dead child above her. Where were you? I heard you were in your study, away from your mate. If you aren't capable of protecting your own mate from danger, then you certainly are not capable of running a kingdom." Rage boiled within me at his audacity. How dare he insult my mate like that? Without hesitation, I stepped in front of Apollo, my quick wit ready for a verbal battle. "Who do you think you are? Telling Apollo what he is and isn't capable of. Ichias ruled without a mate for 10 years and has done a damn good job. Your opinion is unwanted and a pile of shit because you're just upset that your niece didn't get to be Apollo's mate. Now it is time for you and your receding hairline to get the hell out of here. Oh, and don't forget your whining niece." I spat, ending with a sickeningly sweet smile. Olivia's quiet laughter reached my ears, and I noticed some of the guards cracking smiles. Catching the eye of one guard, I silently communicated my wishes, understanding immediately. He hurried off to remove these unwelcome intruders from our presence. The queen stood tall, her assertive demeanor radiating authority as she faced Mark. His jaw dropped, clearly unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner by a woman. "Listen here. I don't take orders from women." Marks coughed, his sexist attitude on full display. The queen's lips curled into a smirk as she replied, "Never thought I would use my title. But now seems like the perfect time because it means I can bring you down off of your high horse. Get out of my palace before I make you. It's the Queen's orders. You tried your luck with your niece, and thankfully it didn't work. So it is time for you to leave. Apollo, ever supportive of his wife, placed his strong hand on her shoulder. The Queen turned to see a massive grin spread across his face. My Queen has spoken, you know where the door is, Apollo declared, his pride evident in his voice. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. What are you doing? Get your hands off me. The Queen inwardly cringed at the sound of Savanah's grating voice. The guards escorted the struggling young woman into the room, her entitled attitude clear in her expression of indignation. Dimitri, tell them to take their hands off of me. Look at what they are doing, Savanah complained, unaware that she was addressing the Queen by her given name. The Queen's wit sharpened as she responded. You see, Savanah, you have overstayed your welcome. But don't worry. Your beloved uncle has come to pick you up and take you home because this was never your home. And it will never be your home. She motioned to Mark with a flourish. Uncle Mark. Savanah's eyes widened in shock, without missing a beat. Apollo scooped up his wife in his strong arms. Beckett, Miles, he called out to their allies who had just arrived. Get them out of here. Miles, ever the jokester, quipped, Oh man, why do I always miss the fun? His comment elicited a giggle from the Queen. Apollo carried his wife all the way to their temporary quarters, gently placing her on the bed. Do you know how incredibly sexy that was? He gazed at her with unmistakable pride and affection. The Queen laughed, her confidence shining through. No, but looking at your eyes, I can guess that you found it very sexy. You told Mark to leave, and you used your title against him. Little one, that was amazing. Apollo shook his head in disbelief, clearly in awe of his wife's display of power. Thank you, but I had to do it. That idiot was saying all sorts of crap about you. I rolled my eyes. Every day you surprise me. Apollo smiled at me. Yeah, well, after the day we have had, I think a good surprise was in order. I replied. Suddenly the atmosphere changed. It was like something clicked in Apollo because he now looked like he wanted to devour me. You're right. After the events of today, Apollo said, smirking. My heart was racing as I looked at the familiar side of desire swirling in his eyes. But now isn't time. There's so much going on I trailed off. Exactly why I need a distraction. And I believe I told you I want a taste. I haven't forgotten. Little one. And now seems like the perfect time. Apollo looked like he was enjoying my flustered state. Now really isn't the time. Apollo. I tried again. Of course my words fell on deaf ears as Apollo came toward me with a predatory look in his eyes. Well shit. There was no saving a Savanah to interrupt now. Apollo was really going to get his taste. My eyes looked toward the window. Maybe I could jump out. Now it was because I didn't want Apollo to have a taste. But if he wanted a distraction, I couldn't make it easy for him. Plus, there was a thrill I got from making him chase me. It made it more fun. Have you locked the door? I asked. Apollo's smirk got bigger. Seems like someone is ready. As he turned to lock the door, I jumped up and ran toward the window. Adrenaline filled my body as I opened the window and stuck one leg out. What do you think you're doing? Apollo caught me. I was now sitting on the window, with one leg in, one leg out. Great going. Lax me. I was too slow for Apollo. Do you think it'd let you leave without getting my taste? He licked his lips. You wanted a distraction. So I'm giving you one. I fluttered my eyelashes. Don't even think about jumping. Little one. Come inside so I can have my taste. Apollo's eyes were locked onto my legs. This time I smirked, even though he couldn't see. Where's the fun in that? I said. Before he could say anything, I swung my leg over and jumped. Think I was a Lycan now because I landed on the ground safely. Apollo's head popped out the window, and he growled, So you want to play? Let's play. But you better run fast because I am hungry. I shivered seeing that predatory look in his eyes. Then my eyes wide and in shock when his words sank in. Now what? My eyes darted around the front of the palace, and I ran. Lycan's speed helped me go further into the gardens. It was long before his loud growl was heard, causing me to run faster. I found an old shed covered by trees. I decided it was the best hiding place. For now, Apollo would find me in here. I needed to ditch these clothes. But how? I popped my head out and smelled Apollo's scent very close by. Okay, time to leave. He was clearly very fast, and me angering him probably fueled him to find me faster. I ran even further and stopped at a massive tree. If I could climb this, it would be the perfect hiding place. There was only a slight problem with my genius idea. I had never climbed a tree in my life. Oh well, there's always a time and place to learn new things. Although this may have been the place, it certainly was the time, especially with Apollo hot on my heels. Taking a deep breath, I was about to jump when a gush of air knocked me off my feet. Groaning, I tried to get up but found myself held down by none other than Apollo. Reminds me of how I first found you. He whispered in my ear. Shit. He found me. Why didn't I hear him or even smell him? I needed to learn to focus on my senses more. Oh right. Because the first time you found me, you knocked me to the ground. I rolled my eyes. I only did that this time because someone has a bad habit of running away. Apollo kissed my neck, causing me to shiver. He stood up and pulled me up with him. God, he looked so hot when he stared at me like that. He sniffed the air, and suddenly the atmosphere was tense. I can smell our desire. Apollo's voice became husky. I swallowed the lump in my throat but didn't say anything. I didn't trust my voice. Apollo was going to devour me now. There was nothing I could do, but I knew I didn't want to do anything. Apollo groaned and said, I can't wait any longer. He didn't waste a second before picking me up and throwing me over his shoulder. Apollo, I gasped. He didn't even respond back to the palace. The surroundings passed by in a blur, and my heart was racing. Apollo made it back in record time and walked to the room. I saw Luna, who was in the kitchen, and she laughed. Wow, she could have helped me out of this situation. But no, she was enjoying me suffering. Apollo opened the door to the room and locked it before throwing me on the bed. You've been a naughty girl. I think it's time for your punishment. Apollo stalked toward me. He grabbed my ankles and pulled me toward him. Apollo took off his shirt, allowing me to ogle at his delicious body. I couldn't wait to run my tongue along his abs. Wait, what? I can't believe I just thought that. He bent down and ripped my top in half, causing me to gasp and cover my chest with my hands. Don't you dare cover yourself. Don't deny me what is mine. Apollo removed my hands and held them above my head. You're gorgeous. He groaned, letting go of my hands and trailing kisses down my body. With one move, Apollo pulled off my bottoms and panties, leaving me completely bare. Again, I attempted to cover myself up, my nerves getting the better of me. This time Apollo held my hands above my head before I had the chance. Your nerves are getting the better of you, Apollo whispered in my ear. To distract me, his lips claimed mine a hungry kiss. His tongue invaded my mouth, causing me to moan. Holy shit. His kisses are something I would never tire of. When we broke apart, my mind was clouded with desire. Apollo looked down at my chest, which was still covered with my bra. He looked back up at me with narrowed eyes. If you try and cover yourself up again, I will tie you to this bed. My eyes widened, and I nodded my head. The last thing I wanted was to be tied up to the bed. Apollo looked satisfied and ripped off my bra with one hand while I forced my hands not to move. And let me tell you, that was hard. I stared at Apollo's body to try and distract myself, but my eyes made their way down to his crotch area, where his impressive bulge was getting bigger. Like what you see, Apollo smirked, causing me to look up at him. Yes, I replied. Good, because I can't wait for you to see what's underneath these jeans. But today is about you. Not me. Apollo winked. Before I even knew what was happening, Apollo bent down and captured my breast in his mouth, causing me to moan. Holy shit. That felt so good. I felt him smile against my breast as he continued his attack while caressing the other breast with his other hand. I tried to keep my moans in, but Apollo squeezed my nipple hard, causing me to gasp, and looked up at me. I want to hear all your moans, little one. After he was satisfied with attacking both my breasts with his amazing mouth, he trailed kisses all down my body. I knew where he was heading, and my heart was racing fast. Nerves. Yes, but mostly because I was excited. No man had ever done anything to me, and I found myself feeling excited for the pleasure Apollo would give me. Some owns excited. Apollo breathed on my core, causing me to moan. I can see how wet VO you are. So wet. And all for me. Apollo groaned. My mouth was dry, and I looked at him in anticipation. Can he please hurry up? I could make you wait like you made me wait by chasing you around the palace. Apollo looked at me with amusement in his eyes. Are you serious? You weren't lying here without clothes. Apollo. But thanks for the idea because next time I'm going to leave you all holy shit. I didn't even have a chance to finish my sentence because Apollo decided that was the perfect time to penetrate my core with his tongue. Apollo's tongue knew what it wanted as it attacked my core with rough strokes, which resulted in me being a moaning mess and holding onto the bedsheets. You taste so good. Love. I can't wait to taste your juices. Apollo breathed on my core before continuing his attack. This time his two fingers joined him, causing my back to arch. God, this was another thing I could never tire of. His fingers pumped in and out of my core, faster and faster, while his mouth traveled upward and attached itself to one of my breasts. Oh God. Oh God. I felt myself on the brink of an orgasm. Enjoying it. Apollo smirked. Don't stop. I breathed, too engrossed in the pleasure. His fingers continued their assault on me until I called out his name while I found my release. Immediately Apollo went straight back down, and his tongue lapped up all the juices from my now very sore vagina. I think I found my new favorite dessert. Apollo licked his lips as he crawled back to me. I wanted to say something back, but instead I yawned. The events of this morning, plus what just happened, had clearly drained my energy supplies. I felt he tries up to my cheeks. Apollo chuckled before pulling my without-clothes body against his. Sleep. Little one. You'll never leave your side again. This time I went to sleep, feeling safe in Apollo's arms. Chapter 22. I swear to God, if you guys are without clothes, I am going to gorge my eyes out. A familiar voice shouted, waking me up from a peaceful sleep. Wait till he starts getting close to his mate. Then it'll disturb him so he can see how annoying it is. Apollo mumbled under his breath. My sleepy brain finally caught on, and I sighed. Honestly, he disturbed my peaceful sleep. Guys, Miles shouted. Miles, if this isn't a matter of life or death, then you are in deep shit. Apollo growled. Hang on a second. Miles can't come in here. 1, because I am without clothes. And 2, because the room was a mess. There were my clothes everywhere, along with my undergarments. The sheets were a mess too. Right? Am coming in, Miles said. Apollo just rolled his eyes, not even realizing what was the matter. No, I shouted. Apollo looked at me like I had gone mad. Give me 2 minutes. Miles, I said. Fine. I am counting. Miles sighed, scrambling out of bed. I picked up my clothes and ran into the bathroom. I splashed my face with cold water so I looked more awake and changed my clothes so I looked presentable. I ran a brush through my hair and walked out. Apollo sat there smirking while I hit him on the shoulder. I cannot believe you were about to let Miles in while I was without clothes and my stuff was all over the floor. Well, I got a good view when you got out of the bed. Apollo laughed. Men and their track mind. I mumbled. If Miles saw me without clothes, then what? I questioned. Apollo didn't look very happy with my question and kept quiet. Exactly. Your reaction tells me what I need to know. Next time, be more mindful. I don't want my cousin's mate dying because he saw me without clothes. I sat down on top of the duvet covers. Miles entered slowly, his hands over his eyes, which made me laugh. 25. Miles, you can move your hand away. Slowly. He moved his hand inside when he saw we were both clothed. Apollo didn't have a shirt on, but I don't think Miles was worried about seeing him shirtless. Well, thank God you both are clothed. Mostly. Miles sighed. What happened? I asked. Miles' face turned serious, causing both Apollo and I to sit up straight. Did they catch whoever did this? The little girl. We found out who she is, and her parents are coming over. Beckett thinks it should be you who tells them. Dimitri. Miles smiled sadly. Of course. Any news on who did this? Apollo asked. As of right now, we don't have much to go on. Hopefully the parents can tell us some valuable information. The issue we are having is that this palace has so many people. Guards, chefs, servants. We need more information before we start searching. Miles looked frustrated. Hey, you did a good thing finding the parents. And sure, we will be able to get some information to help. I reassured Miles. Miles looked at me with a determined look in his eyes. I want to bring that little girl justice. And we will. Apollo got up and patted Miles on the back. Let's go meet the parents, Apollo told Miles. As they both turned to leave, I coughed really loudly. What about me? Don't you dare say I have to stay here. I crossed my arms. Yes, you do. I don't know if the parents will react badly. And they might try to hurt you, Apollo replied. Ice coughed. Yeah, okay. I am not staying here, I am coming with you. How about you go spend time with Luna? Miles asked. I glared at him. Why weren't they allowing me to come with them? My mouth opened to retort back, but I saw Apollo's face, the worry in his eyes, and I stopped. Was he really that worried that I would get hurt? Damn it. If I go, then HE's going to spend all his time worrying about me and not getting the important information. Sighing. I turned to Miles. Fine. Where is she? The relief on Apollo's face made me feel bad. I guess it was a bad thing for me to spend time with Luna. His way Apollo could spend time with the parents. Miles told me where Luna's room is, and we went our separate ways. Of course, before I left, Apollo told me that he was thankful I actually listened to him. I rolled my eyes and replied, only this once. Good. I don't like an okay April rent mate because it means no punishments. He whispered in my ears. Guess it'll become an okay April rent mate then. I teased. Apollo smirked. You're too fiery for that. Little one. Before I could reply, he left with Miles. The things he made me feel was unlike anything I had ever felt before, and I was slowly becoming addicted. I made my way to Luna's room and knocked on the door. She opened it and had a massive grin on her face when she saw me. Without wasting any time, she dragged me into her room and set me down. So she looked at me. So what so? I asked. Luna rolled her eyes. So, how is it then? What are you talking about? I was so confused. What is wrong with you? How was the sex? She asked. My eyes widened in shock, causing Luna to laugh. That good? She teased. No, I mean, I don't know. We didn't have sex. I replied. What? When Apollo carried you away, he looked like he wanted to devour you. Luna looked shocked. Holy shit. She saw that too. No, we didn't have sex. Luna, there are other ways to cause pleasure without having sex, you know. I trailed off, seeing the glee return in Luna's eyes. Oh, so you did other things then. I want all the details. She got comfy. I don't think so. Missy, my sex life stays private. I laughed. You're no fun. She pouted. IWW, so sorry. I called and stopped laughing. Luna looked like I told her I wouldn't let her pet my dog. Not that I wouldn't tell her about my sex life. I have to live through you. You need to tell me, Luna begged. Live through me. You have your own mate. And soon I don't think I will even see you. I teased. Luna rolled her eyes and flopped on her bed. Whatever. Oh man, you missed the best part. Savanah and her uncle leaving. Luna laughed. What happened? I was excited. She kicked up a fuss. And then her stupid uncle was yelling about how Dimitri would have to pay. Then Miles picked up Savanah's uncle and chucked him out. And Olivia pushed out Savanah. She was crying so much. Luna laughed. I smiled. Although hearing what Mark said made me a little nervous. This guy managed to convince the council that Apollo should meet his niece. Imagine what else he could do. Flay. UUILYUSLALUVRCALIG. N wide is slappy ULLLLIgers I my face. It's hard not to. I admitted. Come on. The last thing Apollo needs is more stress. If anything, you should be helping him de-stress. She winked. Back to that are we? I raised my eyebrows. Lou laughed. I can't believe we are here we have mates. Feels weird. Vampire deception. I drank Mason and Eri Grant. As an undocumented changeling, and forced to cause at a low-level rent. I smiled. Weird, but also it feels right. She replied. There was a knock at the door, causing Luna to sit up. I stood up to answer the door, but was shocked when there was no one actually there. Was someone playing a joke on us? I looked around, but there was really no one there. Was I imagining things? No, Luna heard it too. I turned around to ask Luna, but gasped when I saw Luna being held by some guy. How did you get in? I asked, shocked. It's called a distraction. Sweetheart, you looked, and I jumped in through the window. He pressed the knife closer to Luna's throat. Hey, stop that. Let her go. I was nervous. This guy could kill Luna if I was careful. Now, how can I let the queen go? He looked at me. Oh no, this guy thought Luna was the queen. Luna looked at me, her eyes pleading with me not to tell this guy the truth. But how could I let him touch Luna when she was the one he wanted? What do you want then? I tried a different tactic. I'm sure the king will be very angry to hear his mate has been captured. I want you to go and tell him until he gives me what I want. His mate stays here. The guy dragged Luna further back. What is it that you want? My heart was racing. Bitch, go and get the king. The man spat at me. Now, instead of nerves, anger started to build up. Who did this idiot think he was? He pressed the knife harder against Luna's throat, causing her to whimper in pain. The trail of red water that left Luna's throat caused an uncontrollable anger to take over me. My control over my wolf was amazing. However, today that failed. I didn't have the strength to control my lichen as anger coursed through my veins. You'll pay for hurting my cousin. My voice that no longer sounded like my voice said. It's deeper, and the man looked nervous. My nails were now long and sharp, and I found myself wanting to use them on the idiot standing in front of me. Your eyes, Luna said, in awe. As I turned around, my brown eyes were now pitch black. I was taller, my senses heightened. A smirk made its way onto my face. Turning back round to see the fear dancing in the skies made my lichen happy. I ran my tongue over my sharpened teeth. I wanted this guy's red water. Luna looked at me and all eyes talked toward the guy. My eyes focused on the knife, and within a split second, I tore the knife away and pushed Luna to safety. You hurt my cousin, I said, shaking my head. Big mistake. I smirked, grabbing the guy's arm and ripping it off his body. His screams of agony made me and my lichen feel satisfied. Red water was everywhere, and I heard Luna gasp in shock. My lichen wanted this guy to die a painful death, but the human part of me wanted him alive for questioning. Luckily, my lichen agreed with me because I had a feeling that she would have killed him. my eyes fixed on a duvet cover, which I picked up, and then I grabbed the guy and tied his good arm up and threw him out the window. I tied the other end to a chair. His screams got louder as he begged for his life, but it didn't faze me. If he had no problem holding Luna at knife point, then he should have no problem dealing with the nunishment. Something told me that even a small part of me wanted to save him. My lichen wouldn't let meddle. Even after I tied him up, my lichen was still restless, anger still pulsing through my body. I felt myself slowly losing control and decided I should leave before I hurt Luna. Not wanting to waste any time, I jumped out of the window and ran. I ran faster than I ever have before, the trees flying past my vision in a blur. Running this fast didn't tire me out. It felt freeing. My lichen form amazed me, and I wondered why I hadn't shifted before. When I finally stopped, my ears picked up on the loud growl of my mate. Excitement now coursed deep through my veins. This time it would be a fair chase, but I still couldn't wait for him to catch me. Game on. Chapter 23. My lichen is excited, as am I. The thrill of Apollo chasing me pushes me to run faster. Excitement pulses through my veins as I run past dozens and dozens of trees in a blur. My confidence levels rose since I thought Apollo would be too far behind to even catch up to me. That was my first mistake. A familiar growl sent shivers down my spine as I stopped running. I couldn't let him catch me this easily. Thinking I had a foolproof plan, I ran in another direction and every few minutes changed my direction. See, my logic was that if I changed direction, my scent would be everywhere and that would confuse Apollo. That was my second mistake. I was so caught up in my own world, thinking I had fooled Apollo, but when I saw him standing in front of me with a smirk on my face, I panicked. So what did I do? Turned around and ran off. Of course. And that was my third and final mistake. I didn't get very far before Apollo's arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me to him. My lichen decided to give me back control when she saw we were caught. How lovely. We both fell. But Apollo, being the gentleman, took the fall, unlike last time when he pushed me down to the ground. I keep chasing you, and you keep losing. Apollo smirked at me. Well, it's not my fault you're too fast. If you slowed down, then it would be a fair chase. I rolled my eyes and stood up. I do enjoy our chases though, little one. Apollo's eyes twinkled with amusement as he stood up and brushed off the dirt. Whatever. I know you're just teasing me. I huffed. Apollo was trying hard not to laugh, and I glared at him. God, if he was so hot. Then it'd punch him. No, it'd kiss him. Wait. What? You wouldn't have had to chase me anyway. Blame that idiot hanging from Luna's window. I mumbled. In a flash, the amusement from Apollo's eyes vanished, and it was replaced with anger. Do you know how worried I was? I thought something had happened. Apollo looked at me. You would have been certain nothing happened to me if you kept me with you. I glared at Apollo. Apollo sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Little witch, little one. I would have, but I wasn't sure how the parents would react. Whatever. No use talking about it now. At least tell me you got the guy. I replied. Yes, and HES being questioned as we speak. Lax me. You scared Luna when you jumped out the window. She was freaked out and only managed to say you did this. Apollo sighed. That bastard held my cousin at knife point thinking she was me. I cowed and controlled my anger. And my lichen took over. I answered. Your lichen took over. I would have loved to see that. Apollo smiled. Really? I was shocked, thinking the opposite. I mean, who would want to see their mate lose control like I did? To us lichens, nothing is sexier than seeing our mate lose control. Seeing their lichens take over their body. Apollo replied. Aha, didn't know that. So, when can I see your lichen then? I asked, finding what Apollo said to be true. Hopefully never, he grumbled. I don't think so. That day I saw only a brief part of your lichen, and I want to see all of him. Come on. Apollo, I begged. Arda won. Aunt Lau, Et lawet. Love il man and you and not la a new lottle mailing process with you. He hates the LLYU no alco. Odd sickle I see you. Yeah. I was nervous for the whole mating part. With Apollo in his human form. His lycan form was a whole different board game. Something told me I wouldn't be able to argue with his lycan. And that wouldn't end well. For either of us. Oh right, maybe another time then. I looked at him hopefully. Apollo chuckled. Once all this drama has died down, I'll show you him. She's just as impatient to meet you. I smiled and then realized what the hell just happened today. Holy shit. I took you away from the meeting. Oh no. Did you find out anything? How were the parents? I mean, how helpful were they? I rambled until Apollo put his finger on my lips. And breathe. He said, well, it didn't go too well. They don't have much information. And they were too distraught for me to continuously question them. I have them staying in one of our guest rooms until they can take their daughter's body home. Apollo looked at me defeated. And I followed suit. For the first time we both just sit there in silence. No words were even needed. It was then I realized that Apollo had the world on his shoulders but no one to share the load with. His worries. His feelings were pushed aside so that the kingdom would run smoothly. But what was the consequence of that? He was portrayed as this emotional king with no mate. A great king, but one who scared people. One whose stories were told to scare children. But the reality was so much different. Apollo had feelings. I have seen it since I had been here. He just didn't care about them because, to him, making sure everyone was okay and there were no issues was more important. Granted, everyone loved him, but they didn't know the real Apollo. And that angered me. People are so quick to judge. Now he had someone to share his feelings with. Someone he could open up to. And someone who could share the pressure with him. All the books I read throughout the years could have never prepared me for the pressure of being a queen. But when I looked at Apollo, I knew that if he was by my side, I could do anything I wanted to do. And I wanted him to know that I am always going to be here. The thought of escaping was long gone from my mind now. There was no way I could leave Apollo anyway. He had grown on me, and I wouldn't be able to survive without him. Don't do that. Apollo. I broke the silence. He looked at me, confused, and I sighed. Don't give up. I told him. I won't ever give up. I have to find the person who killed that little girl and who drugged my mate under my own roof. He growled. My like and I both agreed that Apollo needed to calm down. And the first thing that popped into my head was me climbing on Apollo's lap so I was straddling him. I held his face in my hands and replied, this anger won't help you catch the bastard. I know you feel defeated because you didn't get much information out of the parents. But you are smart. You will find clues. And you will catch the son of a bitch and make him pay. Apollo smiled at me and pressed his lips against mine. It was a slow kiss but was still just as amazing. He broke the kiss and rested his forehead against mine. When Beckett found Olivia all those years ago, I was so happy for him. But I was jealous. Jealous that I couldn't find my mate. People used to stare at me. I was aware of what they all thought. Some days all I wanted to do was hide in my room. But I thought about my mate. I wanted to make her proud. Even if we were both unaware of each other. Apollo smiled sadly. I couldn't help the tears that escaped my eyes. Hearing him say those words really hurt my heart. He was suffering, and there was nothing I could do. Hey, I was meant to make you cry. Apollo softly laughed, wiping away the tears that fell. I feel like such an idiot. While you were here riving to do our best for your mate. What was that? Pining after some idiot who won me over with his sweet talk. Looking back, I don't even know what came over me. He said some sweet things and promised me something, and I waited like a complete fool. I shook my head, ashamed of myself. You were young. Don't forget that. Clearly the sign knew what to say to you. Your past doesn't define who you are now. Apollo said, wiping another tear that fell. You are full of good advice. I smiled. It was worth it. Apollo replied. Worth it? What was? I asked. confused. It was worth waiting all those years for you. It was worth disregarding my counsel till the last minute because you came into my life. I'd do it all again if I have you. Apollo breathed in my scent and closed his eyes, like he was savoring it. You can't say those things and not expect me to cry. I playfully hit him while tears streamed down my face. Apollo kissed both sides of my face where tears were falling. You're still cute. He winked. I rolled my eyes before replying. Whatever. But on a more serious note, I have this nagging feeling that whoever did this will strike again. So we need to put on a united front. We will find this bastard. But to do that, we have to work together. Apollo nodded. You're right. I have the same feeling. First things first. Let me talk to the parents. Maybe they felt intimidated by you. So let me see if I can get any information. I told him. Apollo looked at me with reluctance but soon nodded his head. Okay, but I will be right outside. I'm not risking it anymore. Well, that's as good as I am going to get anyway. I nodded, and Apollo stood up, lifting me up with him. He put me down, and I smirked. Race, yeah? Apollo chuckled. As much as I would love to. I think not. Obviously, I was about to complain, but Apollo picked me up bridal style and started running. The nerve of him. So I was that fast. But I only became a lycan a few days ago. Even though I was annoyed, I didn't mind that much because it meant being in Apollo's arms. And, I mean, who am I to complain about that? When we reached the front of the palace, Apollo let me down, and I was about to storm off, but he held my hand, preventing me from doing so. Hand in hand, we walked through the palace and straight to his office. Miles, Beckett, Olivia, and even Luna were already there. Luna jumped up, and her eyes ran over my body. You're okay. How did you jump so far and not break anything? Perks of being a lycan, I guess. I answered. Since everyone had their seats, I decided to sit with Luna, but Apollo had other ideas and pulled me toward his seat. Oh, great. Now the lovebirds are sitting with each other. Thank God she ran off to the forest so they could do whatever over there. Miles pretended to gag. Both Apollo and I glared at Miles, and Beckett hit Miles on the back of his head. Not the time or place. Bro, you'll get your ass kicked by the both of them. Beckett said. Right. Let's move on then. Miles smiled at Apollo. Apollo rolled his eyes and asked, How are the parents? All good. I have 3 guards outside their room and to below their window. Beckett replied. Apollo nodded, satisfied, and then asked, The prisoner, being held in the cell as you asked. We haven't questioned him yet. Miles answered, his playful eyes turning serious. Guess he was a fan of the person who held his mate at knife point either. Apollo nodded slowly and looked at me. Should we pay a visit to our prisoner? His eyes were full of anger and glee. Clearly his lycan was excited about that. I nodded and was about to stand up, but someone knocked on the door. I didn't recognize the scent, but the men did as they all exchanged confused looks. Before I could ask, a middle-aged woman slowly opened the door. My eyes widened as I realized who it was. How could I not know? She had the same eyes as the little girl. Is everything okay? Do you need anything? Apollo asked. Your Majesty, I want to speak to you. The lady asked, staring directly at one. LT. Apollo looked at me and then back at the lady. Of course. We can go somewhere else. She shook her head. I have to speak to the Queen. Alone. An uneasy feeling settled in me as I stared at the panic in the lady's eyes. Chapter 24. Looking at Apollo. I knew he would refuse, but something told me that I had to talk to this lady. Before Apollo could say anything, I stood up and nodded. Come. We will go somewhere private and no one will follow us. I glared at Apollo, who glared right back at me. His eyes never left me as I left the room with the lady. You would be pissed, but I would deal with that later. It wasn't important. I walked down the stairs and noticed the lady's eyes constantly darting around. Her hands were shaking. An uneasy feeling settled in me, but it made me more determined to figure out what was going on. Once we reached a secluded room of the palace, we entered, and I shut the door behind us. There was no one around, so we should be safe here. I sat down and motioned for the lady to sit down too. She gave me a small smile and sat down opposite me. First, I want to say how sorry I am for the loss of your child. I wish that I could have woken up and saved her. I shook my head. No, please don't blame yourself. We don't blame you. It's our fault for not listening to the warning. She wiped a tear that fell. Warning? What warning? I asked, my eyebrows raised in confusion. She sighed before replying. A few days before, a man came to our house, claiming he was from the palace. He told us he knew that my husband had a criminal record and he had applied to be a guard at the palace. He said that they didn't ever accept him because of his record, but said he could help us if we help him first. I told my husband not to accept, but he did because my husband desperately wanted the job. This man told us that we had to sneak into the palace and put something in the food. He claimed the food was going to the prisoners, and he wanted one of them dead, but Cal didn't do it himself because he was well known. It just didn't sit right with me, but my husband agreed. The man told us if we don't do our job, he will know, and we will pay the price with the lives of our loved ones. My husband did sneak in, however. He didn't bring himself to put whatever that was in the food because he didn't know what it was, and he began to have doubts. The very next day when we woke up, our daughter was gone, and we knew. That man took my daughter and killed her. The poor lady burst into tears, and my heart hurt for her. What a vile and disgusting man. But who was this man? Hearing what the lady said increased my doubts that this man must be someone who knew the palace very well. But who? That's why you were nervous coming here. That's why your eyes kept darting around. I questioned. Yes, I'm afraid he is here. The lady trembled with fear. The sick bastard who made this poor lady feel like this would pay. How sick can someone be, taking a helpless child and killing her in such a violent manner? You'll be safe here. Nothing will happen to you. I held her hands. Can you tell me what he looked like? Any small detail will help, I asked, being careful not to ask her too many questions. I don't remember much, but I do remember he had a scar on his face. It looked like claw marks, going across his eye. She shivered. Well, that piece of information was definitely valuable. How many people have claw marks across their face? I was just about to thank the lady, not wanting to press her for any more information, when the door opened. Apollo stormed in and asked, what about the color of his hair? His eye color? How tall was he? The lady looked at me with fear in her eyes. She jumped up and muttered, Ivy said too much. He'll kill me. He'll kill me. She rushed out of the room in a hurry. Shit, that was not meant to happen. I glared at Apollo and said, what was that about? This was meant to be a private conversation between us two. When did you decide to join? Apollo scoffed. I was about to leave my mate alone. I only heard the last bit, but I need more information. He turned around, but I pulled him back and growled, you shrew and everything. Didn't you see how terrified she was when you decided to storm in with all your questions? For once in your life, didn't you just do as you're told? Sometimes there are things you are not needed for. I am the king. I am always needed. I don't understand why she would tell you everything and not me. Apollo shook his head. My anger was not calming down. Because, Apollo, you are scary. You are the king. And these poor people were scared of you. That poor lady wanted to talk to someone who would understand her. And that was you. But you just couldn't handle that. Could you? You had to interfere and ruin everything. I would have gotten the information if you could control yourself. Apollo glared back at me. I say the orders. Not you. You obey my rules. And if I obey your rules, you know what? Go yourself. Good luck getting the information out of that lady. Your Majesty, I mocked. I didn't wait for Apollo's reply as I stormed off. My anger must have been radiating off me as servants moved out of the way and looked at me in worry. I stormed past Apollo's office where all my friends were. Luna looked at me concerned, but I paid no attention. "You tell your king that he better not come anywhere near me," I said. Loudly, of course, because I wanted Apollo to hear. Miles and Beckett looked at each other in worry, while I stormed toward my temporary room and slammed the door shut, causing things to rattle. How dare he say those words to me? I won't let him treat me like that. He needs to learn that he isn't always right. idea.丨haw the line that he needs to understand that in me times they're actually no better. He isn't always right. I heard him before I saw him. The door was locked as he turned the doorknob and growled out, "Fine. You want to play that way. I'll just break this damn thing down." Apollo growled and no he doesn't. Before he could do anything, I opened the door and glared at him. "You think breaking down this door will do you any favors? You messed up big time, and now you have to fix it. Breaking down this door won't help you." Apollo looked flustered as I slammed the door shut and locked it. "Maybe you should grovel like a human, and I may forgive you," I yelled. Apollo didn't say anything after that, probably realizing how angry I really was. Good. This would teach him a good lesson. Today was another eventful day, and not having Apollo made me feel lonely, but he was going to know that. So I decided to have a shower. It would be a good way to relax and take my mind off Apollo and his shit for some time. I took my time in the shower, letting the hot water relax my muscles and temporarily forget my problems. When I finally decided to come out, I quickly got changed and exited the bathroom. No sign of Apollo yet. Was he still thinking on how to apologize? A knock at the window made me jump. Was that Apollo? Why would he be coming from the window? I walked toward the window and opened the curtains. There was no one there. Shit. Was I imagining things? Just as I was about to close the curtains, something fell and dangled in front of my window. My heart sank and I gasped. No, this wasn't happening. My feelings must have been powerful enough for Apollo as he barged through the door and looked for me. My eyes were filled with tears as I pointed outside the window. Apollo cursed and ran his hands through his hair. This was all my fault. This time it was on me. Apollo moved me away from the window, but I kept staring at the head that was dangling. The head of that poor lady. The poor lady that was so scared of being killed. And I promised her she would be fine. I broke that promise. She was murdered, just like her daughter. Apollo sat me on the side of the bed and knelt down. "Don't you dare blame yourself. You weren't to know this was going to happen. I promised her she would be safe." I looked at Apollo. He wiped the tears away and called for Beckett and Miles. Both looked solemn as they stared out the window. "This doesn't look good, Dimitri," Beckett said. "I know. I am well aware of that," Apollo spat out. "Go and find where her head is hanging from and where's the rest of her body," Apollo ordered. Both nodded before leaving. Apollo sat next to me and tried to hold my hand, but I moved it away from him. "Someone has it out for you. We need to know why and fast." I sighed. "I have a lot of enemies. Little one." Apollo shook his head. Well, for now you just have one. And we can't waste time. He needs to be found before more innocent people lose their lives." I replied. Apollo nodded. "You're right. As always. I am the one who always messes up. Is that your way of apologizing to me?" I asked. "It depends. Has it worked?" Apollo questioned. "No," I bluntly replied. "I didn't think it would. Sometimes I say things I don't mean. I was worried when you left with her. I just can't deal with the thought of anything happening to you." Apollo looked at me. "You need to trust me, Apollo. If I really were in trouble, you'd feel it." I touched his chest. "I trust you, but I don't trust others." He sighed. "That is something that you'll have to work on, but some other time. Now we have important issues to deal with." I replied. "Someone is trying to undermine my rule, trying to prove that I am not capable of being king." Apollo growled. "So, prove to them that you are. Prove to them that they messed with the wrong king." Show everyone who Apollo-Dmitri Gray really is. I looked at him. Apollo smirked, his determination showing in his eyes. I feel sorry for whoever thought they could mess with Apollo because they have another thing coming. Chapter 25. The steely determination in Apollo's eyes never left as he grabbed my hand, and we left the room. Of course I was still angry with him, but this mate bond was making it harder for me to stay mad at him. We made our way back to his study, where Olivia and Luna were still both sitting down. They jumped up when they saw us and looked at Apollo. Worried, Apollo paid them no attention as he strode straight to his desk and picked up his phone. "Bring Reese here now," Apollo demanded. He looked at Olivia and Luna. "You both go and get your mates." Neither of them said a word but just nodded and left. I guess they felt Apollo's anger and didn't want to provoke him. Apollo didn't even give me a chance to sit down. He pulled me down. I was sitting on his lap. Me being angry, I tried to get up and leave, but Apollo held me down. "Strong mate, this novel will be daily updated," and I cowled and leave his embrace. Apollo growled and said, "If you keep moving like that, I won't be responsible for what happens next." A lycan only has so much self-control when it comes to their mate. Oh shit. I immediately stopped moving and felt heat rise up my cheeks. Images of Apollo taking me over his desk invaded my mind, and I swore. This was not the time to be thinking about that. I shook my head to try and clear the images from my head. The last thing I needed was to be distracted by my dirty mind. It didn't take long for everyone to join. Apollo's study was big enough for everyone, so I decided to get up off his lap and sit down next to Luna. Being near Apollo was not working out well for me nor my body. I knew he was angry with my move, but he didn't say anything. Reese and Elena joined us this time. Reese's solemn-faced told me all I needed to know. Elena held on to her mate's hand, probably comforting him after what just happened. Enough is enough. This idiot has played his games with us, but it's time we show him who he messed with. Apollo growled. Miles and Beckett both nodded in agreement. Luna grasped my hand, and I took a deep breath. "Reese, did you figure out if any of your men saw anything?" Apollo asked. They said there was only one guard who they didn't recognize. He had a scar on his face. Reese looked angry. Scar. My heart was racing as 7 pairs of eyes turned to look at me. Star that looked like claw marks. I muttered under my breath. "Laxmi." Luna looked at me, confused. "The lady. She told me the man who threatened her had a scar that looked like claw marks on his face. It has to be the same guy," I replied. Apollo gripped the side of his desk. Both Miles and Beckett looked at Apollo. Concerned, Reese stared at the wall. Silent, but his grip on Elena's hand had me "Dmitri. Could it be?" Beckett started. "No, it's impossible." Apollo cut Beckett off. "I think you need to check." Beckett tried again. What was going on? Check what? I looked at Reese, who looked tortured. I saw his pain reflected in his eyes. Why was he in pain? My gaze found Apollo's, who looked at me and then sighed. He picked up his phone and held it to his ear while it dialed. Beckett sat down next to Olivia, who held his hand. Miles looked at Luna. He wanted her comfort. Luna looked conflicted, but I knew Miles needed Luna, so I stood up and motioned for Miles to take my seat. He looked at me, grateful, as he took a seat next to Luna. I looked at my mate, who was glaring a hole in the wall. The tension in the room was evident, but why I was still unsure about. Apollo glanced at me and held out his hand for me. I took his hand, and he pulled me to his side, holding on to me for dear life. It felt like hours when, in reality, it was minutes before someone answered. Apollo tightened his grip on me, and he asked a few questions to the person on the phone. Suddenly his grip loosened, and he turned away from me. "Are you telling me the truth?" "Go and look again." Apollo was breathing fast. The answer he got clearly pissed him off as he threw his phone at the wall, making all of us jump. The phone shattered into tiny pieces. "Bastardo." Apollo ran his hands through his hair. I looked at Becca and Miles, who both looked angry. What was going on? "Fanculo." Quel bastardo fuggi. He paced the room. That bastard escaped. Dimitri tends to talk in Italian when he is extremely pissed off. Miles said, even though it was the wrong time. I couldn't help but thinking how hot Apollo sounded when he spoke Italian. Your reaction tells us all we need to know. Beckett shook his head. But how? How could this have happened? Miles looked confused. What is going on? Who are you talking about? I asked. Apollo whipped his head around so fast he would break his neck. He strode toward me and picked me up. Knowing he was angry, I decided it was in everyone's best interest if I didn't move or piss him off even more. Apollo buried his face in my neck and took a deep breath. Non ti porter via da me, he muttered. He won't take you away from me. I don't know what you are saying. Apollo, I sighed. How can this happen? Apollo growled, lifting his head up and looking at everyone. We are just as confused as you. Beckett shook his head in disbelief. I am still clueless over here. I tried again, sought. Apollo paid me no attention as he placed me on his desk and stood between my legs so I was facing the opposite way to everyone else. I wanted to know what was going on. I pushed Apollo away, dumped down from the desk, and made my way over to the other side. Apollo let out a groan of frustration, while Miles and Beckett look amused. I know it's the wrong time, but this is funny. Miles smirked. I agree. Your mate is headstrong like you. Dimitri. Beckett laughed. Damn right I am. So you will tell me what is going on. I glared at Apollo. Don't forget I am still angry with you. I added. That is girl code for you better tell me what if you want me to forgive you. I know that. Miles looked pleased with himself. Oh yeah, how do you know that so well? You angered a lot of girls. Luna raised her eyebrows. Huh, no. That's not what I mean, I will. I just... Miles stumbled over his words. It was clear Luna was just messing with Miles. Her eyes twinkled with mischief, but poor Miles was clueless. Instead, the poor guy was struggling to find the words to explain to his mate what he meant. Miles, she was just messing with you. I laughed. Luna laughed. Your reaction was the best. You were just messing with me. Miles looked dazed. Wow, my mate is a joker just like me. Miles had a massive grin on his face. Yes, but she's much better than you. She actually makes us laugh. Beckett patted Miles on the shoulder. We all laughed. But our little moment was short, lived as Reese stood up and banged his hand on the desk, causing a few of us to jump. Enough. Now isn't the right time to be laughing. We have serious problems to deal with. Laxmi, you being mad at Apollo or being nosy isn't helping. Some things aren't meant for you to know. The room suddenly went silent, and I took a step back. I had never seen Reese so mad, and his words felt like a personal attack against me. You realize that you sound like a spoiled brat not getting what they want. Reese shook his head at me. His words cut deep and made me think. Was I really acting like that? Reese, Eleanor exclaimed, pulling Reese away and sitting him back down. I am sorry. I didn't know if that's how I was acting. I shook my head, disappointed in myself. Sorry. Why are you sorry? He should be sorry for talking to you like that. Apollo spat. Everyone was silent as Apollo glared daggers at Reese. My gaze found Miles and Beckett's, who were looking between Reese and Apollo in one eye. Reese stood up. She doesn't get to know. It's none of her business. And it isn't like you were dying to tell her anyway. She has a name. And it's Laxmi. And she is your queen. Show her the respect she deserves. Apollo gripped his desk. I know that. And I knew her before she was queen. I am telling you this as your friend. I don't want her to know. Reese said. Enough. Apollo yelled, breaking his desk in half. Holy shit. Miles pulled Luna and I away just in time as pieces of the broken desk flew everywhere. Miles had me and Luna in his hold as we all stood there shocked. My mate. My queen will know everything. And if you don't like that, then you can off. Apollo walked over to Miles. Who let me go? Apollo pulled me into his embrace. My heart was still racing 1,000,000 miles per hour. This novel will be daily updated and I can't believe what I just witnessed. Me just be a summer MIO. Apollo whispered. I'm sorry, my love. I am hoping that means you're sorry. I guessed. Apollo nodded. And I sighed. Beckett, get someone to clean this up. I dragged Apollo out. And everyone else followed. This day was just getting worse. It needed to be over. Apollo looked at everyone. I think we need to continue this conversation. So let's go to my second study. You have a second study? I asked. Of course he does. You don't want to know how many desks he used to break. Miles shook his head. Apollo ignored Miles, and we all made our way to the second study. As soon as everyone was comfortable, Apollo cleared his throat. I will tell everyone what they need to know. If anyone has a problem with it, then they are more than welcome to leave. Apollo glared at Reese, who kept his head down. This guy with the scar across his face is someone we know. He was someone close to us all. Everyone loved him, but he went mad. Mad after realizing he was going to be a lichen with power. A mad lichen is dangerous. Their human side is lost, and they destroy everything in their path. This man was Reese's brother, and the scar on his face was caused by me. Apollo sighed. No one said anything as the words sank in. Reese had a brother. No wonder he didn't want anyone to know. Reese looked down, ashamed, as Eleanor comforted her mate. He was taken away and locked in a cell deep underground. None of us could kill him because we all loved him at one point. Apollo rang to check if he was still there, but he escaped. It confirmed our worst thoughts. He is out, and he is coming for us. Miles finished off. What made him go mad? I asked. Power, or lack thereof. He wanted to be a lichen with power, but Apollo never gave him what he wanted. He was angry that his younger brother got given a title, but he didn't have one. Reese replied, I never gave him a title because I knew he was reckless, but I still cared for him like a brother. But one mistake of mine caused a lot of red watershed. Apollo shook his head. My brother won't stop till we are all dead. In his mind, we are the reason he was trapped in that cell. What worries me now is that we have mates. He could do anything. Reese looked at Apollo, concerned. Apollo, you heard what that lady said though. Didn't you realize? I questioned. I didn't want to believe it was the same person. I guess I was in denial until we were all in the study. Apollo sighed. What's his name? Luna asked. Bradley. Reese looked pained as he said his brother's name. Reese stood up. I have to warn my parents. Apollo nodded. You go. Reese walked away with Eleanor, and we all sat there in silence. Everything is messed up. Miles looked distraught. Remember, he isn't the same person we used to love as a brother. He is a madman. This novel will be daily updated and he probably has no humanity left. We need to be vigilant at all times. Apollo looked at both Beckett and Miles. Keep your mates close, do not let them out of your sight. He added. Beckett pulled Olivia closer to him, while Miles just stood close to Luna, making sure he wasn't making her uncomfortable. I think that's enough for today. We all need to meet here tomorrow morning and discuss our next steps. Apollo dismissed everyone. Luna squeezed my hands before leaving with Miles close behind. It was just me and Apollo left now. I looked at him, but he was already an owl. Ina at me, what now? I asked. Now we rest. I think that is the best thing after today. He replied, Don't think I am still not angry with you. I rolled my eyes. He smirked. I want to see how long you can last. We made our way back to our room and got ready for bed. My eyes looked at the window where that poor lady's head was hanging from, and I shuddered. Nothing will harm you while I am here. Apollo wrapped his arms around my waist. His presence calmed my racing heart, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Come, let's get into bed. Apollo led me away from the window. I got into bed, but before I could get comfy, I turned to Apollo. Since when can you speak Italian? I asked. Can Elvo since I was a little kid. Apollo replied. Okay, so when were you going to tell me? I pressed. One were. It's not a big deal that I speak another language. Lots of people do. Apollo looked at me like I was crazy. I have to learn Italian so I know what you're saying. I made a mental note inside my head. That's what this is all about. You just want to know what I'm saying. Apollo smirked. Sar divertent. This is going to be fun. What did you say? You better not be making fun of me. I warned. Come guess you'll find out when you start learning Italian. This novel will be daily updated. Apollo grinned and pulled me toward him. Enough talking. I just want to hold you tonight. Apollo sighed. I got comfy against Apollo, snuggling into his warmth. This was what I needed. What we both needed. Times are going to get tough, aren't they? I said. Yes, but nothing will happen to you. Apollo replied. I know, oh, which I am like now. I laughed. That you are. But you need training. We will have a session tomorrow. Apollo burst my bubble. I don't want to. I mumbled into his chest. Training means an early wake-up call. Early wake-up call means I have to leave the comfort of my bed. And I was not prepared to do that. Apollo chuckled. My queen needs to be trained so she can look after herself, which means I will wake you up. Great. I don't know if it'd survive training with Apollo. My Lycan was already pushing me to mate with him. And seeing him training last time did things to my body. Shit. I'd better not think about this because Apollo might not be able to control himself. Fine. I sighed. Apollo smiled. Sleep now. As soon as he said those words, my eyes felt heavy and my body suddenly felt exhausted. Guess it was time to sleep. I yawned and snuggled into Apollo, who tightened his grip around me, and that's how I fell asleep, in the arms of my king. I had just become Apollo's mate, and he dragged me into the training room like I was a recruit. Chapter 26 and again. Hit harder. Apollo barked, his voice echoing through the training room. Sweat cascaded down my face as I let out an exasperated sigh and struck the punching bag once more. If you're wondering what was going on, trust me, I was just as perplexed. True to his word, Apollo had roused me at an ungodly hour and practically carried me to this torture chamber he called a training room. Since it was just the two of us, it opted for a sports bra and shorts, sparing myself the worry of Apollo gouging out some poor guy's eyes for looking at me. My mate, turned drill sergeant, was pushing me beyond my limits, his face and emotionals as masked as he stood in the corner, barking orders. No breaks. Constant training. My body screamed in protest, but Apollo remained relentless. Right now, I was supposedly building up my strength, which translated to pummeling this punching bag for what felt like an eternity. As I continued to assault the innocent bag, I couldn't help but imagine it was Apollo. How satisfying would that be? His stripped, demanding persona was a far cry from the mate I knew. This Apollo took no prisoners, and I was stuck here, wishing I was back in bed, binge, watching my favorite show, wiping the river of sweat from my brow. I turned to Apollo, my voice hopeful. 5-minute break. He narrowed his eyes. His reply curt. In timing you. Thank goodness. I practically ripped off the gloves and collapsed on the floor, my body protesting every movement. It was that I was unfit, per se, but who in their right mind enjoyed hours of intense training when there were comfy beds and Netflix waiting? 5 minutes is up. Apollo's shout jolted me back to reality. Groaning internally, I picked up the gloves and resumed my assault on the bag. This time, I channeled all my frustration into each punch, imagining Apollo's face on the bag. Suddenly, the bag gave way, spilling its contents everywhere. Good. Next exercise, Apollo said, moving towards me. Wait. What? That was supposed to happen. Part of me wanted to question him, but the other part wisely kept quiet, fearing he defined an even more grueling task. Fighting stances. He explained, "You're like and may already be a great fighter, But you need to be a great fighter in your human form too. Damn him. Telling me I'm not a good fighter. I mumbled, my sarcasm barely concealed beneath my exhaustion. Did you hear something? Apollo asked, his voice stern. No, I replied, trying to mask my exhaustion. I want you to mimic the stances I demonstrate. Understood, he commanded. I nodded silently, desperately wishing for this grueling session to end. My body was drenched in sweat, and I longed for a refreshing shower. Apollo spent nearly an hour drilling me on fighting stances, blocks, and evasive maneuvers. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, but I refused to show weakness. I was determined to prove my resilience. That's enough for today, Apollo finally announced. I exhaled deeply, relief washing over me. Great. See you later. As I turned to leave, already dreaming of hot water and comfortable clothes, Apollo's strong hand caught my arm, pulling me back. Where do you think you're going? He asked, his demeanor suddenly softening. A smile played on his lips as he gently tucked a stray hair behind my ear. I instinctively pushed him away, my sarcasm kicking in. Oh, now you smile. What happened to Mr. Drill Sergeant? Barking orders every time I missed the punching bag or ran to slow war. My tirade was cut short as Apollo swiftly pulled me down, both of us landing on the training mat. I gripped his shoulders, glaring at him. What was that for? To silence you. He smirked, his confidence radiating. Whatever. I'm out of here. I rolled my eyes, attempting to stand. No, you're staying right here, Apollo insisted, wrapping his strong arms around me. But I'm disgusting, I protested, acutely aware of my post-workout state. I don't mind. He shrugged, his eyes gleaming with desire. I couldn't be myself around you earlier. How would you have learned anything? Apollo sighed, his strict trainer persona melting away. What do you mean? I asked, confusion evident in my voice. If I had given in to my desires, I would have carried you upstairs the moment I saw you in that outfit. I had to become Mr. Drill Sergeant so you could actually train, he explained, his voice low and husky. So you were all serious because you were turned on. I laughed, the tension between us palpable. I'm always aroused around you, Apollo murmured, his lips finding my neck. My breath hitched as his kisses trailed up to meet my lips. The intensity of the kiss elicited a moan from me, allowing Apollo to deepen it. Apollo, someone might see. I panted, my resolve weakening. No one dares interrupt the king. He smirked, his dominance evident. Cocky bastard. I mumbled before Apollo captured my lips again, silencing any further protests. Apollo let out a groan against my neck, causing me to grind against him faster. If you don't want this to end up with you lying in my bed without clothes, I would stop right now. Apollo sounded like he was tortured. My mind was foggy with desire. I couldn't think straight. All I wanted was Apollo, and I wanted him now. So I paid no attention to his warning and instead grabbed his hands and placed it on my waist. I looked him dead in the eye and said, what if I don't want to stop? Apollo wasted no time lifting me up and almost taking the door off its hinges. Oh God. I think I awoke the beast. Dimitri, your room is fixed now, Beckett called. Apollo didn't even acknowledge his friend and instead growled. My floor is off limits. Guards moved out of the way as Apollo made his way back to our room, slamming the door shut and dropping me on the bed. I didn't even have time to dwell about what occurred here last time as Apollo looked at me with a predatory glare in his eyes. There's no going back now. You've said those words. I will take you, and I will mark you. Glad you find it funny, but we said we would meet. Remember, I'll tell the others it'll be a while. Miles grumbled before walking off. I did specifically say no one is allowed on this floor. His fault. Apollo shrugged. Fine. Let's shower. Together. I squeaked. Saves water that way. He grinned, picking me up and carrying me to the bathroom. An hour later, we were showered and ready. Obviously, Apollo delayed the process by saying he couldn't get enough of me, so we ended up spending a lot more time in the shower than needed. I was tired and sore down there, but the seriousness of the situation kept me awake. Both of us made our way, hand in hand, to his study. Finally, Miles said as soon as we walked in, "You're finally marked and mated." Olivia squealed. "Yes, oh exciting." Miles rolled his eyes. This time I hit him round the head and laughed. "You're only sour because you'll be the last to mate." Beckett laughed and looked at Apollo. "I'm happy for you, but be careful. These girls know how to use their bodies against us." Olivia laughed and replied, "I'll teach you my tricks. Lax me." Apollo just rolled his eyes and pulled me close to him. Seems like someone was extra needy today. Reese walked in with Elena. Both looked solemn. Elena glanced up at me, and her eyes narrowed before winking at me. Of course she knew. "So plan?" Reese asked. "Yeah, plan." Miles trailed off. I glanced around at the men. All their faces had a pained look. It was clear that this was hard for them. After all, Bradley was one of them, and they all cared for him. "Guys, we need to think about that little girl who was murdered. We aren't catching your friend. Or your brother, Reese. We are catching a criminal who needs to pay for his crimes." I looked at the four of them. All the men looked at me before nodding. "Right. First things first. I want the soldiers' training to be harsher. They have to be prepared for anything." Apollo looked at Reese. "Done," Reese replied. "Warn the surrounding packs. Make sure they keep a lookout. Warn them he is dangerous." Apollo looked at Miles and Beckett, who both nodded. This was probably the wrong time, but Apollo looked hot giving out orders. I think my wolf was still horny. "Warn our mates Dax too. I am not risking anything." Apollo added, "My pack? Shit. Darius. He will not be impressed when he hears the news. Especially since I haven't told him of the events that occurred recently. We know this sick bastard. He will make the first contact. Only then will we really know what he wants. Until then, be vigilant. Our mates will stay by our sides. If you see anything suspicious, warn me immediately." Apollo warned everyone. "I should go and start the training process," Reese said, standing up. "Laxmi is training with me, but the others need to train too." Apollo looked at the girls. "Elena and Olivia will train with me and Beckett." Luna. Reese looked at Miles. "They'll train Luna." Miles nodded. Our first training session went really well. Ended up with the two of us mating. I rolled my eyes. Maybe I should train with the others so there are no repeats of today. Everyone stood up and walked out of Apollo's study. I noticed Luna was looking at me. Her eyes were telling me something. Apollo, I'll meet you in a bit. Luna and I are just going to talk." I walked over to Luna. "Stay on our floor. They'll go with these two to warn your pack," Apollo replied, kissing me on the forehead before leaving. When everyone was out of earshot, I dragged Luna to one of the rooms. My room reeked of sex, so it wasn't the best place for a conversation. "What happened?" I asked. Luna glanced at me before looking down at her feet. "Did something happen? Did Miles do something?" I pressed her. "No, he didn't do anything." She seemed like she was sulking. "Are you upset that Miles didn't do anything?" I questioned. "Yes. When I came here, I was terrified. So, he kept his distance. But now I feel this need like I have to be constantly with him. I want him to always stay by my side." The other night I tried to kiss him, but he stepped away, saying that I would regret it in the morning. Luna huffed. "Luna, he is scared. Miles doesn't want to do anything that will cause you pain. He still blames himself for what happened to you. Plus, he is such a nice guy that even though he is desperate to mate with you, he'll never push you." I replied softly, "You think so?" "Hes refusing me because he is scared?" Luna asked. I nodded. "If you really want something out of this relationship, then tell him. Sit him down and tell him. I thought it was too soon after to be thinking like this. That's why I was ashamed to tell you. But me and my wolf, we've healed so fast since being here. Miles helped so much, always making me laugh and always respecting my space. Luna sighed. Why you would think I would judge you is beyond me. But let me tell you this. There is nothing wrong with wanting something more with your mate. Like you said, he has healed you, and you should make good memories with him. Just talk to him. He will understand. I smiled. Luna smiled back. God, that's a weight lifted off my shoulders. Now what about you? Me, I asked. You're mated like him now. I can't believe Dimitri waited that long. Luna laughed. Well, he respected me. It feels so weird to carry his mark on me. I feel like even being away from him for 1 minute is too long. I shook my gross. Newly mated lichens. Luna playfully responded. The LLBU one day. I teased. Luna rolled her eyes and laughed. We made our way out of the room and were walking toward where Apollo was when Miles met us. Good chat? He asked, his gaze on Luna. Yep, we had a really good chat. I smirked. Luna shoved me before saying, I was thinking about training. Yeah, that's so weird. I was just going to explain to you what will happen. Miles smiled. Well, okay then. Bye, lovebirds. I yelled as Miles and Luna walked away. Chatting, Luna turned around and stuck her middle finger up. I laughed and made my way back to my room. The state of our room made me blush. Torn clothes everywhere. Sheets were a mess. I'm thinking about this afternoon, Apollo whispered, bending down and kissing my mark. When did you get back? I tried to turn around but found myself stuck in his grip. Apollo never responded but instead picked me up and threw me on the bed. Round 3. His devious smirk appeared on his face. Before I could say anything, his lips captured mine and his hand slipped down my underwear. Guess we weren't getting out of bed today. Chapter 27. 2 weeks had passed. And so far, nothing. No threatening calls. No messages. No more dead bodies. That made Apollo more on edge. In his mind, he felt as if Bradley was testing him. If he let his guard down even for a second, Bradley would attack. Needless to say, this Apollo hasn't been pleasant all the time. Mostly he supervises the training and yells. A lot. I know the pressure is getting to him. He feels responsible and doesn't want to let his people down. My life, well, it has been eventful. As soon as Darius got the phone call, he rang me up smiley. What the? Why did I get a phone call telling me to watch out for some madman? And why haven't you told me what happened? Darius sounded unimpressed. Darius, I'm sorry. It has just been crazy around here. I sighed. You know I heard about you passing out and changing into a lichen from Stella, who heard it from Luna, and the time you went all psycho and tore some guy's arm off. Darius answered. Not my finest moment. I cringed before continuing. Look, it's been hard. 1 minute I'm a werewolf and the next I am a lichen. My head hasn't been able to wrap around the fact. And just when I get settled, something happens. You know I'm always here for you. Right. I want regular updates now, 1 every week. Darius demanded. Okay, Dad. I rolled my eyes even though he couldn't see. Smiley. Save that for the bedroom. Please. I heard the amusement in his voice. EWW gross. You're disgusting. I shook my head to clear that moment from my memory. Darius chuckled. Oh, Smiley. I miss you lots. I wish you were here. But I also know that you're so loved by everyone there. After all, a cool witch. You saved their king from a force mating him, yeah? I replied. You are happy there. Right. I don't care if your mate is the king. If HES making you unhappy, then it'll bring you right back here. Although I'm not too sure I want to deal with an angry king. Darius trailed off. Be quiet. I am happy. It's just this whole situation with Bradley means Apollo is more on edge. I sighed. He needs your support. Smiley. Don't forget he has the whole world on his shoulders. Some council members are just waiting for him to slip up so they remove him from the throne. Darius explained. Yeah, and when I find out who they are, my fist will meet their face. I growled, see, that's what he needs. Someone on his side for once. You guys are perfect for each other. Now look after yourself. Smiley. Darius said his goodbyes. That phone call was 5 days ago. Since then I had remained by Apollo's side while he tried his best to prove to me that he was fine. Training was awful, although I was definitely getting better. Thankfully, there was no repeats of our first training session. Apollo was a harsh trainer, but I felt myself and my lichen becoming stronger. Apollo also wanted me to resume my studies to become a pack doctor, and although I desperately wanted to, it wasn't the right time. I decided to study part-time instead of full-time and do online classes. It wasn't ideal, but it worked well for me because it meant that I could always be here for Apollo, and that was the most important thing. And good news, Luna and Miles' relationship had significantly improved. Now Miles was happier and no longer complaining. Well, he didn't complain as much. It was clear to see the two of them were happy, and seeing that was all I needed. After everything that happened with Luna, I just wanted her to be comfortable and happy. Luna was slowly transitioning into a lichen, which she was excited about. Miles was a little worried, probably thinking something might happen to Luna. Luna brushed aside his worries, but Miles still remained close to her. Right now I was sitting with Olivia, who was teaching me all about using my body to my advantage. I decided this lesson was needed because a certain son was touching me and always wanted me in bed. All lichens are the same. Horny bastards. That's why I decided that us ladies had to have a few tricks up our sleeves. Olivia said, "You got that right." I nodded. Right. Anyway, you have to use that amazing body of yours to your advantage. It's clear Apollo is crazy for it. So you sit against him. Seduce him and leave him on edge. Don't give him the satisfaction and he'll drop down on his knees and give you whatever you want, even if that is no sex for a few days. Olivia explained. So this knowledge is from previous experiences in guessing. I teased Olivia, who blushed bright red. Maybe, but how else was I meant to know if it worked? She pouted, causing me to laugh. Before I was able to say anything, I spotted Beckett standing behind with a devious smirk. He came behind Olivia, kicked her up and threw her over his shoulder. Sorry, gotta show my mate that my charms are irresistible. He winked at me. Olivia gasped but started giggling. Oops. Apollo joined us and looked at Beckett with a knowing look. These men and their one-track mind. You can't resist my charms either. Little one. Apollo whispered. Don't get too cocky now. It may backfire. I pushed him away. Beckett and Olivia were about to make their way upstairs when Luna and Miles made their way down. Something was different about Luna, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Wow. Congrats. Bro, you finally made it. Maybe now you'll complain less. Guess we all have Luna to thank since Jess had such a good effect on you. Everyone is so grateful. Luna. Becca teased. No way. Lou was now mated, and she was a lichen. How did it take me so long to notice that? Miles rolled his eyes and replied off. Nah, I'm gonna Olivia instead. Beckett laughed, causing Olivia to gasp in horror. He saluted and left with Olivia protesting the whole way. Luna came over to me, almost shyly, and I couldn't resist the temptation to tease her. So mated and a lichen. You sure do work fast. Lax me, Luna complained. What? As if you expected me to stay quiet. It's a golden opportunity to tease you. Plus, it's payback for all the times you teased me. I stuck my tongue out playfully. Wow, who knew the Queen was so mature? Miles rolled his eyes. Don't talk about being mature. You're the most childlike male I have ever met. I retorted. Miles' eyes wide and in shock as Apollo just laughed and patted Miles on the back. Don't mess with the Queen. Miles muttered something like, less unlearned. Count send os felicitations. Apollo smiled. Congratulations. Merci mais pourquoi tu parles en français? Miles asked. Thanks, but why are you talking in French? Apollo chuckled. Regardez son visage. LS10 Ray. Gili me. Look at her face. She is angry. I like it. To talk why nest uncompendon. LVAE tour. Miles warned. You're easing your mate. Shall kill you. I coughed really loudly, getting both men's attention. French. You know French too. I glared at Apollo. How did you know? Miles answered. I learned basic French in school. But French. I thought you only knew Italian. I threw my hands up in the air. Little witch, little one. When you've been alive for as long as we have, you have the time to learn many languages. Italian is my favorite since I am Italian, but that doesn't mean I don't speak any other languages. Apollo had a wicked grin on his face. Just as I was about to reply, Luna pulled me and whispered in my ear. Slowly, a devious smile took over my face as I turned to my mate, who now looked confused. Stay confused. Apollo, because you aren't going to know what hit you. A pain gal at Lada Kikas off KHI lava at Kaya. I smirked as both Miles and Apollo looked at each other in confusion. You messed with the wrong girl. KY hua. A pain sochiti ite. Eva lex a adi kbha ashabal sake hain. Luna stood up and shook her head. What happened? You thought only you could speak more than one language. What? What are you saying? Miles asked. K white ripple a pa kamalab ha iki some h nahin sakate, kimain ky ake hoon. I dramatically said, feigning shock. Vampire deception. By Drakenesen and EY Gwet. At the undocumented changeling, and forced to cove at a low-level witch. You mean you can't understand what I am saying? Little one, please, what are you saying? Apollo looked at me. Both Luna and I glanced at each other before bursting out into fits of laughter. Mir ebha asha sikane kalae pa as hemashe ek he bought hai. I walked over to Apollo and patted him on the shoulder. It's a good thing you have forever to learn my language. A look of recognition passed over Miles as Faye. You're speaking in your mother tongue yet. The look on both of our faces was priceless. How the tables yep. The look on both of your faces was priceless. How the tables turned. I laughed. So you were teasing me? Apollo asked. Maybe, but you so deserved it. I stuck my tongue out. Will you tell me what you were saying? He questioned. Elp. I pretended to think about it. Luna will tell me. Miles announced proudly. Oh, really? So you'll tell me what you and Dimitri were talking about before then? Luna raised her eyebrows. For the right price. Miles wiggled his eyebrows. I watched as Luna smirked and walked toward Miles, kissing him on his cheek and trailing down to his lips but never kissing them. No sex for a week, Luna said, leaving Miles flustered. What? No, I'll tell you. Miles yelled, causing Luna to laugh and me to shake my head in amusement. Apollo looked at me and said, may just have to take a page out of Luna's book to get what I want. Oh yeah, you think I'm going to be the one who can't survive without sex. It's the other way around. I stuck my tongue out yet again. Stick your tongue out one more time. I dare you. Suddenly the atmosphere seemed more charged as Apollo's eyes were filled with lust. Oh, I knew that look. I could do what he said, but where is the fun in that? Seeing him get all worked up caused me way too much fun and enjoyment. Right in the SRQ to leave you to lovebirds alone, Miles announced, dragging Luna away. Both Apollo and I were focused on each other to realize. His eyes followed my every move while my body tingled with excitement. My eyes looked all over the place, trying to find a way out or some way I could easily escape Apollo. After all, it had been a long time since he had chased me, and this time I was much stronger. Apollo noticed this, and he licked his lips, thinking of running. My queen. Maybe. My king. I smirked. I do enjoy the chase. Be careful, little one. Soon you'll be pinned under me with no means of escape. His eyes pierced my own. I shivered with anticipation, watching his every move. I walked toward the exit and got ready to run. But before I did, there was something I had to do. In a flash, I turned around and stuck my tongue out before darting off. I heard Apollo's growl as I pushed my body to run faster. Feeling the wind on my face was heavenly, and it had been a long time since I could run this freely. This would do both Apollo and me so much good. Apollo was catching up to me, but unlike last time, I was going to give up so easily. I used the same technique as last time, running in different directions, but at the same time I was looking for a good hiding place. That's when my eyes found a large tree. I had never managed to climb one before, but it was now or never. Much to my surprise, I grabbed onto the branch and managed to swing myself up. Holy, I actually did it. As I was catching my breath, I heard Apollo and clasped my hands over my mouth. God, he looked so hot. I couldn't help but admire him from here. His muscles were tense, and his plump lips looked so inviting. Snap out of it. Lax me. You don't want him smelling your desire when you did so well at hiding. Apollo rushed in a different direction, and I let out a sigh of relief. Oh yes, finally I managed to fool him. Again, he came back and looked around, confused. It was at that moment an idea popped into my head. It was time for Apollo to get the shock of his life. Taking a deep breath, I jumped down from my hiding place, causing Apollo to jump in shock. He lunged forward to catch me, but I landed on my feet while he lay by my feet with his arms outstretched. I fooled you. I burst out into laughter. Apollo scowled and stood up, brushing off the dirt. So you thought that was funny? His voice was void of any emotion. Immediately I stopped laughing. Maybe I went too far. Guess it's time for your punishment. In no time, his devious smirk was back, and I gasped. Apollo. He wasted no time in picking me up and throwing me over his shoulder. I muttered, "Only a caveman for my very naughty mate," Apollo replied. In a flash, we were back at the palace, and Apollo was walking back to our room at an easterly pace. Once we reached our room, he dropped me on the bed and smirked. "I've got you right where I want you, and we have all the time in the world." He licked his lips as I made my way up the bed. The sexual atmosphere turned me on. I couldn't lie, especially the look in Apollo's eyes. He was so going to devour me. Olivia Trix won't get me out of this one. Before Apollo pounced on me, the door banged open to reveal a very flustered Miles. Dimitri the phone. HES on the phone. The atmosphere did a complete 180. Apollo's lust-filled eyes and devious smirk were replaced with cold black eyes and a serious EY and Ray CCI. I jumped up off the bed and looked at Apollo in worry. Miles looked back and forth between Apollo and me. Within seconds, Apollo let out a loud growl and stalked toward his study. What the hell was going to happen? Chapter 28. Beckett was already in the office when Apollo stormed in and picked up the phone. The tension in the room was evident. One person was missing, and that was Reese. I looked at Beckett. Who nodded. I guess that meant Reese was coming. What the do you want? Apollo growled. Bradley's sickening laugh was heard. Apollo gripped the phone tighter while both Miles and Beckett clenched their fists. God, his laugh was awful. Is that any way to greet me? Old friend. Bradley's voice sent shivers down my spine. Reese walked in at that very moment and immediately went stiff. This novel will be daily updated at Elena held his hand for support while Reese stood there. Poor Reese. Hearing his brother's voice after years must be a shock for him. Don't mess with me. What do you want? Apollo's voice was getting louder. I was stood away from Apollo, but Miles decided that wasn't on. He pushed me forward so I bumped into Apollo, throwing a glare to Miles. I turned back to face my angry mate. Apollo took my hand and held onto it for dear life. Still not the most patient person. Are we? I thought having a mate would change that. Bradley tutted in the phone. Apollo growled and pulled me closer to him. This Bradley guy knew exactly what to say to get on Apollo's nerves. And mine too. Everyone must be there. Beckett, Miles, and even my little bro Reese. This is a warning. You played your game all those years ago. Now I'm playing mine. Watch your back because you'll never see me coming. Bradley warned. All the men tensed up and looked at each other. Is that a threat? Apollo spat. No, it's a promise. Bradley replied. Oh, how could I forget? I never said hi to Her Majesty. Did you like your gift? It was my welcome gift to you. Dimitri, I hope you're ready to give up your mate. Bradley laughed. Apollo cowled in hand lit his body was shaking, and his eyes switched to pitch black in seconds. His lichen had taken over. His loud growl caused objects to shake and fall no. He yelled, throwing the phone and narrowly missing Beckett. Before anyone could do anything, Apollo turned and jumped out the window. Lax me, Miles yelled, pulling me away just in time. Glass went everywhere as Apollo smashed through it and landed safely outside. His growl was heard, loud and clear, as he ran off. For a few moments everyone stood there catching their breath and processing what just happened. I had an awful feeling after hearing this bastard speak. He really had no heart and was clearly messed up. This novel will be daily updated at that made him even more dangerous because no one knew what he was even capable of. Beckett was the first one to speak. Right? We need to get this mess cleaned up. Luna, you and Olivia go and find someone to clean this up. The rest of us, we need to talk. I can see why Apollo chose Beckett to be his second in command. Beckett knew exactly what to do. We left the study and walked toward the second study. My lichen was whimpering, begging me to go and find Apollo because she could feel his lichen's pain. As much as I wanted to go, I had to talk to the others. Plus, Apollo needed this time alone. I entered the study and sat down. Everyone looked solemn. What do you think I'll do? I asked. Miles sighed. I have no idea. Bradley is unpredictable and dangerous. His warning is still replaying in my mind. He wants you. He wants to hurt Apollo, just like Apollo hurt him, but in the worst way possible. What better way than to take his mate from him? Reese stared right at me. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach as I shook my head. He can try all he wants, but he won't even lay a finger on me. I won't let him. None of us will. You're too important to Apollo and everyone here. What we need to do is stay cautious at all times. Any important information has to be between us and only us. It won't surprise me if Bradley has a mole giving him information. Beckett explained. Now what? Miles asked. Well, wet. I think I am going to train. I want to make sure the soldiers are ready for an attack any day. Reese stood up, with Elena by his side. Plus, this is a good distraction. Hearing Bradley's voice, well, it got to me. Reese sighed. I wouldn't expect anything different. Man, take care. Beckett patted Reese on the back. When Reese and Elena left, Luna and Olivia walked and so Dimitri. Miles looked at me. I think he needs this time alone. He's been going through a lot. I replied. You know this is the first time in a long time that he just left. Before, he just had to run off so his lichen didn't take over. Since you came, he never needed to because you kept him grounded. But I guess hearing that your old friend wants to hurt your mate would make anyone lose control. Beckett chipped in. Dimitri takes really long runs, Miles said, and you'll be waiting for him when he comes back. I know you guys care for him. I can see it in your eyes, but I know he needs this time to think, to gather his thoughts. He needs his space, and I intend to give it to him. I sighed. You're the best thing that has happened to this kingdom. You don't even realize that what you just said now proves you have a much deeper connection to Dimitri than you think. His feelings mean so much to you, and I respect that. Beckett smiled. Yeah, me too. Especially since having you here means limit Evish have to be locked up all the time. Miles replied, We have work to do, especially since Dimitri isn't here. Let's go. I want to make sure patrols are doubled. Beckett looked at Miles. Miles looked at Luna and pouted. Newly mated and already busy. You'll live. Luna smiled and patted Miles on the shoulder. Beckett just rolled his eyes and dragged Miles away. Now it was just me, Luna, and Olivia left. Olivia sat down next to me and said, "How do you stay so confident?" "Because I believe in Apollo." I shrugged. "We believe in you." Luna smiled. "I don't want our men to feel like they can't bring us into any fight. This novel will be daily updated and we are just as strong as them. So we've got to prove it to them. Hard times are arriving. We need to be there every step of the way for our mates. Give them love and support because that is what will drive them to defeat this son of a bitch." I looked at both girls. Who nodded. Words of wisdom from the queen herself. Luna winked. I rolled my eyes but smiled. The girls left soon after, deciding to go and find their mates. Apollo walked back. I couldn't sense him. My Lycan was pissed at me for not going after Apollo, but I didn't care. Sighing, I stood up and walked out of Apollo's study and headed to my room. It looked like it would be a long night for me. As soon as I entered the room, I had flashbacks of what was going to happen before that bastard decided to ring. Such bad timing now, what? Should I have gone after him? No, he meets this time alone HLV. My mind drifted to Bradley. That man was insane. He blamed Apollo for everything. So it was no surprise to me that HED threatened me. I lay on the bed and turned on the TV, flicking aimlessly through the channels, shaking my head. I turned my attention to the TV and started. 6 episodes later, there was still no sign of Apollo. Now I was beginning to get pissed off. Where the hell was he? If he was planning on staying out for such a long time, and he needed to tell someone, my body wouldn't allow me to sleep. Not until I knew that Apollo was back and he was safe. A gush of wind got my attention, and I turned to see Apollo failing at trying to sneak in. "Where the were you?" I said, causing Apollo to jump. "You're still awake?" he asked, shocked. "No, in sleep talking." I rolled my eyes. "I didn't think you'd be awake." Apollo scratched the back of his neck. "Where did you go?" I tried again. Apollo sighed and sat down on the bed. "I don't know it. I just ran." Hearing that bastard say those words made me want to destroy everything. "Hey, you don't have to explain why you ran. I think it was pretty obvious. I was worried because you were gone for so long." I replied, you know. Having someone other than Beckett and Miles care about me is something I never thought I would experience." Apollo smiled sadly. "Apollo." I got up and sat so I was straddling him. This whole mate thing, it terrified me, and it still does. These feelings are so strong because they are raw. I care for you, and I worry for you. I can't help it. You'll always have me worrying about you, even though you may not always want it. I smiled. This mate thing is pretty strange, isn't it? I never thought I'd have a mate sitting right here on my lap. When you came into my life so suddenly, I didn't know what to do. So I let me possessive-like feelings take over. Probably was the best thing. Apollo smiled sheepishly. "Hey, we are still learning. It hasn't been that long since we found out we were mates." I replied. I kissed his cheek, not his tempting lips. "No, because I can't live without you either," I admitted. In a flash, Apollo lifted me up and threw me on the bed. "God, how lucky am I to have you as my mate and queen," he groaned. "Extremely lucky. Obviously, you should be so thankful that I am so smart." This novel will be daily updated. I exaggerated but trailed off and Apollo crawled up to meet me. And a gorgeous body, sinful lips. Apollo's voice got deeper. "I think it's time to finish what we started." He chuckled. I didn't have time to protest as he captured my lips and slipped his hand down my underwear. Oh God, I had a feeling this was going to be a long night. Chapter 29. It had been another long week and a half since Bradley called, and it was stressful. Nothing had happened yet, which just made things worse. Reese was agitated and took his anger out on Elena, who came crying to me. She said it was getting harder to live with Reese when he snapped at her all the time. I had to explain to her that his feelings toward his brother were clouding his ability to think properly. Reese loved Elena, we all knew that. Elena decided she wanted to go back to our pack and spend some time with her family. I disagreed with her because I knew Reese really needed her, but Elena was not budging, so I told her to let Reese know before going. She promised me that she would, but the very next day, Reese rushed in with a letter from Elena explaining that she had gone back. Reese was distraught. He blamed himself. Elena didn't help as she was answering his calls. I had to step in and call her so Reese could speak. He told her he was so son or why and the he'd come and pick her up. Although Elena had sorted things out with Reese, she still wanted to stay back for a few more days. Reese agreed, to keep her happy. So Elena was due back in 5 days. Reese had been working hard with the wolves and with the men. All 4 men had come up with lots of plans for any situation. Apollo refused to take any chances at all. There were several new panic rooms installed throughout the palace, and Apollo implanted new safety procedures. It was a week ago now that I spotted Apollo in his study alone. This novel will be daily updated at 1 week ago. Nothing special had happened today. Apollo and I had a 2-hour training session, and as soon as it was over, he went to his study. It had been the same routine now. Apollo spent most of his time in his study. It was like he didn't want to share his worries with me. I knew he was anxious, and he wanted to make sure that bastard paid for his actions. After I had showered, I decided to go and meet Luna. On the way, I passed Apollo's study. I expected to see all the men in there, but when I peered in, only Apollo was sat there. He held a photograph in his hand and was looking at it sadly. Whose photograph was it? Curiosity got the best of me as I entered Apollo's study. Almost immediately his gaze connected with mine, and he put the picture down. I was about to ask you the same thing. Whose photo is that? I replied. Apollo tensed, and I knew he was about to dismiss it, so I cut him off. Answer truthfully. Don't even think about lying to me. Apollo sighed and motioned for me to come closer. My family. Mom, Dad, and my siblings. You miss them, I guessed. Apollo nodded. I think this whole situation makes me miss them more. Father would have known exactly what to do. Mother would have kept everything in order. And my brother would have been there to make me laugh. My sister, she would just provide her support. I sat on his lap and held his face in my hands. Hide that from me. Yeah, I guess I am not used to sharing everything that. This is all still new to me. Apollo chuckled. Well, I'll wait. It's a good thing we're stuck with each other. We have many years to learn. I smiled. Apollo nodded and laughed. So tell me about your family. Where are they now? I asked. You know. I had a normal childhood. I had no idea about being the king or even being a prince. Mother wanted us 3 to have a normal childhood, and she succeeded with that. It was only when I got older did I realize what was expected of me. Training started, and it was vigorous and long. My siblings, especially my brother, used to hate it. Me training meant I didn't get to spend as much time as I wanted with them. Mother and father, on the other hand, just wanted me to complete my training so they could leave. As soon as father deemed me fit to be king, he passed the title down to me and left with mother. I don't blame them. Being a king or a queen is a tough job. Unfortunately, I have no idea where they are. But my siblings, I miss them a lot. Damien, my brother, lives in England now. He left as soon as I turned king. He has always said that he wanted nothing to do with royalty. My little sister Riley, the youngest of us, she is a spitfire. She always rebelled against father, and never liked the rules and what was expected of her as a princess. Riley was very opinionated, and her voice would be heard. It was only 4 days before I was crowned king that she met her mate. A human. Riley took that as her chance to escape. She left with her mate the day after I was crowned to live with him. I haven't heard from her since. Nor Damien. Both my siblings are living their lives on terms, without a worry in the world, Apollo explained. Hearing all that was a shock to me. Apollo's family had always been a mystery since it was only him who remained at the palace. Looking at him, I could tell how upset he was that his family was here, but I could also see happiness. Apollo loved his siblings but valued their happiness above his own. I kissed Apollo softly on the lips. "You always have me." Apollo smiled and kissed me back. "I know. I can't seem to get rid of you." I rolled my eyes. Whatever. An idea popped into my head, and I asked, "Hey, why don't you ring your siblings and ask them to come here?" Apollo looked unsure. "I don't want to ruin their lives by asking them." "Apollo, they won't be moving back for good. It would just be a visit. Plus, they're your siblings. They won't say no." I tried to connive him. Apollo still looked unsure. "No, leave it. I don't want to disturb them. They are living their lives." I was about to argue, but Apollo shook his head. So I closed my mouth. "You'll be back. I just need to check on Reese. Will you stay here and keep me company?" Apollo asked. I nodded. "This novel will be daily updated, of course. You go and check on Reese. It'll be on my phone anyway." "This novel will be daily updated." Apollo kissed my forehead before lifting me and placing me on his chair. As soon as he walked out, I glanced at the photograph of his family. It was time someone did something for Apollo. And that someone was me. Present right now. Everyone was sitting in Apollo's study. I swear his study should be our second home since we are always in here. No surprise that I was sitting on Apollo's lap as he was discussing issues with the others. I glanced at Neva, who faked a VWN. Same. Girl. Same. Olivia was on her phone, so she didn't see us. Don't get me wrong. We cared about these issues, but hearing about the same issues every single day was getting tiring. Apollo was talking about security. Increasing guards yet again. Increasing patrols. Again. He believed a slip-up would be when Bradley attacked, but he didn't want to give him that opportunity. I was about to ask for a 5-minute break when Apollo tensed. I quickly stood up as Apollo looked at me with an accusatory gaze, but I just shrugged my shoulders. The door opened and in walked the carbon copy of Apollo, although his hair was a lighter and his eyes shone with mischief. "Brother." Damian Gray made his presence known. Apollo looked at his younger brother in shock, but before he could even say anything, behind Damian, a woman entered. She was gorgeous, inheriting her mother's blue eyes. "No hug?" Damian asked. Riley rolled her eyes and made her way over to Apollo. "Thank your mate. She called us here." Suddenly lots of pairs of eyes looked at me. The only pair of eyes I was focused on was Apollo's. He looked at me with happiness, and that warmed me. I knew I had done the right thing. "It is so good to see you both. How have you been?" Apollo asked, pulling a seat for his sister. She sat down with a huff whereas Damian still had that infectious grin. We don't want to talk about us. We want to talk about the fact that our big bro finally has a mate." He winked at me, making me laugh. Apollo shook his head. "Some things never change." "Well, I have a son now." "A son? When?" How Apollo spluttered. "When? About 3 months ago now. His name is Michael. I don't think I need to explain the biology behind it." "Apollo, it isn't like you haven't had any practice." Riley rolled her eyes. My eyes widened with shock, while Luna and the others laughed. "But why didn't you call earlier?" It was hard to miss the hurt in Apollo's voice. Riley sighed. "You know why. If I said I was pregnant, the stupid council would demand me back here and make my son be the next king. I don't want that." The mention of the council had everyone growling. Even Damian Eskrin was replaced with a sour look. It seemed the council was very favorable among the Grey siblings. A bunch of old pricks who have sticks up their asses. Damian growled. "We're here to help you in your fight, in whatever way you need us. Plus, a family reunion was long overdue." Damian said, looking at me. "Thank you both. Having you here means so much to me." Apollo smiled at his siblings. Damian turned his gaze on me. So you're the one who made my brother wait for so long. At Apollo. Gross. Newly mated lichens are the worst. Riley pretended to gag, but I could see her genuine happiness shining in her eyes. You were no better. Thank God you left so we didn't have to witness it. Damien teased dryly. Shut up. Riley poked her tongue out. Apollo laughed at his siblings. Seeing him this happy and not having to worry about Bradley was amazing. Hey, I want to see what you've done with the place. The royal tour, please. Damien asked. As the king. I am pretty busy, but I have some free time for you. Apollo teased. Wow, I am so honored. Damien rolled his eyes. You just want to see what Apollo has done to your bedroom. Right. Riley looked at her brother. This novel will be daily updated at Stop Exposing Me. Damien complained. Come on, you two. I'll show you how I've made this place much better. Apollo stood up. None of us joined the three siblings as they left the study, laughing and joking. It was time for these three to have some quality time together. Chapter 30. Apollo came back with his siblings in a much better mood. Riley left, saying she needed to go and see her son. She promised that she would introduce us to little Michael. Damien was more interested in how Apollo works. He sat on a chair and questioned Beckett and Miles. How many tables has he broke? Miles groaned. Too many to count. Too many. Damien laughed. Some things never change. Do they? Even after all these years. You still haven't broken out of that bad habit. Old habits die hard. Apollo shrugged. Damien's reply was cut off by the phone ringing. Everyone suddenly tensed. The last time someone rang this phone, it was to warn us. Apollo clenched his jaw and picked up the phone, placing it on speaker. King Dimitri, an unknown voice said. Well, it was unknown to me, but the tense expressions on the men's faces told me they knew exactly who it was. Councilman Harrison. To what do I owe this pleasure? This novel will be daily updated at Apollo gritted out. I noticed that Damien was also tense, glaring at the phone like it was his worst enemy. Well, it has come to our attention that there have been 2 deaths in the past month and that they have been caused by someone who was once close to you. This councilman said, Yes, I am well aware. Have you called to tell me any useful information? Apollo asked. Not exactly. I have called to warn you that all of us have decided that if you slip up once more, meaning if you cannot catch this murderer in the next week, then we will remove you from the throne. Councilman Harrison sounded smug. And who would replace my brother me? Because I have made my intention very clear before Councilman Harrison. I have 0 intentions of being king. Damien made his presence known. Ah, Prince Damien, you finally have returned. It will soon be time to step up and take over your brother. This councilman needed a slap. This time I growled and snatched the phone. Listen here, you piece of shit. First, you try and get my mate to take another female as his mate. Now you threaten to remove him from the throne. Let me tell you something. Apollo is king, not you. And so your words mean absolutely nothing. You've just wasted our time. Time that should have been spent trying to find this criminal. If I find out that you are purposely trying to stall us or cause Apollo to fail, then I will show you why I am queen. I didn't give him a chance to say anything as I threw the phone against the wall. Both my lichen and I felt satisfied watching it smash into little pieces. Another phone. Smashed. This is why you two are perfect for each other. Miles groaned, wow. You really are perfect for my brother. Damien smiled at me. Apollo looked at me in awe before picking me up and throwing me over his shoulder. Apollo, put me down. You big brute. I struggled. Everyone off my floor. Now, Apollo yelled. He made his way to our bedroom before placing me on the bed. Do you know how sexy that was? Apollo groaned. I know. Words failed me as I looked at the lustful gaze of Apollo. You're a little spitfire. Apollo chuckled. I'm not little. I pouted. Apollo captured my lips, causing me to moan. You've got me all worked up. Apollo placed my hand on his growing bulge. Kingles shot straight to my core. Apollo smirked. I think someone else is worked up. He whispered in my ear. I could fix that. I swallowed the lump in my throat before replying. You sure? I was tempting the beast, but I found myself enjoying it. Apollo growled and laid me down, ripping my underwear off. You're ill, little minx. Plus, it's been a while since I've had a taste. Shit. I clutched the bed sheets as Apollo attacked my core. His skilled tongue knew exactly what to do, and it wasn't long before I was moaning and begging for my release. And what do you want? Apollo teased. Apollo, I was not in the mood. I can't hear you. Little witch, little one. Apollo smirked against my core. I want you to make me come. Happy. I growled. Apollo's answer was giving me what I so desired. He lapped up all my juices before leaving my core alone. Very. He smirked. Damn him. He had me right where he wanted me. Time for the main show. He winked at me. I licked my lips as Apollo in rest. Slowly. He was doing this on purpose. This novel will be daily updated at hurry up before I tear those clothes off myself. I growled. He chuckled. Impatient. Are we? I rolled my eyes. Remind me next time to unrest slowly when you're turned on. Then you'll see what I mean. Apollo opened his mouth to reply, but a loud growl made us both freeze. I looked at Apollo, who looked tense, who growled. Oh man, why am I always the one to get you? Miles's familiar voice complained my leggings back on. Something lost right, both Apollo and I sensed this, which is why we didn't tease Miles. Guys, you better come quick. Isn't good. Miles's solemn voice made my red water run cold. Apollo gripped my hand as we rushed out to see what the hell was going on. I knew something was wrong. Beckett and Miles looked incredibly tense while Olivia and Luna tried to comfort them by standing close to them and holding their hands. Okay. Something was seriously wrong to get everyone worked up. What the is going on? And who growled? Apollo looked at his best friends. Beckett sighed and motioned for us to follow him. Yet again we ended up in Apollo's study. Beckett picked up the phone and dialed a number. He left it on speaker and waited. Both Apollo and I looked at each other in confusion. But that soon left when we heard the familiar voice of Bradley. Apollo. You decided not to answer by mistake. Friend, I have someone very special here. Ellen Ross. Name ring any bells? I think she's my little brother's made a pretty little thing too. Now ring me back in 30 minutes or she's dead. Get talk. Old friend. Oh no. This bastard took Elena, how dare he? I'll skin him alive. Apollo was tense, gripping onto my hand like it was his only support. That growl was Reese. I sighed. It made sense. Beckett nodded sadly. He came with me when I saw a voicemail on your phone. Needless to say, he lost control and took off. Damien has gone after him, just to make sure he doesn't harm anyone. How long? Apollo asked. I think we have 10 minutes left. Beckett replied. Apollo ran his hands through his hair. We've got this. I squeezed his hand. 27. Apollo nodded and picked up the phone. He rang back the number that Bradley dialed on, and it didn't take long for the smug bastard to answer. The man, himself, cutting it fine. Apollo. Bradley answered. Apollo growled. I rang you before your time limit. Don't you dare harm Elena. Protective. Are we? What does your mate have to say about that? Bradley asked if you even touch a hair on her head. I'll skin you alive. You bastard. I spat. Oh, feisty. Are we? Clearly you care for this like a lot. Bradley chuckled. What the do you want? Apollo was having a hard time controlling himself. I'll be at your territory very shortly. I will walk in. And no one will harm me because if they do, I'll snap Elena's neck so quickly that you won't be able to save her. Bradley warned. This novel will be daily updated at knowing this guy. He would follow through on his promise. I knew that and Apollo did too, which is why he released a deep breath and said, Fine. No one will harm you. Good. I guess it'll be seeing you shortly. Old friend. Remember, anyone even attempts to harm me shall be dead. Bradley said before hanging up. I looked at Apollo, who looked at me with anger in his eyes. This sir will be dead before a week is up. It is time for him to meet his end. I nodded. We are all with you. Apollo looked at Becca and Miles. Tell the guards to stand down when will get in contact with Damien. Reese needs to be here, Beckett said. Apollo nodded. Yes, but he also needs to be restrained. Have some guards as backup. I don't want him to do anything stupid that could harm himself or Elena. A ringtone broke us all out of our own thoughts. It was my phone. Sighing, I answered, seeing Darius' name pop up. Smiley. Darius didn't even wait for me to say hello. Darius? We know. L&L's been taken. I guess that was why Darius rang. Yes. God, I am so sorry. We had more guards. But these guys are Lycans. It was hard. Darius seemed frustrated with himself. Hey, you can't be blaming yourself. Bradley would have purposely targeted the pack when it was at its weakest in terms of defense and security. The main thing is that everyone else is safe. I replied. Yes, everyone else is safe. The bastard knew what he wanted. And he got it. Darius growled. Elena will be back in the arms of her mate soon enough. I reassured Darius. I know you all will do whatever is necessary. But we are coming. Me and a few others. Kate will stay here. But I need to make sure Elena is safe. Darius said. I know you all will do whatever is necessary. But we are coming. Me and a few others. Kate will stay here, but I need to make sure Elena is safe. Darius said. I was about to argue, saying it was dangerous, but Apollo put a hand on my shoulder and shook his head. Sighing, I answered. Fine. Please stay safe. I will. You stay safe. Darius ascended the call. Little one, you need to let him come. His wolf feels responsible for Elena's situation. He needs reassurance that she is safe. Don't forget he is an alpha as well as a close friend to Elena and you. Apollo explained. 71. I nodded sadly. No, I just don't want him hurt. 119. He won't be. Darius is a strong person. Apollo kissed me on the forehead. He held my hand as we walked downstairs. Now it's time to meet the devil. When our world was thrown into chaos, the person we trusted the most turned out to be our greatest enemy. Chapter 31. We ventured outside, our friends trailing behind us. The air was thick with tension as everyone anxiously awaited Bradley's arrival. Reese emerged from the forest, his clothes in tatters, with Damien following close behind. The usual playfulness in Damien's demeanor had vanished, replaced by a serious, protective aura befitting his royal status. Beckett, who had gone to search for Reese, appeared beside Damien, his observant eyes scanning the area. Miles, ever helpful, offered Reese a fresh set of clothes, which he gratefully accepted and quickly donned. I'll kill him. I swear to God, Reese growled, his aggressive nature barely contained. Apollo, ever the voice of reason, reminded him. We know you want to, but you have to control yourself. He is using Elena as leverage. Damien scoffed, his disgust evident. What a sick move, taking the maid of your own brother for leverage. This guy has no heart. Beckett shook his head, his words laced with disbelief. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent filled my nose. My observant nature kicked in, and I knew it could only be one person, Bradley. As if on cue, he sauntered into the clearing. Elena's unconscious form draped over his shoulder. She was clearly drugged, her usual personality completely subdued. Reese let out a feral growl and moved forward, but Damien, demonstrating his protective instincts, held him back. I would lend to that if I was you. Little bro, don't want to hand you your dead mate. Bradley taunted, his cruel nature on full display. Bradley bore a striking resemblance to Reese, save for the prominent claw marks marring his face. He caught me staring and smirked, his sadistic personality shining through. "You must be Laxmi," he said, his voice dripping with malice. Apollo, his protective instinct flaring. "Spat. Don't say her name. You bastard." Bradley held his hands up in mock surrender, though the smirk never left his face. "Touchy, are we? Shame that you just found your mate because you're going to lose her very soon." His words sounded like a promise, not a warning. Keeping my voice calm despite the pressure, I asked, "How did you get here so fast?" "Lycans run very fast. Plus, I had a plan," Bradley replied, looking pleased with himself. His gaze shifted to Damien, standing protectively next to me. "Wow, a royal family reunion," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Where's your sister?" "Inside, I presume?" Bradley asked, his taunting nature evident. Damien growled in response, causing Bradley to chuckle darkly. "Good thing he is here because someone needs to take over the throne. Once I kill your mate, Apollo, you will no longer be capable of rule." Bradley laughed, his manipulative plan unfolding. This man was clearly unhinged. His sick ideas sent chills down my spine, but I refused to let it show. Any sign of weakness would be an easy target for this sadistic individual. I knew I had to remain calm and keep Apollo calm too. As his mate, it was my responsibility to be the voice of reason in this volatile situation. Apollo's easily triggered anger could escalate things quickly, and I needed to prevent that. "If you think I will let your filthy hands touch Laxmi, then you are sorely mistaken. I will tear them from your body before you get a chance." Damien growled, his usual calm demeanor replaced by fierce protectiveness. Bradley's lips curled into a cruel smirk. How could I forget? The prince who wants nothing to do with the royal family, but you just can't get rid of your royal title. How sad. To brothers that have so much power but don't even want it. That's why I'm here. It is only fair that someone who wants the power gets it. Apollo's eyes flashed dangerously. "Shut your mouth. There is no one as hungry as you, and that is why you will never get what you want. Too much of anything is bad, but you will realize that too late." Bradley scoffed, his grip on Elena tightening. "As much fun as this has been, it is time for me to leave. Remember, one scratch on me, it'll rip her head off." He hoisted Elena higher on his shoulder, her limp form a stark reminder of the danger she was in. The sight of her made my blood boil. This manipulative prick needed to die. "See you soon, Your Majesty. I will so enjoy hearing your screams." Bradley chuckled at me, his eyes gleaming with malice. Both Apollo and Damien let out a loud and stepped forward. I reached out and grabbed them both, shaking my head. "Don't. This is exactly what he wants. See you soon, old friend. It'll be a fight to the death," Bradley told Apollo, his voice dripping with anticipation. We watched helplessly as Bradley walked away with Elena. My Lycan was upset, as was I. Leaving Elena in the clutches of that bastard wasn't easy, but we had no choice. When they were out of sight, Apollo stormed inside, his powerful frame trembling with rage as he chucked things across the room. He needed to let out his anger, so I let him. Miles and Beckett looked at me, but I just shook my head. Damien looked solemn, his earlier aggression replaced by concern for his brother. I didn't realize how much Apollo had to deal with. Damien said, his voice low. I smiled sadly. "Your brother has to deal with much more. Now he has a mate and his family back, but before, I don't know how he managed it." Damien nodded in agreement before walking over to his brother and pulling him away. "Apollo, calm down. Now we must think of a plan. We can't waste any more time." Apollo took deep breaths as his gaze locked onto me. He held his hand out, which I gladly took. Kissing the top of my head, he replied, "You're right. We have to get Elena back. We all made our way to the study. Reese looked distraught, so I stayed back to talk to him. You better not be blaming yourself, I warned, my voice gentle but firm. My behavior pushed her into the arms of my brother. Reese sighed, his eyes filled with self-reproach. No, you didn't do anything. The stress got to you. That's okay. I'd be more worried if it didn't. Eleanor's kidnapping was done by Bradley and is his fault, not yours. You focus on getting her back, not blaming yourself. That is more important, I reminded him, hoping my words would offer some comfort in this dire situation. Reese smiled. Every day you prove why you are the perfect person to be queen. I bet you don't even realize it. We reached Apollo's study and sat down, trying to think of an idea. Miles suggested we ambush him, but Apollo refused, saying that it was too predictable and Bradley would be expecting that. Plus, we had no idea where he was hiding. No one could go and look, just in case he harmed Eleanor. It was a mess. Beckett mentioned about bribing him with capturing him. Damien said he wanted power, but right now his main goal was to kill me, so that wouldn't work either. Bradley had us in a fix anything we wanted to do. We couldn't. 1, in case he harms Eleanor, and 2, he would be expecting it. He knew these men very well. Our thoughts were interrupted by the phone ringing. Apollo sighed and answered. Hello. Why do you sound so upset? Have you finally come to terms with losing your mate? Bradley chuckled. Suddenly everyone was sat upright, looking at each other in war and confusion. Apollo growled. What the do you want? I'll keep it short and simple. The queen for Eleanor. Bradley said. Hanging up no. Apollo cowled and controlled his temper, wiping everything off his desk in once wipe and breathing heavily. Apollo, calm down. I attempted to calm him down. There is no way I'll telling you I. Vive gel supuna vack another way. Apollo buried his face in my neck. Exactly. You're the queen. How can we just let you go? Miles clenched his fist. I told that bastard that I would rip his hands before he had a chance to even touch you. Damien uncracked his knuckles. I want my mate back badly, but not at the expense of losing you. This novel will be daily updated and Eleanor would never forgive me, and I could never forgive myself. We will find another way, Reese said. Hearing everyone say those words warmed my heart, but I wasn't stupid. I knew that there was no other way. You all are amazing, but there isn't another way. If there was, then we would have started planning. Bradley has us all stumped. I sighed. I faced Apollo. I know that you will come and save me because I believe in you, but you have to believe in yourself too. Apollo growled. Why are you talking like you are going to give yourself up? Because I am. I stated. Like hell you are. I won't let you out of my sight, Apollo yelled. Apollo. I tried to reason with him, but he wasn't listening. You're my mate. I am not letting you leave. He insisted. Now my anger was building up. Apollo. Think of the bigger picture here. By giving Bradley what he wants, we can bring him down. He will get to cocky. It is a perfect way. By risking your life. I don't think so. Apollo refused. Apollo. It is my duty as queen to protect everyone. I can't let Bradley kill another innocent person. You have to believe in me. I know what I am doing. I sighed. I just found you. How can I let you go? Apollo's voice broke. I am not going forever. You will find me. Plus, I'm not going to make it easy for Bradley. It will give you time to find me. I smiled. I can't. I will lock you up, but I will not let you give yourself up. Apollo shook his head as sake. I thought he had finally agreed. Apollo, listen to yourself. You're being selfish. My anger was getting the better of me. I don't care. I am selfish. Apollo seemed not to care. Growling. I snapped. You are thinking with your dick. You're the king. Apollo, use your brain. This is the only way. Apollo also seemed to be struggling to control his lichen. Do you want to die? Is that why you are so adamant to leave me? Oh, come on. I am not going to die, because I know you will find me. This is the only way to stop him. I threw my hands up in the air. Apollo looked at his brother, who looked at me and sighed. This novel will be daily updated, brother. Laxmi isn't wrong. She is right in thinking that Bradley will slip up when he has her. He will become too cocky, giving us the perfect opportunity to finish him. Apollo didn't seem impressed with that answer. Laxmi isn't stupid. It is a good plan. Plus, our queen isn't weak. She is a badass. Miles pointed out. I smiled at them both. I knew it was hard to go against Apollo, but they did so anyway. Apollo sighed. I need time. That is something we don't have. Apollo, trust me as I trust you. I replied. He opened his mouth but closed it again. Sighing, he walked out of his study and headed downstairs. I don't know why you insist on doing this, but at the same time, it makes me proud of you. My mate, the one who thinks of others before herself. Apollo sighed. He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a ring. I keep this in the most obvious place because no one dares to move it. It was my mother's. She left it with me, and now I am giving it to you. Apollo slipped it on. I will find you before that bastard touches you. Apollo promised. I know you will. He'll be waiting. I kissed him softly on the lips. He sighed. Let's go kill that bastard. Before we had a chance to head upstairs, a ticking noise caught all our attention. Hey, doesn't that sound like Luna didn't get to finish her sentence as a blast threw us all across the room. Sounds of shattered glass and screams pierced my ears. Disoriented, I tried to stand up and find Apollo, but the force of the blast had really affected me. I fell back down on the ground and groaned. Slowly, I tried again. This time when I managed to stand up, I came face to face with none other than Bradley. He smirked. You took too long to answer. And then it was black. Chapter 32. My head felt heavy as I groaned. What the had happened? And like Alden, I remember anything. Finally, you're awake. A familiar voice caused me to suddenly open my eyes. Bradley stood there smirking at me. Seeing his face made me realize what the hell happened. The bomb. Bradley coming. Oh God, where was Elena? I struggled against my restraints, trying to look for Elena. If this bastard touched her, I would kill him. Bradley noticed me struggling and just laughed. You won't manage to get out of these. You're like him is weak from that blast. This novel will be daily updated. Bradley looked pleased with himself. But this idiot didn't realize why I was struggling. Where is Elena? I growled. Oh, you're looking for her. She is back in the arms of her mate. My little brother. Bradley replied. He kept his word. I can't believe that. This man was to be trusted. Ever. I do keep my word. Plus, she was of no use to me anyway. You're the one I really wanted. Bradley shrugged his shoulders. How pathetic that you had to place a bomb to kidnap me. You clearly can't take on Apollo without playing dirty. I scoffed. Bradley growled and was about to lunge at me but stopped. I am going to kill his mate. I am going to kill him. So I win. I always win. What exactly do you get out of this? No power. No throne. I asked, trying to stall him so Apollo had a chance to find me. I get revenge. Revenge on the man who did this to my face, who passed me off and gave my little brother more power. The power comes from the satisfaction that I broke Apollo. I broke the king. Bradley looked. Menacing, you're insane. How could you kidnap your own brother's mate? I shook my head in disbelief. Very easily because my brother never helped me. He stood there and watched. He was dead to me from the moment he took that position. Bradley growled. All this power has got to your head. You can't even see the bigger picture. And that will be your biggest downfall. You'll realize it too late. I sighed. How you're telling me about my downfall? This novel will be daily updated. You are the one who is tied to this chair and moments from her death. Bradley shook his head at me. Yes, because I can't tell you when I'm dead. I shrugged my shoulders. Shess, stalling. Just kill her already. A familiar voice had me gasping. Bradley looked at my shock, stayed and laughed. Bet you didn't expect that. Did you? What the hell was Savanah doing here? Savanah smirked at me. For the first time I've made you speechless. What the hell are you doing here? I growled. Savanah rolled her eyes and stood by Bradley, who pulled her close to him. My eyes darted between them both before the realization settled in. Your mates. I breathed out. Yes, she's mine. Bradley smirked. But what about Apollo and your uncle? I asked Savanah, confused. She laughed and shook her head. I thought you were smart. I have never liked Dimitri, let alone loved. After what he did to my mate, why would I even want to spend time with him voluntarily? So this was all part of your plan? I asked. Bradley looked at Savanah and said, might as well tell her since she'll be dead before she can tell anyone. I met Bradley months ago when I went with my uncle to visit the prisons. Some sort of safety check. I knew he was my mate as soon as we made eye contact. I came back later that night and broke him out. Seeing him in that position was awful. Then he told me what Dimitri did to him, and we planned our revenge. I made my uncle believe that I had a human mate who was dying so he would pose me to mate with Dimitri. The plan was to break him before he mated me. What we didn't account for was him finding his mate. That worked in our favor, but we had to have you believe I was that jealous ex. Otherwise, you'd be suspicious. Meanwhile, Bradley was planning Demetrius take down using his own mate you. Apollo finding you really helped us. Killing you would kill Apollo, and he would be off that throne. Payback for what he did to me. Bradley smirked. Bradley pulled Savanah closer to him, and they both began making out. How vile. I gagged. But they paid me no attention as they carried on eating each other's faces off. Well, you guys are really made for each other. Sarcasm dripped from my voice. Since deceit is your middle name, this novel will be daily updated but I must say this plan you have really is amazing. Except for one mistake. Underestimating Apollo. I scoffed, causing them to break apart. What makes you think I am underestimating him? Bradley asked. Well, for starters, you actually believe that you will manage to kill me before he gets here. I don't think you know the power of the mate bond just yet. I raised my eyebrows. Kill her already. True for one. Savanah snapped. Time to say goodbye to this world. Your Majesty. Bradley stalked toward me. However, a bang stopped him in his tracks. He growled and turned around. A lichen frantically ran in, not realizing he interrupted Bradley. They found us. He rushed out, who Bradley was shaking in anger. Apollo. I answered. Bradley let out a huge growl before snapping the lichen's neck with no hesitation. The poor lichen's dead body fell to the ground, and Bradley kicked it in frustration. This man had no respect. How did he find us? Because the both of you got too cocky. I replied before snapping the restraints that held me. I stood up and threw the chair at Savanah, who ducked just in time. Kitty, I will kill you. Bradley stalked toward me. Come on then. I taunted. Bradley lunged at me, but I moved out of the way. He pulled my leg, so I tripped and hit the floor. I quickly stood up and kicked Bradley in the balls. He fell back down the ground in pain. Sorry. Apollo, I may not have used your training on this one. Just my instincts. Savanah screeched as she jumped on my back, pulling my hair. This novel will be daily updated that bitch. She's been a thorn in my side ever since I first met my mate. Her time was up VC, I growled. My lichen was not happy with this bitch. I elbowed her in the stomach, making her loosen her grip. I used this opportunity to grab her hands and swing her over my head so she hit the floor. She groaned in pain. Damn it, she was still alive. Bradley stood up, growling as his mate screamed in pain. You bitch. He caught me off guard by slapping me around the face. but I was about to let him get away with that. This time I used Apollo's training by punching Bradley right in the face. "Take that, you bastard." He barely had any time to recover before I kicked him in the back, causing him to fall forward and hit the floor. A loud growl caused objects to rattle and my hairs to stand on end. That meant only one thing. Apollo was here, and he was pissed. My thoughts were confirmed by him storming in, his eyes pitch black as they looked for something. As soon as those eyes connected with mine, Apollo strode over and picked me up. He breathed my scent and then buried his face into my neck. "You're safe." "Thank God." He sighed. "Well, guess you get to witness me killing your beloved mate." Bradley's voice broke us apart. "I think you'll need help with that." Another familiar voice made my red water ran cold. Apollo's hold tightened on me as Beckett stepped out of the shadows with a sinister smile on his face. "Beckett." "No," I breathed, unable to process the scene in front of me. "See? Oh, I wish I had a camera to record this. Your faces are priceless." Bradley clapped his hands, laughing at our shock. "How do you think Laxmi was drugged? This novel will be daily updated at how did I sneak in without anyone noticing me?" "Beckett, of course." Savanah was still not as trusted as I had hoped, but luckily Beckett here helped me out. "He was the one that drugged your precious mate." Bradley revealed Beckett's betrayal. Apollo looked heartbroken. His best friend betrayed him. I couldn't believe it. Why? He was happy, or at least I thought he was. What about his own mate? Olivia was a part of this too. Was she? "I know what you're thinking. Why? I did this because a change was needed. Dimitri was a good king, but things needed to change. I overheard Savanah on the phone to Bradley, and I decided Bradley was the best chance I had to take Dimitri down." Beckett explained. "How could you? You betrayed your own best friend." My heart broke for Apollo, who was still silent. Bradley rolled his eyes. "Enough chit-chat. You hold Apollo down. It'll kill his mate." Beckett nodded and stalked toward us. Before anything could happen, Apollo laughed. He laughed so much that both men looked at each other in confusion. I looked at Apollo in worry. What the hell had happened to him? "I think it's so funny that you truly believe you have the upper hand here," Apollo said once he had calmed down. Bradley looked frustrated. "Yes, I do. Look around. No one is here to save you. Your best friend is on my side, and I am going to kill your mate." Apollo growled and pulled me closer to his side. "No, you got too cocky, and you never saw the bigger picture." Bradley tried to lunge for me, but Beckett pulled him back and hit him round the head with a pole. What did I just miss? Both Beckett and Apollo nodded at each other before Miles came in with a bunch of other lichens. "Did I get hit around the head? What was going on here? You all okay?" Miles asked. The men nodded, while I stood there with my mouth hanging open. Beckett and Miles picked up Bradley's unconscious body and moved him away. Apollo better explain what was going on. "This novel will be daily updated." I turned to him for an explanation when I noticed Savanah getting up and getting ready to attack. I growled and lunged at her before she could do anything. I pushed her down on the ground and said, "Time for you to join your mate." I didn't have a pole or weapon, so I hit her head against the floor instead. Her limp body was then carried out by some warriors. Apollo looked at me and smirked. "She angered you. You try being locked in a room with her and she taunting you. Stupid girl." I growled. "Dimitri, let's go before he wakes up." Miles said. "No way. You better explain to me what just happened." I said. Apollo looked thoughtful before replying. Well, I am pretty sure you just hit Savanah's head on the concrete with no hesitation." I growled. "You know what I am talking about. Don't act smart with me." Apollo picked me up and walked out of the door with me. I was unimpressed, but it was clear I was getting my answers here. We sat in the car, and I tried to figure out where we were, but Apollo stopped me. "You were kidnapped, hurt, and you can't just sit still or faint in my arms. I'm not like that. So much happened back there. I need to know everything. Plus, I want to know where I am." I sighed. Apollo grabbed my head and smiled. You will, but you have to be patient. I opened my mouth to argue. This novel will be daily updated at, however. That didn't happen as Apollo crashed his lips to mine and stuck his tongue straight into my mouth. This holy crap. This is making my legs weak. Apollo could kiss. And, very well. When he pulled apart, the bastard had a smirk on his face. Perfect way to get you to shut up. I weakly glared at him. But that just caused him to laugh as he drove away and kept me in suspense. Chapter 33. Apollo drove painfully slowly. Or maybe it was because I was impatient and wanted to know what the hell was going on. When he finally decided to pull into the palace, both our heads whipped around at the same time. Panic was on our faces as we both smelled an overwhelming amount of red water. Without wasting any time, we both jumped out of the car and rushed toward the palace. It seemed as though these were Bradley's lichens. The beautiful gardens of the palace were now stained with red water. My gaze found my family, who were bravely fighting against the lichens. It was a red water bath, one that needed to end now, before any more of our fighters died. I couldn't give a damn about the others. Enough, Apollo shouted, causing everyone to stop fighting. This novel will be daily updated at the power of the king. You can't deny him. Your leader has been caught. Your game is over. Stop this fighting and we may offer you mercy. Apollo announced. We fight to the death. One lichen yelled and gained support from the others. They resumed fighting, and Apollo growled, so be it. Apollo turned to Beckett, who was standing there ready to fight, but Apollo shook his head. Take those two down to the cells. We don't want these idiots trying to free them while we fight. Beckett nodded and took a few guards with him. Both Apollo and I turned to each other and smirked. My lichen was eager to show these who they messed with. Without wasting another second, I let my lichen take over. My gaze snapped over to a lichen who was getting a good hold on Werewolf. I growled and ran toward them, reaching for the guy's hair. I pulled him back and stood on his neck. He clawed at me, but to no avail. His head was torn off by Olivia. I turned back around to see Werewolf, who was hurt, but luckily it wasn't too bad. My family would not be hurt in this battle. Not on my watch. This novel will be daily updated. I picked up Werewolf and rushed him inside to safety. He limped over to a quiet place before shifting back and limping out. Luckily my lichen had calmed down, and Darius smiled at me. Wow, I smiley have changed so much. Look at you, all confident and strong. Why thank you. It was the perfect opportunity to show off my new skills. I winked. Darius laughed and replied, I guess you better get back out there. Sighing, I nodded. You stay here. Don't do anything stupid and wait for help. This novel will be daily updated. I do not doubt that Stella will come running in soon. I warned him. A smile made its way onto his face. Yeah, I know she will. So in love. I laughed. Shut up and go to your mate. Darius rolled his eyes, grinning. I left Darius in the pack house. Stella rushed past me, clearly only having eyes for her injured mate. Laxmi, Apollo shouted. A crazed lichen headed straight for me, but before I could do anything, a familiar figure stood in front of me and ripped the head off the lichen. Damien turned around and raised his eyebrows. Where were you? Lost. Laxmi, what the hell? He could have seriously hurt you. This novel will be daily updated at Apollo rushed over, his eyes checking me for injuries. Sorry, I replied sheepishly. Damien just looked at me in amusement, while Apollo shook his head. It's time to end this. Brother, Damien told Apollo, who nodded in agreement. Both brothers looked amazing as they plowed through lichens, their lifeless bodies dropping to the floor like flies. When it was all over, Apollo looked at my family and said, head inside with the others. We have some business to attend to. They all nodded, and Arya squeezed my hand for support. Luna and Olivia both came with us as we made our way to the cells. My heart broke for the poor fighters we lost today. The magnificent gardens now swimming in red water. It was a nice sight. Hey, you were meant to explain Beckett's double agent role to me. I stopped Apollo in his tracks. He just moved me to one side while muttering, "Later." I scoffed and stood in front of him. "Later, my ass. Tell me now." He opened his mouth to refuse, but I put my hands on my hips and glared at him. This novel will be daily updated and I wanted to know now, before Apollo sweeps it under the rug and never tells me. Damien snickered, causing Apollo to give him a dirty look. "Fine. Don't tell me. No sex for a month." I shrugged my shoulders and continued to walk away, leaving Apollo standing there in shock. I knew the no-sex ban would affect him more than me. Of course. I was proven right by Apollo pulling me back and replying, "I'll tell you while we walk." Satisfied, I nodded, which made the others laugh. "She's got you wrapped around her finger, brother." Damien laughed. "Wait till you get your mate. It isn't easy to deny her." Apollo sighed. At that, Damien became silent and smiled sadly. It was clear he longed for his mate, but he never showed it. You know that Beckett overheard Savanah talking to Bradley. This novel will be daily updated. Eddie decided to make Savanah believe he also hated me. Only after she believed him did he come and tell me, and we made a plan. Beckett pretended to hate me while gathering intel, but he had to gain their trust, which meant helping them with their dirty plans. He knew nothing about the little girl, but with my permission, he drugged you. Beckett felt extremely guilty after that incident and was going to confront Bradley. I stopped him. We were so close to our end goal. After much persuasion on my part and Olivia's, Beckett finally calmed down. Whoa, so. I knew our patience would pay off, especially since Bradley was so wrapped up in his own damn world. Apollo explained. Wow was all I managed to say. But I knew nothing about it. I opened my mouth to ask why I didn't know, but then closed it again. Thinking about it, Apollo did the right thing because the fewer people who knew, the better. This novel will be daily updated at Guild Hate Me Alive as I realized that I was rude to Beckett, thinking he had betrayed Apollo. King Apollo Dimitri Gray. A voice broke me out of my thought process. Apollo stopped dead in his tracks and growled. Even Damien tensed up. Who was it? I turned around to see a middle-aged man with gray hair walking toward us with a smirk on his face. In his hand was a piece of paper that he was proudly holding like it was some trophy. This novel will be daily updated at Apollo tensed considerably, causing me to glare at this man. After much deliberation, the council and I have decided it is time for you to step down from the throne. This man said. Oh, he was from the council. Should have recognized his awful voice. You have. For what reason? May I ask? Apollo seemed very calm. Look at the state of your palace. And you still haven't captured the man responsible. I know we gave you a time limit, but he really should have been captured by now. If you can't handle that, then how can you be responsible for all the innocent lives? This man was getting on my nerves. Before Apollo could reply, I made my way to the front and glared at this idiot. You're acting like other packs haven't had wars before. I'm sure this isn't the first time you are seeing the aftermath of a battle. He didn't look too pleased with my answer. I was talking to the king. Well, and the queen. So, whatever you say to my mate, you say to me. I fake smiled. He huffed and opened his mouth, but I stopped him. Before any more rubbish comes out of that mouth of yours, I would like to educate you on a few very important points. Firstly, you should think before you open that mouth of yours. Apollo has captured the culprit and we were actually heading over there right now, before you rudely interrupted us. Secondly, you think that some paper with a few signatures is really going to remove Apollo from the throne. You're just proving how dumb you can be. When the people love him, what are a few stupid signatures from a few old men who are just jealous? This novel will be daily updated at lastly. The biggest mistake you will ever make is thinking Apollo to be weak, when he has me and his family supporting him. He will never be weak. Now I think you know to off. We have better things to be doing. This man's jaw dropped to the ground while Apollo wrapped his hand around my waist and smiled down at me, his love shining through his eyes. "You heard my queen." "Off," Apollo told the councilman. "I think this is useless." Damien walked over and grabbed the piece of paper right out of his hands before tearing it into small pieces. Without waiting, we walked away. Oh, that was priceless. I wish I had my phone to take a picture of that bastard's face. Miles laughed. "Who knew you had it in you?" Damien smirked at me. "I knew. Just my little spitfire." Apollo smiled at me. Well, I had to say something. He was pissing me off. I rolled my eyes. "You're incredibly strong. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Damien told me. I smiled at him while Apollo held my hand. We made our way to the cells. The atmosphere changed. Miles clutched Luna's hand, probably for the support. Apollo and I both looked at each other before walking in. Bradley and Savanah were both conscious now. While Savanah looked distressed, Bradley looked calm. Beckett came over and shook his head. He hasn't said anything. I looked over at Bradley, who had a small smirk on his face. Bastard still thought he had the upper hand. Reese stood solemnly in the corner, his hard gaze focused on his older brother. Elena was nowhere to be seen. She was probably resting, and I doubt Reese would have wanted her in front of Bradley again. Silent treatment, huh? You do realize that all your men are dead. You have no one to help you. Apollo scoffed. Bradley kept his composure, but I saw the fear in his eyes. It was only for a split second, but it was there. He was just pretending to be calm. He was freaking out inside. I could still kill your mate. Just one snap of her neck and her lifeless body will be lying by your feet. Bradley replied. Damien and Apollo growled at him, causing Bradley to smirk. He just wanted a reaction, and he got one. Bradley stood up and walked toward the bars, taunting Apollo. I could wrap my hands around her little neck in one movement. Apollo was breathing heavily now, his lycan close to taking control. Looking at Bradley, I realized why he was taunting Apollo. If Apollo lost control, he'd break Bradley out of his cell to finish him, and Bradley planned to gain the upper hand. He could get away if he threatened to kill me or anyone else. Nice try. Smart ass. Nice try. I walked over to Apollo and placed my hand on his chest. Don't let this pathetic man's words get to you. He wants you to get angry. Apollo grabbed my hand like it was his lifeline. This time it was my turn. You think you are so smart. But guess what? I'm smarter. While you just use your mate to execute your plans, my mate treats me like his equal. That is why you've lost. Because you underestimated us. Apollo is king for good reason and looks like you've just found that out. Bradley growled. Come closer and let me show you who is stronger. I laughed and turned to Beckett. Bring her out. Beckett nodded and brought out Savanah, who was struggling but to no avail. I saw Bradley's eyes narrow in confusion, and I smirked. Since you're so dead set on killing me, I think it's only fair that Apollo kill your mate. I said, I think a lady should kill a lady. Oh wait, I mean a bitch. I looked at Savanah. Panic settled in her eyes, and she struggled against Beckett's grip. As if I believe you will actually kill my mate. You don't have it in you. Bradley scoffed. Bradley, you've gotta help me. Don't let me die. Savanah wailed. Babe, she is bluffing. As if she will kill you. It's just her plan to get a reaction out of me. Bradley laughed. Bluffing. My lycan was angry at the disrespect. And so was I. This bastard was underestimating me, and I did not like that. Growling, I grabbed Savanah out of Beckett's grip and pushed her toward Bradley's cell. I didn't even hesitate as I wrapped my hand around her neck and snapped it. Disbelief and anger flashed through Bradley's eyes as he watched Savanah's body drop to the floor, her lifeless eyes staring right at him. It was silent for a moment before Bradley crashed against the bar screaming, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Apollo stood in front of me and smirked. You wanted to kill my mate, but look where that got you. He looked at Beckett and Miles, Sedate him. I don't want him escaping. Bradley thrashed and screamed red watery murder. His eyes now black as his lichen took over. After much hassle, he was sedated. His unconscious body fell to the floor with a thump. Now what? Damien asked. We leave him here. Savanah's body shouldn't move from here either. The first thing he should see is her eyes staring at him. I replied. He will escape. A lichen without his mate can go feral. Miles reminded one. Then he dies. Tomorrow morning. Apollo decided. Everyone nodded, apart from Reese, who stood in the corner looking at his brother. Goodbye, brother. For good this time, Reese finally said, before walking out of the cells. I don't know about you, but I thought Laxmia's move was super badass. Beckett winked. I laughed and replied, You haven't seen anything yet. Super badass and super sexy, Apollo whispered in my ear, causing me to giggle. Okay, let's keep it PG here please. Miles shuddered. Hutch is talking as if he doesn't have sex with his mate every day. Apollo mumbled, causing Luna to blush and Miles to quickly walk away with Luna in tow. As we walked out of the cells, I turned to Apollo. Now what happens? He smiled and said, Now begins our forever. Chapter 34. My body was exhausted as we made our way back to the palace. My eyes found the red watery field where all those lichens laid. Those that fought for us, not against us. Apollo squeezed my hand. Those brave lichens did not die in vain. I will make sure they get a proper burial. I know you will. I smiled sadly. I know who will be happy to see you. Luna called out. What? I asked, confused. As we entered the palace, a blur ran toward me and picked me up. Darius, put me down. I laughed. Oh, Smiley. I'm so glad you're okay. Darius put me down as his eyes ran up and down to check for any injuries. What about your injury? One touch and you're out for the rest of the battle. I teased. Darius pouted. That's no fair. You're lichen now. Much stronger than me. Apollo cleared his throat before pulling me back toward him and placing a hand round my waist. A smile made its way onto my face when I realized Apollo was jealous. I wanted to laugh, but I kept it in knowing it was the right time. Thank you for all your help. Apollo sounded like he was talking to a stranger. No problem. We're family now. My best friend and sister in Laura part of your pack. This novel will be daily updated at Family Helps Family Out. Darius smiled at me. Yeah, which means family doesn't get jealous of family. I whispered to Apollo, who just glared at me. I'm a jealous man, baby. I can't help it. Apollo whispered back. What are you two whispering about? Darius asked. Trust me, you don't want to know. Miles muttered but was elbowed by Luna, who shook her head. Nothing. Don't worry about it. I answered. You better not keep any more secrets from me. Smiley. Unless it's about your sex life because I really Darius trailed off as a loud cough interrupted him. My dad stood there with the I don't want to know what my daughter does with her mate look on his face. If only they knew. Apollo mumbled in my hair, causing me to bury my face in Apollo's chest. Totally mortified. I will get Darius back for that. The last thing I needed was my dad about my sex life. Oh my baby. Look at you. Mom came over and pulled me out of my embarrassing moment by hugging me. I'm okay. Mom, honestly. I hugged her back. A mom's hug makes everything better. I swear. Yeah, your daughter's a badass. Damien smirked. Tell us something we don't know. Dev made his presence known by ruffling my hair. I scowled at him as I attempted to fix it. This novel will be daily updated at Dev just smiled and ruffled it again. I did not miss that. But obviously he did. As much as I would love to sit with you all and chat. I need a shower and my bed. I said. Of course you do. Go rest. We will be here till tomorrow. My dad replied, giving me a quick hug. After saying my goodbyes, I made my way upstairs, desperate for a shower. Apollo stayed down to make sure my family was okay. It didn't take me long to enter my room, take off the dirty clothes, enter the shower. The warm water hitting my skin made me sigh. It felt like today was a never-ending day. I took my time washing my hair and scrubbing my skin till it was red. When I finally decided to come out, the smell of food made my stomach crumble. Quickly, I got dressed and was surprised to see a whole spread of food. Apollo sat there smiling. "You took your time." I was afraid I would need to come in there and grab you before the food went cold. "You were afraid." "I find that hard to believe." I scoffed. Apollo laughed. "It's true." "Sure. You'll remember that next time you want to shower together." I rolled my eyes. "Come on. You made to eat." Apollo grabbed my hand and set me down next to him. He was right. I needed food. So without wasting a second, I grabbed a plate and filled it up with all sorts of delicious food. Eating like a lady didn't even occur to me as I stuffed my face. When I had eaten enough, I collapsed on the bed with a loud sigh. "Satisfied?" Apollo chuckled. "Very," I replied. "I can't believe it's over." Apollo looked at me with worry in his eyes. "You're thinking that something else is going to happen, aren't you?" I asked. Apollo nodded. And I shook my head, standing up and heading over to him. "Don't. We've won this battle. Apollo, Bradley won't be causing us any more trouble. This novel will be daily updated and I'm sure the council will leave us alone for now too." I laughed at the end. "Yes, thanks to my amazing mate." Apollo smiled. I dramatically flipped my hair. I know. I'm just too good." Apollo pulled me toward him and groaned. "You know how much you've tortured me to..." The number of times I'd had to hide my hard on FR. Everyone. Laughter escaped my mouth before I could stop it. Thinking about Adoni, trying to hide his boner just made me laugh even more. "You think that's funny?" He rolled his eyes. "I'm sorry. It is just a little." I tried to stop laughing. Before I knew it, Apollo had picked me up and threw me on the bed, causing me to squeal. The laughter stopped as soon as I saw his eyes. He crawled up the bed with a smirk on his face. "It's a good thing I don't have to hide my hard on anymore tonight." I swallowed the lump in my throat. Oh my. Apollo's smirk never left his face as he bent down and nipped my ear. "My little mate has nothing to say. My parents," I tried to come up with an excuse, "are on a completely different floor. You know this whole floor is just ours. My love." Apollo tried not to laugh at me, but my brain had nothing else to say. Apollo humored me while leaving little kisses from my ear to my neck, causing me to shiver. Suddenly it was like my brain stopped working. I couldn't think of anything else but the pleasure Apollo was causing me. "Are you afraid?" "Little witch, little one?" he asked. "You look like you want to devour me," I admitted. "And that makes you afraid?" Apollo looked at me, concerned. "No, it makes me nervous. My body is going to hurt like a bitch tomorrow," I replied. Apollo let out a sigh. "I thought you were afraid. I wouldn't do anything if you felt like that. But now I know you do want this." He wasted no time in pulling down my pants and latching onto my core. I arched my body off the bed, feeling Apollo's skillful tongue work its magic. "That comes after. Let me taste you first." Apollo smirked. Lick after lick. Apollo tortured me as my body thrashed around. "Apollo, please," I begged. "Not now. Don't you dare let go before I say so," Apollo said. I let out a cry of frustration, but that turned into a moan as Apollo inserted 2 fingers and pumped them in and out of my core. "Oh God. Apollo. I can't. This novel will be daily updated." I struggled to form even a sentence. Apollo's response was to pump his fingers even faster. 1 lick of my core, and I couldn't hold it in any longer. I screamed as I felt my juices spill out. My head fell back on the pillow as I breathed heavily to catch my breath. Apollo took out his fingers, and I watched as he licked them clean. "You disobeyed me," he told me. I tried, but it's hard. I pouted. Maybe so, but you still disown. I think a punishment is in order, Apollo said, a wicked glint in his eyes. He stood up and walked into the closet before coming out with a silk piece of cloth. What are you going to do? I asked, instead lifting my hands and holding them behind my head. Realization crossed my face as I struggled. But it was no use. Apollo used the silk cloth to tie my hands to the bedpost. Do not move. If you decide to escape, then I'll have to punish you even more. Apollo told me I could easily get out of this, but seeing his face made me think otherwise. Plus, a part of me couldn't help but get turned on. Stupid hormones. Apollo ripped my top, causing me to gasp. There are so many things I want to do to you, little witch, little one, but we have plenty of time. Right now, all I want to do is bury my cock in your tight pussy. Dirty talk. He knew how much I love that. I watched as Apollo took off his clothes, so slowly. My hands were itching to rip them off, and I groaned in frustration. This was part of his punishment, and punishment it was. Apollo, I groaned. No. Don't do it, little one. Apollo warned. I closed my eyes and lulled my brain to think about. A growl thrashed those thoughts. Eyes on me. Don't let them close. Apollo growled. This was absolute torture, but I did what he said. This novel will be daily updated. My eyes were glued to his hazel ones as he still took his sweet time taking off his clothes. I struggled around in the bed, begging him to hurry up, but he just stood there with a triumphant smirk on his face. Now you know not to disobey me. I can make the punishments worse. All right. Yes, I've learned my lesson. Please, would you just me already? I cried out. Apollo ripped off the rest of his clothes in a split second and positioned himself by my core, which was begging for him to enter me. Is this what you want? Apollo teased his cock by my entrance. Oh God. Please, Apollo. I lifted my core to try and encourage him. Slowly, Apollo edged forward. So close. All this teasing was torture. Just you wait. Apollo, I will pay you back the favor. Apollo. A loud voice called, causing us both to jump. No, this was not happening. Ignore it. They'll go away. Apollo. They yelled again. Are you kidding? I yelled. Apollo grabbed my hips so I didn't move. He also seemed pissed. I'm busy off. Apollo. You need to come now. Beckett's voice yelled. You Beckett. Do you know what the hell is going on here? Apollo released my hips and stood up. Sighing, I tore the silk to free my hands and stood up. Frustrated and horny. Just my luck too. I swear to you, if this isn't a matter of life and death, I will throw Beckett in the cells for a day. Apollo stood there, shocked, as I stormed into the bathroom and washed my flushed face. Whatever it was, I didn't really want to go out there with a face that red. I was so close to being. Quickly getting dressed again, I exited the bathroom and saw Apollo dressed, with a solemn look on his face. Well, the sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can be back on this bed and get the orgasm I so desperately deserve. We both exited our room and saw Beckett standing there with an unreadable LICTUCN 118 CLI is IUI odd Y. Apollo stood there, shocked, as I stormed into the bathroom and washed my flushed face. Whatever it was, I didn't really want to go out there with a face that red. I was so close to being. Quickly getting dressed again, I exited the bathroom and saw Apollo dressed, with a solemn look on his face. Well, the sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can be back on this bed and get the orgasm I so desperately deserve. We both exited our room and saw Beckett standing there with an unreadable expression on his face. What is it? Apollo asked. There is a situation downstairs. Beckett looked at me and hesitated. What the hell? Was it one of my family members? What situation? I asked. A little sliver of worry made its way in. Lax me, if you don't come here this very second. I will kill everyone you love. A familiar voice shouted. My eyes widened with shock as I registered the voice. Holy shit. This was bad. Very bad. My gaze snapped toward Apollo, who clenched his jaw and stormed downstairs, the anger radiating off him in waves. This novel will be daily updated. He was close to losing control, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. Why can't we have one normal day? I rushed downstairs, all thoughts of sex pushed out of my mind. Guess being a queen comes before my own pleasure. Chapter 35. My red water ran cold as I saw Stella held hostage by none other than Cade. A knife was pressed against Stella's neck, and a bomb was strapped to Cade's chest. My whole family was tense as they surrounded Cade. Luna was being held back by Miles. Her need to protect her sister was clear to me. Apollo was already growling at Cade. Guards surrounded the place, just waiting for Apollo's command. I knew they could very easily kill him, but it was Stella and the bomb that got me worried. As soon as I was down, his eyes connected with mine. My heart was racing, but I willed myself to stay calm. This was a delicate situation. Laxmi, you're here. Cade breathed, smiling at me. Apollo stood in front of me, blocking Cade from seeing me. Let me see her, Cade demanded. Apollo scoffed. I don't take orders from you. Mutt. He was struggling to stay in control. His voice became deeper. I squeezed his hand, and his tense shoulders relaxed. Just a little. Cade growled. Let me see her. This time he pressed the knife against Stella's neck, causing her to whimper. This novel will be daily updated at Darius, who was being held back by Damien, struggled against Damien's grip. I'll kill you. I will tear you. Limb from limb. Darius seethed, his possessiveness for his mate showing. He was no longer the playful alpha but a very angry one instead. Luna growled, attempting to lunge at Cade, but Miles held her back. Luna was easier to control than a certain lichen. If Apollo got angry, it wouldn't be pretty. His lichen was close to taking over. Stella wouldn't get hurt because of me. So I pushed Apollo aside and let Cade see me. Obviously Apollo didn't like that, but I grabbed his hand again, hoping he got the idea. You're different now. Cade looked at me with adoration in his eyes. That adoration was what I wanted to see all those months ago. Now it just made me sick. The only person I wanted to see that and was standing right beside me. Am I like it now? Cade. I kept all emotion away from my voice. A beautiful one at that, Cade replied. Apollo growled, but I pulled him back. The Cade I knew would never do anything to harm anyone. I hoped he was still in there. What do you want? I asked. You replied simply. Again, I felt Apollo's anger building up. I needed to diffuse this and quick. What makes you think he'll come with you? My eyebrows raised. You're mine. I've come to fulfill my promise to you, Cade stated. This time it was Darius who growled. Laxmi isn't yours. She never was. This novel will be daily updated. She was born to be a queen. She was born to be the king's mate. What promise are you talking about? You broke that when you stepped out of the car with your mate. Remember. Cade's gaze snapped to Darius. I don't have a mate. Confusion was etched on our faces. What was he talking about? Did something happen to Lana? I will have one soon, though. His gaze snapped to mine. Cade, you need to let Stella go, I said, walking closer to him. Apollo growled at the loss of contact, his stance turning predatory. He was ready to attack if Cade laid a finger on me. Let Stella go, Cade. I won't come any closer to you otherwise. I attempted to negotiate. So you'll come with me? He asked, excited. His grip loosened on the knife. I sighed this, and thankfully Stella did too. Without wasting a second, she elbowed Cade in the stomach while I grabbed the knife so she could escape. Cade collapsed onto the floor, and I chucked the knife far away. Get that bomb off him and chuck him in the dungeons. Apollo barked orders and dragged me away from Cade. She cheated on me, Cade whispered. I stopped in my tracks and turned back around. Cade looked at me brokenly. The bomb had been ripped off Cade, but he didn't seem to care about that. Darius looked at me and then back at Cade. "Lana?" he asked. Cade nodded slowly. Tears formed in his eyes, and he shook his head to try and clear them. "Why, when?" Darius asked. "I found out just before you came here and left me in charge. She was acting weird the past few months, and I couldn't figure out why. This novel will be daily updated. I followed her when she left our house, and she drove for about 15 minutes before stopping at this house. I heard a little boy shout, 'Mommy,' and my heart broke. In that moment, I thought she had a child that she hid from me because she was worried about my reaction. But then I heard a man's voice. He was telling her how much he loved her and missed her. Lana said she missed him too. My own mate telling another man she loved him. I went to confront her when she told him that she would be rejecting me soon. She couldn't bear to live without him and her son. But I didn't give her the satisfaction of rejecting me. I burst in and rejected her. Instead of remorse, she was actually happy, while my heart shattered. She jumped into the arms of that man. She didn't even care that I was standing right there. Cade was broken by the end of his story. Stella clutched onto Darius, while Darius looked distraught. The two have always been so close. Hearing what Cade went through would have hurt Darius too. I think everyone felt the pain. Your mate is meant to be your best friend, your lover. But for Cade, that was the case. The pain he felt was all because of his mate. I felt anger building up inside me. Lana knew the effects of the mate bond, but still she played with Cade. Apollo stepped up behind me, and his presence soothed the anger that was threatening to escape. I cowed and helped the tears that fell. Cade wasn't malicious or possessive, he was broken. This novel will be daily updated. He had been broken in the worst possible way. My mate had a family. She didn't want me. The mate bond made her stay with me, but she never wanted me. She just used me. Broke my heart and left. Cade whispered. I walked toward Cade and knelt down so I was face to face with him. Apollo's anger was evident, but I turned to him and shook my head. Cade was going to do anything. I was sure of it. "Cade," I whispered. His eyes shot up to mine. Sadness, anguish, and devastation were shining through. I know it's tough. Rejection isn't easy, but you can't let her win. What she did to you was awful, but you're stronger than that. You are one of the strongest people I know. There is someone out there for you, someone who is worthy of your love, and we both know that someone isn't me. I smiled sadly. Cade sighed. I know. You were never meant to be mine. Darius was right. You were born to be the king's mate. I guess my anger blinded me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Darius spoke up. What you went through is something I don't wish upon anyone. Your feelings got the better of you, but owning up to your mistakes is something admirable. You've always been there for me, so this time I'm here for you. Cade smiled sadly. Thanks, man, but I'm stepping down from my role as Beta. I don't deserve it. Not after all of this. Darius laughed. Don't even think about it. I won't find a better Beta for the pack. You're staying, but I'll let you have a few weeks off. Go and travel, explore new places, and who knows, maybe you'll find someone. Cade cringed. I think my heart is closed off. Never say never. I reminded him. Thanks, Laxmi. You really are one of the best people I know. Cade smiled. She is. Apollo made his presence known. Grabbing my hand so I was standing, it was a sign of possession. I wanted to roll my eyes, but instead I just smiled at him, and he pulled me closer to his side. Come on. Man, let's go home. I don't want the pack being without the alpha or beta. Darius helped Cade stand. Smiley. I would have stayed longer if I could, but duty calls. You know I'm always a phone call away. Darius hugged me. I understand. You have responsibilities. Make sure you ring me when you get home. This novel will be daily updated, and I replied. Yes, mother. Darius joked. Aren't you guys tired? That drive is going to be so long. Luna piped up. Well, take turns driving. You'll drive first to let these guys sleep. Stella walked over to her sister and gave her a big hug. After saying our goodbyes to Darius, Stella, and Cade, everyone decided to return to their rooms. It didn't take a genius to figure out that everyone was exhausted. The past few days had been tough on everyone. Mom gave me another hug and told me that I did the right thing, even though I didn't need it. Hearing Mom say that made me feel a little better. For some reason I was sure if I had betrayed Apollo by giving Cade a second chance. Apollo may be jealous and possessive, but he wasn't just. He may not like Cade, but my heart knew that he wouldn't be mad. I made my way back to my room with Apollo by my side. Sorry if I angered you. I broke the silence. You didn't. I wanted to be angry with you, but I realized I just can't be. He sighed. Why? I asked. Because you did the right thing. Cade was broken, and you saw that. You gave him a second chance. Meanwhile, I was blinded by jealousy, so was thinking straight. Apollo replied, what happened to Cade was awful. All I wish for him is happiness. I released a sigh. I'll make it. But enough about Cade. I believe we were interrupted. Apollo smirked. Apollo didn't wait for me to respond, instead picking me up and walking back to our room at a fast pace. Clearly someone was eager. He threw me on the bed, and the predatory look was back on his face. I found myself getting excited, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. He left me on edge. Now it was payback time. I yawned and said, an low night. I'm exhausted. I need sleep. His face changed to one of shock as I beneath the covers and closed my eyes. What the? I heard him mutter. It took everything in me not to burst out laughing as he got changed and climbed into bed. Tomorrow, right? He asked. Well, see, my parents are here, and I want to spend time with them. I snuggled into the duvet. Cock blockers, he mumbled. A part of me felt a little guilty, but a bigger part of me was enjoying this way too much. Teasing Apollo was definitely one of my favorite things to one. Good night, Apollo, I said, trying hard not to laugh. Yeah, good night, he replied. It didn't take long for him to pull me closer, so I was now facing his chest. Something about sleeping in your mate's arms was just amazing. I snuggled into Apollo's chest, and he tightened his grip around me. It didn't take long for my eyes to get heavy. The events of the last few days took its toll on my body, so I welcomed sleep with open arms. I once dreamed of having the perfect mate, but reality has turned into a nightmare. Chapter 36. Don't do it, little one. You've teased me enough today, Apollo growled, his authoritative tone laced with affection. The king can't handle some teasing. I gasped, my playful nature shining through. Apollo's eyes narrowed, his easy provocation evident. You're going to be in so much trouble. Whatever. I flipped my hair back, my sarcastic side coming out. That's it. Apollo lunged for me, his affectionate side taking over. I suppose I should backtrack a few hours to this morning. Waking up felt amazing. My whole body felt so much better, as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. The royal chambers seemed to glow with a newfound warmth. Apollo buried his face into my hair and breathed in my scent, his protective instincts on full display. I don't want to get up, Apollo mumbled, his kingly demeanor momentarily forgotten. Neither do I, but my parents are here. I want to spend some time with them before they go. Reluctantly, I detangled myself from Apollo's warmth and headed to the bathroom to get ready, my heart already longing for more family time. When I headed downstairs to the grand dining hall, my parents and family were already sitting there and chatting. Damien, Beckett, and Miles were also there, adding to the lively atmosphere. Morning. I made my presence known. my voice carrying the authority of a queen. "Morning. Did you sleep well?" Miles asked, a teasing glint in his eyes that matched my own playful nature. "Better than you. Clearly. Maybe next time you should actually sleep." I joked, falling easily into our familiar banter. Miles rolled his eyes, while Beckett and Damien laughed, the camaraderie evident. "I'm going to pretend I never heard that." Dev mumbled, his protective brother instinct kicking in. "Love ya, big bro." I laughed, my affection for my family shining through. "Darling, we're heading back after breakfast." Mom smiled sadly, her caring nature evident in her expression. "What? Why not after lunch?" I asked, my disappointment clear. Oh honey, we need to get back. Your father and brother have responsibilities that they can't ignore." Mom came over to give me a hug, her understanding nature comforting me. I sighed. "I wish you could stay longer." "Next time," Mom promised, her words filled with warmth. "You need to pay a visit next." Dad teased, his sarcastic humor shining through. "Oh hush, she's the queen. Much more responsibility than us." Mom replied, ever the voice of reason. "Dad's just messing." "Mom," I smiled, appreciating the familiar family dynamic. "Just because you're the queen doesn't mean you can't come to visit." Dev chipped in, his sarcasm matching our father's. "I can't wait for you to leave." I stuck my tongue out, falling back into our sibling rivalry. "Wow, Laxmi, so mature." Dev rolled his eyes, his protective nature barely hidden beneath the sarcasm. "All the joys of having my kids back together." Dad's sarcasm caused the Lycans to laugh, the room filled with mirth. Arya sat there, sipping her coffee, her observant eyes full of laughter as she quietly took in the family scene. What did I miss? Apollo came down the stairs, his hair still wet from the shower, exuding the confidence of a king. How badly I wanted to run my hands through his hair. Damn it. I bet he did that on purpose. He knows I love his hair. My affectionate thoughts were momentarily interrupted by Damien's voice. "Just regular sibling drama." Damien laughed, his observant nature summing up thickly. Apollo, ever protective of Laxmi, approached and asked, "Are you teasing your brother?" "Little one. Of course he'd ask that. Probably trying to get revenge from yesterday." Dev, with his typical playful demeanor, looked smug. "See, even your mate knows what a handful you are." I placed my hands on my hips, my quick wit coming to the fore. "You want me to start exposing your secrets?" Dev's smug look dropped, replaced by horror. "You wouldn't. Try me." I fired back, my assertiveness shining through. Dad took a sip from his coffee before replying. "Dev, you're a grown-ass man. Stop teasing your sister. You know she'll embarrass you." "Daddy's little princess." Dev mumbled into his cup of coffee. Arya, supportive as always, patted his back but looked at me, laughing. I decided not to say anything else, not wanting to risk Mom telling me off. We all know that moms do not hold back either. "You know you're my mate. You're meant to be on my side." I glared at Apollo, shrugging his hand off my shoulder and going to sit next to my parents, feeling the familiar pang of missing them. Damien, offering his usual commentary, shook his head at Apollo. "Oh, brother, never piss off your mate. I'm sure that is basic knowledge." Apollo didn't seem fazed. Instead, he had that wicked glint in his eyes, a rare display of emotion for him. I pretended to ignore Apollo as I ate breakfast with my family. Luna came down yawning. Clearly had a late night, and the boys didn't miss the opportunity to tease Miles. Luna sat down next to me and downed a cup of coffee. Someone had a long night. I tried but failed to hold in my laughter. Luna weakly glared at me, which caused me to laugh more, our friendship evident in the playful exchange. "I think that's our cue to leave," Dev said, standing up. "Already?" I couldn't help the sadness in my voice, my protective nature extending to my family. Oh, darling, we would stay longer if we could, but your brother is right. We should head off. Mom sighed. Yeah, I guess so. My happy mood disappeared. I didn't realize how much I missed my family until they had to leave again. After giving my family long hugs and promising them I'd come home, I watched the car leave. Apollo tried to hold my hand, but I shrugged him off, going to Luna instead, seeking comfort from my friend. It's okay to be sad. Luna comforted me, her supportive nature shining through. I miss them already. I sighed. Apollo, sensing my distress, held my hand and pulled me into his embrace. I breathed in his addictive scent and buried my face in his chest. Guess I couldn't stay mad at him for long. Little one, I know this may not be the right time, but you should know. Bradley is dead, Apollo said, his voice devoid of outward emotion, but I knew he was hurting inside. I looked up at Apollo, my brave facade in place. Good. He won't be causing any more trouble for us. Apollo just nodded, bringing me back into his warm embrace. A voice broke our embrace. Eleanor. I looked up and down for any signs that Bradley hurt her, my protective instinct kicking in. Am already healed, she said. I walked over to her, and she pulled me in for a hug. Oh God, I can't tell you how worried I was. My voice broke, and tears threatened to fall. Yeah, well, Ethel Witch, well, am angry with you, she replied, her concern for my safety evident. What, why? I asked, confused. Because, Laxmi, you were going to give yourself up for me. How stupid can you be? Eleanor shook her head. I told her not to. Apollo chipped in, his protective nature coming to the fore. You can be angry at me. I don't care. There was no other option. And I am the queen. Surely my decision shouldn't be questioned. The anger built up inside of me, my assertiveness taking over. Eleanor suddenly backed down, while the others looked at me, worried. Apollo stepped closer to me, ready to offer support if needed. Calm down. The anger disappeared, and I sighed. You know what? It's been a long few days. Whatever has happened is done. This novel will be daily updated and we can't change the past, so why talk about it? I looked around at everyone. You're right. No more talking about it. Luna agreed. I actually need to go into town. Come on, Miles. Luna dragged Miles. They'll join. Get out of the palace. Damien said. They'll come too. I chipped in. Nope, nope. You're busy today, Apollo replied. What? I looked at him, confused. Just picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. Seriously, put me down. I growled. Oh, we have fun. Guys, my mate and I need to have a long conversation. I could hear the smirk in his voice. I heard the laughter of everyone while Apollo carried me back to our room. You, I said, grumbling. That mouth of yours. Apollo tut D before smacking my ass. In the ass. Don't do that, I gasped. Why is it turning you on? He asked. I scoffed. No, just don't do it. Lies. Of course it was. Apollo would have known that anyway. Apollo dumped me on the bed, but I didn't give him a chance to do anything. I jumped up, the adrenaline pumping through my body. Apollo smirked at me. His tongue ran over his lips. I wanted to kiss them so badly. Want me to chase you? I walked over to Apollo and left small kisses on his face, never kissing his lips. Apollo groaned, his arms tight and around my waist. No, I want you to catch me, I whispered in Apollo's ear. He clearly wasn't expecting that. For a split second his arms loosened, and I took that opportunity to duck under him and run out of our room. This time I ran through the palace before heading outside. Apollo let out a growl, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end. My Lycan and I were excited, giggling, I ran outside and swung myself up in a tree. Apollo ran straight past me, and I waited for a few seconds before quietly jumping down and running back inside. Honestly, I was just doing whatever came to me. I had no plan, but I found it was working in my favor. Running straight back in my room, I dashed into my cupboard and found the piece of lingerie I was looking for. As fast as I could, I put it on. It was a sexy black one-piece with a plunging neckline that went all the way down to just above my belly button. This novel will be daily updated at the lace detail was stunning. I paired that with a silk robe and took out my hair, running my fingers through it. I heard Apollo's growl outside in the gardens, and Evie's idea formed in my head. I walked out on our balcony. Sure enough, Apollo was standing there, breathing heavily, his lichen clearly sniffing out where I was. Apollo, I called. Like what you see. I smirked. Apollo growled and ran inside. A thrill of excitement rushed through me. I heard him shout. No one on my floor. No one. I positioned myself by the balcony so it was like I was going to jump. Apollo banged the door open, his eyes finding mine and lust filling them quickly. What happened? The king called and find me. I laughed. Come here, little one. Apollo's eyes didn't leave mine. No, I like it here, thinking everyone should see what I'm wearing. I joked. Come here, Apollo said again, his voice deeper. Don't you want to play catch again? Mischief glistened in my eyes. No, I want you here now. Apollo growled. I think I want to play again. I smirked. Don't do it, little one. You've teased me enough today. Apollo growled. The king can't handle some teasing. I gasped. Apollo's eyes narrowed. You're going to be in so much trouble. Whatever. I flipped my hair back. That's it. Apollo lunged for me. And that is how I ended up in this situation. I don't regret it. Not one bit. Chapter 37. Someone should have told me that my mouth would get me into trouble. Oh wait. They did. I just never listened. Apollo wasted no time in picking me up and throwing me on the bed. His eyes trained on me, daring me to move. You look so sexy. But this needs to come off. Take it off now or I'll tear it off myself. Apollo's gaze never left mine. Hearing his serious tone of voice, I decided it was in my best interest to listen to him. Plus, I really did like this piece of lingerie. I sat up and made my way off the bed. But Apollo growled. No, take it off lying down. What? No, I scoffed. You really want to test me now? Little one, don't forget. You still need to be punished for the other day as well as today. Apollo raised his eyebrows. I forgot about that. His face showed no emotion, but that twinkle in his eyes gave it away. He wanted me to defy him. Normally I would, but I crawled back onto the bed and did some weird dance to get the lingerie off. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of punishing me. Not very sexy, but Apollo's gaze, plus him licking his lips, made me think otherwise. I flung the piece of lingerie at Apollo and obviously he caught it effortlessly. Why do you always have to tease me? Apollo let out a tortured groan. He dropped the lingerie and tore off his jeans and shirt. My eyes went straight to the growing bulge that was still covered, crawled toward me, causing me to hold my breath. Why can't you just let me you like we both want? Let me plunge my cock into you over and over. He looked dangerous. Those eyes and that smirk of his. I was definitely in trouble. He grabbed my ankle and pulled me toward him, making me gasp. Where's the fun in that? I replied, my heart rate increasing dramatically. True. Much more enjoyable to have you defy me. I can't wait to dish out your punishment. Apollo smirked. What punishment? I asked. I didn't even realize when he took off the last piece of clothing until his member plunged into me. Oh shit, I cried out. Apollo was relentless, his were hard and fast. He held both my hands above my head, stir his hair like I wanted. Don't you dare come. Apollo warned. Before I could protest, he flipped me onto my stomach and pulled me up so I was on my hands and knees. I screamed his name over and over again as the most powerful orgasm I had died down. I wasn't even able to catch my breath before 2 fingers penetrated my sensitive core. I lifted my hips as the thrusts continued, pushed my body down and attacked my core again. That tongue of his, along with his fingers, managed to get 5 orgasms out of me. My body was tired, and I knew I'd feel this tomorrow. I can't take any more. I breathed out. I think you can handle 1 more. Apollo released his grip on my pussy. His head lifted up, and he licked his lips. He crawled toward me, and his hard member plunged into my sensitive folds. Your E's still so tight. Apollo groaned. Move. I managed to get out. He didn't need any more encouragement, although his thrusts weren't as hard as before. It didn't take me long to scream his name. With him not far behind me, his body fell to the side, and he pulled my sweaty and tired body close to him. That was something else. I was still trying to catch my breath. Your body is something I will never get tired of. Apollo kissed my sweaty forehead. I snuggled into his warmth, my body needing the rest. Our moment was ruined by us hearing Miles coming up the stairs. This time I refused to move. He can off. I'm staying here with you. I do not care if I sound like a needy bitch. I told Apollo. I won't leave your side. Don't worry, little one. Apollo chuckled, his chest vibrating. Hey, lax me. Moon, I got you. Miles trailed off. Oh no. I'm leaving it out here. Miles yelled. I burst out laughing, hearing Miles. Why am I the one who always has to do this? Miles' complaints faded away. I did say off limits, but he was here, Apollo said. My eyes felt heavy as Apollo tucked a piece of hair behind my ears. Did I tire you out? He sounded smug. Yes, I'm going to be so sore when I wake up. I complained. Are you really complaining? He asked. I shook my head. Those orgasms he gave me were unlike anything I had ever experienced. Of course I wasn't going to complain. Don't get too cocky. I yawned. Too late. I can't wait to tell the guys how many orgasms I gave you. Apollo smirked. As if you expect me to believe that. You're too possessive to do that. I scoffed. Me, on the other hand, I'll be telling the girls how I felt so good. I smirked. You're looking for another punishment. Apollo glared at me. Whatever. I yawned again and closed my eyes. No more talking now. Just hold me, I said. I'll hold you forever. Apollo's grip tightened as I lost my battle to sleep. Chapter 38. I was right. I was so sore when I woke up. Apollo held me close to him as he slept. My hand itched to touch his face, but he looked so peaceful sleeping. Apollo stirred and his hazel eyes connected with mine. I could feel yours, little one. He yawned. Oops. My bad. I smiled sheepishly. Yes. It is your bad. I think you need to be punished. Apollo suddenly seemed more awake. Oh no. I am way too sore. I need a nice hot bath. You'll have to deal with that by yourself. I stood up and pointed to his growing budge. I picked up Apollo's shirt and slipped it on as I made my way to the bathroom you love to torture me. Apollo groaned. I smirked to myself before turning to face Apollo. You want to join me in the bath? Apollo sat up and nodded. Too bad. Bath time is my time alone. I shrugged and shut the bathroom door. Apollo growled. I'll get you for that teasing. I giggled as I filled up the bath with hot water and put in bath salts. I took off Apollo's shirt and let my sore muscles sink into the warmth of the bath. OIGIUWV. I cowled and helped the moan that left my lips as my sore muscles relaxed. The door banged open and Apollo stormed in. What the I gasped. Apollo's hungry gaze traveled up and down my body, causing a familiar sensation to travel down my body. One look and he has me ready for him. I thought you were pleasuring yourself. Apollo finally tore his gaze from my body and looked me in the eye so. I wasn't. But so what if I was? I asked. Nothing. I wanted to see. Apollo smirked. I rolled my eyes. I know that look in your eyes. Leave me and my sore body alone. You're saying one thing, but your eyes are telling me something else. I bet me seeing you pleasure yourself is turning you on right now. Apollo's gaze was locked onto mine. Don't even think about it. I warned. It took every ounce of my strength to turn him away, but my body was so sore. Plus I wanted to enjoy my bath. Fine. I'll just join you in the bath. Apollo stepped into the water and sank into the bath before I could stop him. He sank into the water behind me and pulled my body to him. Apollo, I warned. I won't initiate anything, little Wen. But if you start something, then I'll happily comply, he said with a teasing smile. Before I could reply, his hands started massaging my shoulders, causing me to groan. Damn, that felt good. I knew what he was trying to do, work me up so much that I begged for him. My traitorous body was almost willing to give in, but I stopped myself as Apollo continued to massage my shoulders. My resolve weakened bit by bit until I couldn't handle it. You did that on purpose, I accused him. Maybe, but you initiated it. He kissed my head. Apollo helped me stand as he drained the water out of the bath and turned on the shower. This time he stayed true to his word, washing my hair and body. I couldn't deny it felt so good. Of course I happily returned the favor, and once we were both showered, we decided to get out. After getting dressed, we headed downstairs, hand in hand. My stomach was demanding food, so we made our way to the kitchen. Hey guys, Olivia said, sipping her tea. And coffee. My one true love. I took a big sip out of a fresh cup, while Apollo growled behind me. Possessive lichen. I just rolled my eyes and continued to sip my coffee. Long night. Olivia teased. You have no idea. I winked. No talk of what happens in the bedroom and the kitchen. Miles entered drama queen. I muttered under my breath, nah. Soon everyone but Beckett joined us in the kitchen. We all chatted as we ate pancakes and laughed. Olivia didn't eat anything but sipped her tea, which was strange because she loved her coffee. For the first time no one was stressed, and it felt amazing. Beckett made his presence known with a solemn look on his face. Olivia stood up and nodded at Beckett. Hey guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He sighed. So don't. Just don't say it. Miles said. I wish I didn't have to. Beckett shook his head. The happy mood vanished, and Apollo stood up, a serious look on his face. What is it? He asked. All of a sudden Beckett smiled. Olivia's pregnant. What? I exclaimed. Congrats, brother. Apollo hugged Beckett. That's why you only had tea. It suddenly dawned on me. Olivia laughed. Yep, I've eaten for a few weeks, but with everything going on, it just didn't seem like a good time to tell everyone. So instead you make Beckett come in here and scare the shit out of us. Miles shook his head. I had no idea he was going to do that. Olivia laughed. A baby. I can't wait. I hugged Olivia. Babies just cry and poop everywhere. Miles rolled his eyes. Just like you then, Miles. Damien joked. Poor Luna. If she ever wants kids, then she'll have you to deal with too. Apollo shook his head. Please. I'll just threaten him with no sex. And he'll change. Luna smirked. Everyone burst out laughing, while Miles pouted. Why does everyone always gang up on me? Because you have the best reactions. I laughed. Whatever. Moving on. Do you guys want a girl or a boy? Miles asked Olivia and Beckett. I haven't thought about it. Olivia shrugged. Girl, devil witch. Beckett said. You want a girl. Olivia looked shocked. Yeah, of course I do. Beckett replied. I want a boy first. Miles said. I always wanted to have a boy first. Luna agreed. Be careful. You may end up with twins. Beckett warned. Oh, even better. Lou laughed, seeing Miles' face pale. What about you two? Olivia asked me and Apollo. Oh, I haven't really thought, girl. Apollo butted in. I want all girls. He said. All girls? I asked. Yes, all girls. He nodded. You'll have your hands full when they start dating. Miles laughed. Apollo growled. Don't. My bad. Miles put his hands up. Will you find out the gender? I asked Olivia. Duh, of course. I am way too impatient to wait the full 9 months. She replied. Next stage of your lives. Parenthood. Luna said. Yep, I can't wait. Beckett smiled, pulling Olivia closer to him. Apollo looked at me with a smile and said, Me neither. You'll have to wait a long time. I'm not ready to be a mom right now. I laughed. I know. And that's fine. We have time. No rush. Apollo replied. So what happens now? Miles asked. Now we enjoy ourselves with no worries. Oh, and continue our duties, Apollo answered. Miles rolled his eyes. Can't we just quit? You can, but I never will. Now that I have my queen, I can deal with anything. Apollo smiled. I wrapped my arms around Apollo's waist and snuggled into his chest. Now our forever begins. Chapter 39. Damian Gray is nothing like his brother Apollo, wanting nothing to do with his royal lineage. But when Queen Laxmi calls on him, he has no choice. Little did he know that he would meet Helody, his true mate and the love of his life. But Sheff's been tricked into thinking she already has a mate. Can they overcome the deceit? Or will they be forced into a loveless life? Damie and Amian. A familiar voice called, breaking me out of my thoughts. I replied, looking up. Are you okay? They asked. I smiled. Of course, why? Because you have that look on your face. This novel will be daily updated and it's the same as your brother's. Laxmi pointed out. Laxmi Gray, as she was now known, or the Queen, my brother's beloved mate, my new sister-in-law. But that sounded lame. She was my sister. Cat, why are you so observant? I sighed. Laxmi just shrugged and sat down next to me. It comes with living with your brother. He used to keep a lot of things to himself. Yeah, I don't blame him. I mumbled. Laxmi just laughed. Are you going to tell me what is bothering you so much? I don't want to be here. I miss my old life in England. I admitted. I don't want to be here. I miss my old life in England. I admitted. Something about Laxmi made me want to tell her. So, what's stopping you? You know Apollo will never stop you from leaving if you really want to go. Laxmi told me. I know he won't. But there is something that's stopping me. I don't know if it's my duty to my brother or something else. I groaned in frustration. Maybe you've missed family love, even if you won't admit it to yourself. Or maybe it's because your mate is close by. Laxmi winked at the end. I scoffed. Funny one. Laxmi just shook her head and stood up. This novel will be daily updated at it right. Duty calls. Damian, I want you to remember that you're not alone. I smiled. I know. Thanks, Laxmi. I watched as she left me alone with my thoughts. Laxmi might not realize it, but she has this aura about her. A powerful one. She was definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I loved the way she showed my brother his place. Seeing Apollo happy after all this time was amazing. I am extremely happy for him, but a part of me is jealous. Now both my siblings were happy with their mates, but not me. Again, I felt like the odd one out of my siblings. It had only been for months since I came back here, and oh, how much my life had changed. I still remember getting that call that changed everything. For months ago, it was just a normal day for me at the office. Being a detective had its perks. One was that I could use my licenses, which proved to be a major help. Another was I had a lot more freedom. For once, I felt wanted and appreciated. I was sitting at my desk doing the less glamorous side of my job, paperwork. It was boring, but it had to be done. Just as I was almost finished, one of the men came and called out my name. Phone call for you. Detective. Me, who is it? I asked, confused. All the main people had my cell phone number. She said she knows your brother. He looked at me. Someone who knows Apollo is at Riley, but she would just say she is my sister. My mind was blank when it came to who it could be, but nevertheless, I nodded to the guy. He held up 3 fingers, indicating it was line 3. Taking a deep breath, I pressed 3 and held the phone up to my ear. Detective Gray speaking. Who is this? I asked. Is this Damian Gray? A female questioned. Yes, may I ask who is calling? My confusion increased. I heard her breath a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. I thought I had dialed the wrong number. How embarrassing. Oh wait. Sorry, my name is Laxmi, and am your brother's mate. She replied. Holy, my brother has a mate. S0. About damn time too. I didn't keep up with the affairs of royals, but I did keep up with my brother. A habit I could never break. My brother's mate. I was still in a daze. Laxmi laughed nervously. Yep, that's me. Look, he doesn't know I'm calling, but Apollo could really use your support right now. I know it's a lot to ask over the phone, but please come back. At least for a few weeks. Well, that was a shock. Hearing the war why in Laxmi's voice tugged at me. She clearly cared for Apollo a lot. I sighed. I don't know, please. He really needs you. There are some nasty people who would love to see your brother's head on a stake. Laxmi sounded upset. I growled. Council members always been slimy. Okay, fine. I'll come. I gave in. Laxmi sighed. Thank you. I can't wait to meet you. A small smile made its way onto my face. This novel will be daily updated, and I guess a visit is overdue if Apollo has found his mate. We said our goodbyes and hung up. I massaged my aching head. Only 11 a.m., and I already have a headache. I made my way to my boss' office, who was also doing paperwork. After all the years of working here, I had never taken a day off. Work kept me busy, and recently I needed the distraction as the emptiness in my heart grew bigger. So my boss was surprised when I asked when I off and even more shocked when I said I was sure when I'd return. I explained it was a family emergency and as much time off as I needed. I took the rest of the day off and drove back to my house. London had been my home for so many years now. I had almost forgotten about my hometown, but the palace was the kind of place that if you tried to forget it, you would fail. I wasted no time in booking a ticket and proceeded to pack a bag. This felt so weird to be going back after so long. Apollo, my big brother, my role model, made me, and that was all I had to hear. Laxmi sounded so upset that it hurt me. I guess now she is family too, and I am a firm believer in family is everything. Only 5 hours after getting the phone call, I was at the airport waiting for my flight to board. As I looked around, I noticed no one really paid attention to me, just how I looked. But as soon as I would land back in my hometown, everyone would know who I was. Everyone would want to know where I was, and I hated that. I hated that being a royal meant no privacy whatsoever. It was one of the things Riley and I actually agreed on. When she left with her mate, she made it clear to both me and Apollo that this was what she wanted. Riley craved the normal life, and Apollo knew this. He never stopped her, even though it hurt him. He never stopped me when I decided to leave. Apollo knew we weren't happy, so he let us go and live our lives. But now it was time to go back. For Apollo, my brother, the 7, our flight went by too quickly. Stepping off the plane, I let out a sigh and went through to collect my bags. As suspected, it didn't take long for eyes to zone in on me. People's stares fixated on my every movement. The word would soon spread that I was back. I hated that. I hadn't told Laxmi anything about when I was planning on coming, which was the idea. The last thing I wanted was one of the guards standing there to greet me. Instead, I caught a taxi. The taxi driver kept looking in his mirror and I sighed. Is something the matter? I asked. Sorry, sir, it's just that you look awfully familiar. He apologized. Just drive. I sighed. Palace. But some distance away. Honestly, I was a little shocked that I still knew my way around. Even though I wanted to forget, it seemed like I wasn't able to. Home is home after all. Once we stopped, I paid the taxi driver and walked toward the palace. This novel will be daily updated as it came into view. I let out a breath that I hadn't even realized I was holding. A guard spotted me, and his mouth dropped open. Your Majesty, welcome back. He quickly opened the gates and ushered me in. It didn't take long for other guards and servants to rush up, all greeting me and asking if I wanted anything. Your Majesty, finally you have returned. One of the elder servants smiled. I bit my tongue and just nodded. Royal title. I hated it. Damien, my sister's familiar voice called. Riley. I walked toward her. What are you doing here? She asked. Same thing as you in guessing. I looked at the little boy in her arms. Damien, meet William, your nephew. Riley handed me the little boy, who squealed with delight. You had a kid, and you told no one. I asked in disbelief. Riley just shrugged. I was living my life. Plus, if I told this stupid family I was pregnant, then you know what would have happened. I looked down at little William, who seemed fascinated with the palace. Who could blame him? It seems more breathtaking now. Laxmi called you then. I changed the subject. Yes, she said Apollo really needed the support of his siblings. Riley sighed. And you agreed. I was shocked. Don't look so surprised. Damien, I could ask you the same question. Riley huffed. I came because I could sense the truth in her voice. Plus Apollo is still our brother. I replied. I came because something in the back of my mind kept bugging me. This novel will be daily updated at maybe it was Laxmi. Or maybe it was the fact that Apollo needed us. Riley admitted. I gave William back to her and said, now we've said our hellos. Let us pay the main man himself a visit. Riley nodded and we both made our way to Apollo. It was hard to find him since his study was the same one that Dad had used. Plus, his scent was incredibly powerful. He sensed us before we could walk in because those hazel eyes were already locked on mine as soon as I entered the room. His eyes flickered with disbelief, happiness, and sadness. My gaze locked onto the one who had called me here. It was clear she was Apollo's mate. Her presence was so strong. Laxmi had this natural dominance about her. My Lycan was pleased that Apollo had such a strong mate. I couldn't help but admire the one who stole my brother's heart. She was breathtaking. I couldn't deny that. Her eyes flickered to her mate. She smiled. Wow, her smile. It could light up a whole room. Apollo looked at me in disbelief. Well, there is no turning back now. I was here and I intended to help my brother in whatever way he needed. Chapter 40 present day. Damie and it had been for months since the day arrived. For months. I could have gone straight back to London as soon as everything was solved. But I just couldn't. Every time I went to book a flight, something stopped me. It was only yesterday I rang my boss and told him that I would send him an email with my resignation letter. He was shocked but understood. Of course, he was under the impression that my father was dying, but that didn't matter. Riley left as soon as the drama was over. Apollo was sad to see our younger sister leave, but he knew she didn't want to stay. Laxmi, my new sister. Half the time, I wondered why she had called me. She was incredibly strong and brave and could have handled all this on her own. She more or less did that anyway. Groaning, I got up and made my way to Apollo's study. 11 VUV. Your Majesty. Do you need anything? A mate asked. I still hated my stupid title, but there was nothing I could do about it. This novel will be daily updated. I just shook my head and rushed to my brother's study. You need to have a kid. I blurted out as soon as I walked in. Apollo looked up and chuckled. I know why I am desperate to have a child. But you, do you want to be an uncle that badly? Riley has a kid. You know, don't play dumb. You know I can never renounce my royal title until you have a kid. I sighed. Oh yes, your E's still second in line. Apollo signed a document and placed it to the side. Wait, you said you want a kid. Why don't you have one? I asked. In case you haven't noticed, I don't have the human biology to carry a child. Apollo deadpanned. I know that. I rolled my eyes. Laxmi isn't ready for a child. She's enjoying her life and I won't tie her down. Apollo replied. You've turned into a softie. I laughed. Wait till you find your mate. Damien. Apollo pointed out. Yeah, wonder when that will be. I trailed off. Don't give up. Look at me. Laxmi came into my life when I needed her the most. I know your mate will too. Apollo smiled. I wanted to believe my brother, but I was having a hard time doing so. Hey, we have a pack coming here tomorrow. They are having some territory issues. I want you to be with me, Apollo said. I nodded. I knew my brother was doing this to keep my mind off leaving, and I decided to humor him. After all, Battle Witch, after all. I couldn't imagine how he had felt when all his family just up and left when he became king. I guess I felt like I owed him. They'll be arriving early in the morning. Be up and ready by 9. Apollo told me, sake, why can't these alphas come at a decent time? I just nodded and headed to my room. I'm going to need sleep if I have to deal with big-headed alphas tomorrow. As soon as my alarm went off, I groaned and hit snooze. Dealing with big-headed alphas was not how I wanted to spend my day, but I had no choice. Rolling out of bed, I got ready for the day. There was no need to spend too much time choosing an outfit. Not like I did anyway. I quickly put on a pair of dark jeans and a plain white t-shirt. After fixing my hair, I left my room. Apollo and Laxmi were walking downstairs from their floor when they spotted me. Of course, Apollo looked every inch the king he was in Laxmi. The simplicity of her outfit did nothing to diminish that powerful aura surrounding her. Morning. Sunshine. Laxmi smiled. Humped it cheerful for me. I replied. Apollo laughed. Come on, brother. It should be fun. Putting these big-headed alphas in their place. Sure, if that's how you want to spend your morning. His novel will be daily updated and I'd much rather be in bed. I rolled my eyes. We made our way downstairs. Laxmi in the middle with Apollo and I on either side of her. Even though Laxmi was more than capable of defending herself, I still felt an overwhelming need to protect her. So did my Lycan. Your Majesty. They're here. A maid informed us. Apollo nodded. You know where to bring them. Make sure they go through the security checks. Laxmi reminded the maid. The maid nodded and walked off. We made our way to a separate room where Apollo liked to conduct meetings. He was the opposite of Dad in that respect. Dad only had meetings in his study, whereas Apollo liked a room with a lot more space. I remember him telling me that he wanted the alphas to feel like they could say anything, and the study was always so suffocating. I had to agree. We all took our seats. Apollo and Laxmi were sitting on their own sofa, while I sat on the armchair next to Apollo. Oh, how badly I wanted this meeting to be over, and it hadn't even started. A servant came in. Your Majesties. Alpha Gibson and Beta Porter. We all stood as the Alpha and Beta walked in. Both bowed in respect before taking a seat opposite us. So you need to discuss some territory issues. Am I correct? Apollo asked, wasting no time in starting. He was always so busy, but at least he had Laxmi to keep him company. Yes, Your Majesty. We have an issue with a pack continuously entering what we believe is our territory. They are causing lots of disturbance and threatening to kill us. The Alpha stated. And how do you know this is your territory? Apollo questioned. Well, it is actually unclaimed land. However, as it is closer to our pack's land, it makes more sense that it is ours. But Bait and How chipped in. Laxmi now made her presence known. But it is possible that it could also be the other pack's land. And the reason they are saying kill you is because they believe it is their land just as you believe it is yours. Yes, but it is closer to our land. The Beta said. making the same argument ego in. Apollo looked at the Alpha and Beta before saying, "Do you have any proof? Any plans for the land? Any measurements?" Both the Alpha and Beta shook their heads. "That's what I suspected. I cannot and will not proclaim the land as yours until I am sure. As such, I will send my brother to inspect, and whatever he proclaims will be final. As much as I see the issue, it is not urgent enough for me to deal with it personally, but do not think that we do not care. Damien will go with you today to deal with the issue." Apollo said. "What, me?" I glared at Apollo, who didn't seem to care. "Of course not. I should have gone back to London when I had the chance." "Thank you, Your Majesty. We appreciate it greatly," the Alpha replied. "My brother will pack a bag and come immediately." Apollo looked at me. "Great, this is why I hate being a royal. All the duties expected of you drove me insane. Nothing I could do about it now. My brother had clearly made his decision." I stood up and nodded. "It'll be down shortly. Until then, you are welcome to wait in the other room. Guards will escort you there." Apollo motioned for the guards. I glared at my brother as I left. It didn't take long for me to pack a bag. Obviously, I had no plans on staying any longer than I needed to. Apollo was waiting by the stairs and pulled me aside. "I know you're angry, but I think this is a good opportunity for you," Apollo said. "Opportunity for what?" I asked. "To find your mate. I was able to travel to find Laxmi, but you can. This novel will be daily updated as sending you to packs in different locations helps," Apollo stated. "So, the only reason I'm going is because you want me to find my mate?" I questioned. "That and I have more important matters to deal with. You can handle this." Apollo patted me on the back. Since I was leaving, royal guards would accompany me. It was like I needed the protection, but it was protocol. Apollo may have changed a lot of things since he took over, but one thing I knew he would never budge on was security. The Alpha and Beta were already in their car. "We can't thank you enough for coming back with us." "Your Majesty," the Alpha said. I just nodded and slipped into my car, which was behind theirs. The royal flag was waving in the wind. I refused to let anyone else drive. I wanted the space. The guards had their car behind mine. The address had already been plugged into my car's sat-nav. Only 2 hours away. Not bad. When we set off, I couldn't help but let my mind wander. What if I really do find my mate? She would come back to the palace with me, but would she come back to London with me? Do I want to go back to the place that had been my home for so long? The hole in my heart was getting bigger each day. Thankfully, I was like Apollo. My lichen was fine. For now, I knew that in a few years, I might be in the same boat as Apollo. After all, our lichens crave the mate bond just as much as we do. Maybe Apollo was onto something. All this traveling should help me find my mate. Even thinking about that got my lichen excited. The drive was over too soon, and as I pulled into the pack, I saw the crowd. It was clear they had been informed I was arriving. People stood there, excited and probably wanting to catch a glimpse of me. It was often that a member of the royal family visited. After turning off the engine, I sighed. The guards were already by the car as I got out. I wanted to tell them to back off, but I couldn't be bothered. They would surround me. "This way, Your Majesty." The Alpha beckoned me over PV. I smiled at people who were waving the royal flag and made my way inside the pack house. I was taken straight up to the Alpha's office. "From here you can see the other pack as well as the unclaimed land," he said. I went over and looked out the window. Sure enough, in the distance was the other pack house. There were werewolves stationed up to the agreed line, but there was a section of land where there were no wolves. This was the unclaimed land. From here, it looked like it was closer to this pack's land. However, I cowed and rushed to judgment as much as I would have liked to. It would reflect badly on Apollo. Damn, I would have to go to the other pack's land and see from there. Arrange a meeting. "I need to go over there," I stated. "I don't think you will talk to me." The alpha sighed. Fine. Ring his number. I picked up the phone while the alpha dialed the number. It only took 2 rings before someone answered. I told you before. Do not call me. You are pathetic. Trying to claim the land as yours. A voice scoffed. Well, well. That is certainly a greeting to remember. This novel will be daily updated, however. I think you'll find that I am not the alpha and I do not appreciate being spoken to in that manner. I harshly replied. Do I use my royal title? The one I so despise. Or should I leave this pathetic bastard hanging and let him see for himself when I arrive? Yes, the prince. The alpha coughed. Your majesty. Please forgive me. The voice stuttered. I guess that saved me from saying it. I will be at your pack in 20 minutes. I gave this arrogant bastard no room for argument. Of course. We look forward to your arrival, he said. His tone of voice changed. My response was cut off by a woman's voice in the background. It was weak, but I heard it. Please don't. At the sound of her voice, it suddenly felt like my whole life had turned. At the sound of her voice, this novel will be daily updated at it suddenly felt like my whole life had turned upside down. My red water ran cold and my lichen threatened to take over. What is happening to me? Chapter 41 Elodie 2 years ago. One thing I had always wanted to be was a teacher. I adored kids. And being a teacher was my ultimate life goal. Growing up, my parents never discouraged that idea but pushed me to work toward my dreams. My mom was a dentist and my dad worked at an accounting firm. My younger brother and I always had an amazing childhood. Our parents loved us. And we loved them. I remember when I turned 17. My mom sat me down and had a serious conversation with me about wolves. We lived with werewolves, they went to our schools. Ate at the same restaurants. Most of the time. They just seemed like regular human beings. But I knew they were not. The topic of werewolves was something that always fascinated me. And I used to read so many books about them. It was in one of these books that I came across lichens. Lichens weren't talked about as much because they were considered to be royalty. The king himself was a lichen. This novel will be daily updated and it was very rare for a human to meet a lichen. The king dealt with humans who were in positions of high power to ensure everything was running smoothly. Despite all of that, I knew that lots of humans were dying for a chance to meet a lichen. I was one of them. In all honesty, lichens entranced me more than werewolves. The topic of mates would always make me swoon. To me, it sounded like a fairy tale. And what girl didn't like fairy tales? Mom warned me that if a werewolf or lichen claimed me as their mate, you did not disagree. In my head, I never would have imagined that. Being a mate to a lichen was something I often dreamed about. I remembered the day. It was just a regular day. My little brother was playing with his friends. Mom was cooking, and Dad was chatting to Mom to keep her company. I was watching TV when Mom asked me to call my little brother in. I opened the door to shout for my brother, but words never left my mouth as a pack of werewolves walked past our row of houses. One werewolf was already looking at me, and he said something to his other pack members, causing them to stop and look at me too. He claimed me as his mate. Mom and Dad came out but didn't say anything. My neighbors and school friends all stood outside and watched. They looked as he took me away from my family. They looked as I cried because I wanted to say good. By God, he didn't let me. This novel will be daily updated at, and they looked as my parents cried out for me. But all in vain. Present day Elodie, where are you? Am hungry. The familiar voice growled. Sighing, I turned to the little wolf who I was teaching. Go now. I'll call you later. I watched as he scurried off with his books and pencils and I left to find my mate. 2 years ago, I believed mates were the best thing. That it would be like a fairy tale. That was the mind of a naive teenager. What would you like to eat? I made my presence known. Finally, where were you? I want an egg and bacon sandwich. My mate, Jordan, said, you'll get right on that. I prayed he wouldn't ask me that question again. He grabbed my hand. Where were you? You better not be teaching those pups again. You know I hate it. I swallowed the lump in my throat. No, I wasn't. My ability to lie had gotten better, but my heart still raced every time Jordan glared at me. Thankfully, he let my hand go and I rushed into the kitchen to make his sandwich. I always thought a mate's touch was meant to send shivers down your spine, to evoke powerful emotions. I never got that with Jordan. Never. From the first time he touched me to now. All I got was fear. The first time I asked him why I didn't get those sparks, he told me harshly, "You're a human. You don't feel what we feel." I never asked him again because I call. After all, I am just a human and he is a werewolf. Recently, a bigger part of me was refusing to believe all the excuses Jordan had told me in the past. But I was still too scared to leave or attempt to leave. Sighing, I focused on making the sandwich before he got angry. Another female entered the kitchen, but she didn't even look at me. No one did. I had no friends, no family. I was completely isolated. That's why teaching those kids was the only thing I looked forward to. Children never judged me, instead they were eager to learn and I was eager for the distraction. Once I was finished, I left the kitchen with Jordan's sandwich. This novel will be daily updated since he wasn't where he was before. I headed upstairs to the Alpha's study. More often than not, he was there, and today was no different. He stood outside and grabbed the sandwich from my hands. It was gone in less than a minute. "Elodie," a little voice called. My head whipped around as fear settled in me. The little boy I was teaching before rushed toward me. Jordan instant I knew then that I was screwed. "Can you teach me more?" his little voice asked. "Pup, go back to your parents." "Now," Jordan growled. The poor boy whimpered and rushed off. "So you lied to me?" Jordan asked. There was no use lying. I was already going to be punished for this. Jordan pulled my hair, causing me to cry out in pain. Someone needs to learn their place. Thankfully, I used paper plates for meals. I learnt the hard way when I used glass plates. The scars on my arms can account for that. He pushed me against the wall. I winced as my sore back hit the wall at full force. I hate when my mate disobeys me. It makes me look weak. "Do you want me to look weak?" he yelled. I shook my head, even though I wanted to shout yes. Jordan's free hand slapped me, and I whimpered. His other hand still held me up by my hair. I didn't know how long it was that Jordan kept slapping me around the face. He said it would knock some sense into me. When he finally stopped and let go, I dropped to the floor. My scalp burned and my face hurt. I looked up and pleaded, "Please, please don't." Jordan stood there looking pleased. Of course he did. All he wanted was to show everyone how strong he was. My feelings did not matter to him. They never had. The Alpha stormed out of his study, glaring at Jordan. "What the hell are you doing? Royalty is here, and I could hear her from my study. Are you insane?" Jordan didn't seem fazed, but turned to me with a cold look in his eye. "Go to our room and stay there. You do not come out till I come in. Understand?" I nodded and managed to stand up before rushing away. Jordan and the Alpha were speaking in hushed breaths. This novel will be daily updated, but I just wanted to get to my room. As soon as I entered, I shut and locked the door. I walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My face was red and hurt as I touched it. Sighing, I went about my usual routine and applied balm to my cheeks before massaging my scalp. I collapsed on the bed and buried my face into the pillow. Tears fell as I cried for my lost teenage years. My family, who I hadn't contacted or seen since I was forced to leave. My freedom. And my dreams. My only hope was that someone would come and rescue me. I guess I still believe in fairy tales. Just not the happily ever after part. But the Alpha said there was a royal in this house. Is there any chance that HES my prince child? Chapter 40. To Damien, I knew something was up when I entered this pack's land. My lichen was on edge, which made me on edge. That voice. I cowled and get over that voice I heard. As soon as that Alpha hung up, I threw the phone across the room and clutched the edge of the desk. It took everything to calm down and not lose control. I never had any issues with my lichen before this. A part of me wanted to ask Apollo, but I decided against it. He was busy. And I was a grown man. I could deal with this. Once I was sure that my lichen was under control. I turned to the alpha. Sorry about your phone. Don't apologize. He gets on every owner's nerves. The alpha shook his head. I nodded. Let's go. I was going to try and persuade my guards to stay here, but I knew better. This novel will be daily updated and they wouldn't leave me, and something in my head told me to take them along. It didn't take long for us to get ready and leave. I took this opportunity to walk across the unclaimed land. To me, it still seemed as though it was closer to this pack, but I still wanted to go to the other pack. Luckily, no one said anything as we entered the other pack's territory. People bowed to me as I walked past. Normally, I would have scowled because I hate it when people do that, but this time my mind was distracted. I found myself looking up at a single window. My heart ached and I was clueless as to why. Tearing my gaze away from that single window proved to be more difficult than I anticipated, but I forced myself to look away. My gaze connected with a man standing outside, who I presumed to be the alpha. Already, my lichen was on edge. Something about this man didn't sit right with me or my lichen. His smirk, the arrogant look, and the way he looked at me, like he was afraid. My gaze focused on the alpha, who immediately stood up straighter and cleared his throat before addressing me. Your Majesty, it is an honor to have you here, he said. Yes, I assume the way you hung up the phone meant you were nervous. I glared. He coughed, clearly caught by surprise. This is my beta, Jordan. Clever. He had changed the topic. Again, I found myself looking at this bastard, who made me angry for an unknown reason. So an issue of unclaimed land has brought royalty to our pack? Jordan asked. The violence that has come with the issue of the unclaimed land is the main reason I am here. Solving the issue will stop the violence, or so the king thinks. I replied. So, the king sends his runaway brother and doesn't come himself. Interesting. This novel will be daily updated at Jordan had no shame. His pack members tensed, and his own alpha elbowed him, but he seemed not to care. You will do well to remember who I am, pup. I might have run, but I am here now, and I am still the prince. Show me respect or MVLV can will force it out of you. I grit my teeth together. My security tense beside me, ready to eliminate the threat. He needs no harm. Please come inside. The alpha tried to diffuse the tension and invited us in. We gathered round what I assumed was their pack communal area. I want to say that this issue could have been resolved peacefully, without involving the royals. The alpha stated. Behind me, the other alphas coughed. Please, spare me the rubbish. We have tried. You have responded with violence. I found my gaze on the alpha, who kept looking left and right as if he was afraid of something. Jordan looked calm and collected, but his alpha's eyes led me to believe that something sketchy was going on here. My mind shifted to that voice I heard on the phone. The cries and pleas made my red water boil as realization set in. Someone was being abused in this pack. My tolerance for abuse was zero. There was no excuse. Working as a detective back in England, I saw my fair share of murders due to sexual or physical abuse, suicides because of verbal abuse. Any sort of abuse in my book was a big fat no. Not just me, Apollo had no tolerance for it either. Neither would Laxmi, and something told me that she would have guessed the same thing as I did if she were here. It seemed like not everyone realized how obvious certain gestures were. It's one alpha's words against another's. How do I figure out who is being truthful? I directed my question to the alpha, who looked terrified. I don't know. He stuttered. You see, one thing that me and my brother have in common is we can sense when someone is lying to us. I sighed. The alpha tensed. Something else is going on here, and I will figure it out. Don't pretend like you don't know what I heard at the end of our phone call. This time my gaze focused on Jordan, who tensed. Bingo. I have my answer. The alpha cleared his throat before answering. I have no idea what you are talking about. This time, My lichen threatened to rise and show this alpha who he was lying to, but I kept my cool. I stalked toward him, glaring down at him. I hate liars. He swallowed a lump in his throat before his bait butted in. Look, you can't be intimidating my alpha. Jordan, is it? What I heard at the end of the phone call suddenly had you tense too. This novel will be daily updated. I wonder what secrets are hiding in this pack. Let me make this crystal clear. I will not leave here until I figure it out. My gaze locked on to Jordan S. You don't scare me. He scoffed. I turned my attention back to the alpha. Anything you want to tell me? Again. He shook his head. I hate liars. I yelled in his face, causing him to close his eyes. Pathetic. If you were going to lie to me, then at least tack strong. It was then that I heard it. It was faint, but my ears immediately picked up on it. A faint whimper. My gaze shot up and looked around at a sight until I saw a blur of hair run out of sight. Jordan's growl broke out as he clenched his fists in anger. Suddenly, it was like I was moving on autopilot. I cowled and stopped my legs from running up the stairs after that blur. No comeback. This is trespassing. Jordan yelled after me. Growling. I turned around. Enough was enough. Don't you dare let him go, I said to my guards, who immediately took a hold of both the alpha and beta. My voice became lower as my lichen lost some control. Everyone stood there silent, watching me. Jordan yelled and thrashed around. It only fueled my suspicions more. Your Majesty, please let one of us come with you. The other alpha suggested no. Stay here, I instructed as I rushed off to find that blur. My lichen knew exactly where to go. It was like he had been here before. I know for a fact we hadn't. I came to a stop outside a door. My hand went up to knock, but I decided against it. My heart was racing. I needed to know who that blur was, and I needed to know now, without wasting another second. I pushed open the door with a little more force than I expected. It swung open, and that same whimper made my red water run cold. No, please, Jordan. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. My leg collapsed as I fell to my knees. The beautiful jade, colored eyes stared up at me, sparkling with tears. Please don't hurt me, she whispered. Never, I said, my lichen going wild with the need to comfort and protect this woman. The magnetic force I could feel pulling me toward her couldn't be denied. You're my mate, I whispered, and my world crashed around me.